Shisui, one of the two most promising talents of the famed Uchiha clan. As a descendant of Kagami Uchiha, a man who learned and grew under Tobarama Senju's tutelage, the second Hokage, Shisui was a ninja very similar to his relative, recognized by the village's current leader as a man who could transcend clan's boundaries to support the village. Even as a 13-year-old, Shisui's grasp of a shinobi's duties already resembled Hokage's current. Putting clan names and beliefs behind oneself to support the village was an ideal that Shisui obeyed perfectly. He had already proved his devotion to his home with his performances outside of the village walls. Holding the moniker, Shisui of the Body Flicker at such a young age, he drew the attention of all in the more distinguished ranks. As a special jonin, his decision-making skills were on par with that of a seasoned shinobi. These decision-making skills were brought into question when he spotted a furious child attempting a simple clone technique. The third training ground had become golden as the disappearing light settled on the surrounding tree line. The boy's canary locks, even with the tan glow, was his most distinguishable feature. "He's struggling with the basic clone jutsu?" figured Shisui. He had no issues with the technique himself, just like the wider population. It didn't require a great deal of concentration. It was just a glorified chakra control technique. The young Sharingan wielder had lost track of time, not realizing he had been watching the child for close to half an hour until the boy had turned to leave. The sun had well and truly left by now, and further proof of the time was the disheveled look on the blonde's face. Shisui acknowledged skill but respected effort. This child seemed to be a complete opposite of another boy, one that he looked towards like a younger brother. Itachi seemed pensive whenever he trained, as if he was unsure of his reasons. That and everything the younger Uchiha attempted came so easily it was almost as if he already knew it. This boy was different. The drive was evident. He knew why he trained. There was no doubt of that. Another separation from Itachi was his inherent lack of talent. No one should struggle with the clone technique. It was ridiculous. Finally, the face. Apart from the apparent disparities in features, golden against black, cobalt against coal, whiskers, the boy's face would flip through hundreds of visible emotions. Itachi's was an ever-impassive stone wall. Seconds after the disappointing attempt at training, the boy's face lit up with joy only to fall into a painful grimace as he clutched his stomach. Hungry, Shisui guessed. After what the boy had just put himself through, it was a great way to work up an appetite. Unconsciously, the inquisitive teenager followed his junior. Either skipping through the trees or hopping from building to building, Shisui didn't take his eyes off of his target. The child seemed to freeze mid-step as if something had caught his attention. Shisui racked his senses to find what had drawn the boy in. He couldn't see anyone around. He couldn't hear anything in particular outside of the regular commotion of the nearby market area. The temperature hadn't suddenly dropped. What was it? Just as the boy took a sharp left turn, he was given his answer. A salty smell invaded his nose. Even the prodigy could admit it was intoxicating. The pure elation written all over the boy's face was contagious as Shisui's features mimicked that of the golden-haired child. The pair wove in between alleys. That was until they came to a familiar set of flaps. Shisui had only visited once. That was under the invitation of his superior, Kakashi Hatake. The boy dug his heels in and slid to a stop, his back almost slamming into the stand's wall. His breathing was shallow and rushed. Clearly excited, he peeked his nose around the corner. A deep suck of air broke through his rapid inhalings, taking in the natural aroma from the source. A longing sigh escaped his lips as his breathing settled, sliding down the wall. A content smile smoothed along his lips. This continued for close to another 5 minutes. He would lean around the wall, take a deep breath, and return to his spot. Why not go in? It was at this point that the young jonin took in the younger boy's entire appearance. Short green pants and a white top with the same symbol emblazoned their flak jackets, both considerably worn, much more than what should have been there from his previous training. Uzumaki. Shisui had a stunning sense of vision. To many that seemed obvious. His clan was renowned for their visual prowess after all, but that wasn't where it ended. His skill in reading people and the situation was one of the reasons for his promotion to jonin. Shisui formed a one-handed ram seal. In a rush of speed and a swirl of wind, the shaggy-haired boy appeared next to the seated child. If you want some, I'll pay. The boy's shoulders tightened as his breath hitched, craning his head to look at the softly smiling older boy. He began to quake, wide-eyed as his pupils darted around the alley. Shisui's smile faltered as he analyzed the boy's flight response. He's looking for a way out. In an attempt to rush off, the whiskered boy shot to his feet. It was a frivolous effort as he found himself pushed back down, leaning against the wall. Where do you think you're going? The younger of two began to get desperate, frantically clawing at anything to get his hands on. By now Shisui was horrified. The boy hadn't spoken a word and was trying his hardest to run away. No child should be like forward. He gripped the young boy's shoulders firmly. Whoa, whoa. Sorry about that, I didn't mean to scare you like that.
I'm sorry.
Shisui conveyed. How about I make it up to you? Ramen. The wide eyes pinpointed the elder's once again warm smile. His fearful stare molded itself into that of confusion. You wanted some of that, didn't you? Slow, cautious nods quickly sped into a rapid and eager agreement. Good. Why don't we go in then? Without argument, the boy skipped to his side. Attempting to thaw any remaining ice between them, he placed his hand down on the boy's shoulder. Shisui fought the urge to become aggressive as the boy stiffened, halting his movements. The golden-haired child eyed the appendage warily, refusing to turn his head as he flicked his gaze between the hand and its owner. The young Uchiha couldn't help the small smile that softened his features as the child next to him relaxed. Turning around the corner, Shisui pushed the flaps aside. His progress with the boy went up in smoke as he once again fought to escape his grip. He wondered what could have caused yet another swing in the child's mood. Welcome. What can I do you for? The irrepressible shop owner was renowned for his friendliness. If a customer weren't happy with their meal, they would always enjoy the conversations. Shisui quickly picked up on the defensive behaviors the young boy exhibited. It was clear that the man's personality would prove too much for the whiskered child. He needed to be eased into confrontations. I'll have pork ramen, thank you. What about you, kiddo? Golden locks poked around the prodigy's waist. A slight ruffle drew Shisui's attention down to his young companion. The grip on his shirt tightened as a finger prodded itself against the older boy. Yes. Slowly, the extended pointer directed itself towards the small menu. Tucci, the owner, took the hint. Pork ramen. The amused question only caused a shake of the head and a flick of the eyes upwards. Beef. Tucci knew that he'd gone the wrong way, beef being bellow pork. He just wanted the boy out of his shell. Once again, a shake of golden locks was his answer. The flick of his head upwards was more exaggerated this time. Tonkatsu. By now Shisui had picked up on the man's game, still unsure of how the boy would react. He decided to watch it play out. Sapphire eyes filled with childish fury told him everything. Okay. The ramen admitted defeat. Miso ramen? It was a delightful sight. The joy returned to his eyes made the pair of inhabitants smile unconsciously. I am, Tucci called out, startling the young customer. I'll get the pot boiling. You get the pork. You got it. Coming. In stumbled a young brunette. On her shoulder was a packet of the delectable white meat. Bolting around the corner, she began to prepare their meals. In her rush, Ayam had utterly ignored the two customers. Good to see you again, Ayam, Shisui began. The younger girl had been quite an amusing encounter last time he ate at the establishment. Whipping her head upwards, she made eye contact with the older of the two. Silence reigned as the young ramen chef's cheeks burnt, not only with embarrassment. Hi, Shisui. Good to see you too. Fighting to pull her eyes away from the shaggy-haired Uchiha, she glanced at the child next to him. The boy had been eyeing the interaction with apparent confusion. The brunette studied the boy. Familiar blonde hair reminded her of a sunflower, squinted cobalt orbs. All this in a tiny package, and the whiskers. You are adorable. Come here. Leaping over the counter, she tackled the young boy, pressing her face to hers. Shisui, without thinking, leapt up from his seat. He was just about to get the boy to talk. Just as he was about to pull the two apart, he noticed that the boy wasn't fighting back. Ayam couldn't help but feel the warmth radiating from the boy. It was a relatively cold night, but the boy's clothes felt like they had just come out of the dryer. In fact, his short arms which could barely wrap around her figure, contently holding on with a small smile. Never mind getting him to talk. This made the young prodigy's day. The lovable pout told I am everything as she pulled him away, holding him at arm's length. "And who are you?" she asked before rolling her head to look at the other customer. "You never told me you had a brother." "I am. Do we look like brothers?" While their features had nothing in common, the less than amused look from both boys were identical. You bet." Close to questioning her sanity, he glanced over at the youngest of the group, the widest smile he had ever seen, threatening to split the young blonde's face. Without fail, his features mirrored that of his companion. "I guess I can see that too," Shisui jested. "What do you think, lil bro?" Eyes like dinner plates were what answered his question. The boy was floored. No one other than Gramps talked to him like this, and suddenly 3 people were treating him so warmly. A constricting pain made itself known in his chest, but he didn't need to wince, he was already smiling. "I am?" Shisui politely questioned. "Yes." "Who's looking after the pork?" The young Uchiha returned with his own question. "Me!" Tucci entered. "Orders up." The clink of porcelain hitting the tabletop was music to the youngest ears. Leaning over, he let the steam coming off his dinner flow past his face. After some consideration, he looked over to Shisui's meal. The hopeful pointing of his chopstick left an unasked question. "You want some of mine? You haven't even tried yours," he attempted to joke. Unfortunately, the child grew sullen once more, clearly not wanting to appear selfish or unappreciative. "That's fine though, of course, you can have some of mine." Ignoring the small and polite refusal from the blonde, he placed 3 of his pork slices on top of the boy's noodles. The youngest customer looked like he had just been given the world. Shisui could read nothing but pure elation on his face. He wouldn't have it any other way. "Well," Ayam looked over nervously. A first impression was always important. While there was likely no weight to the boy's opinion, she just wanted to make him happy. Shisui chuckled at the child's attempt to use chopsticks. He was already a small boy, translating to his fingers. The chopsticks were simply too large. It also looked like he hadn't been taught how to use them. While most would be shocked to learn this, the kind Uchiha saw this as an opportunity to leave the whiskered child with a good memory. "Open up," he spoke softly. The boy had shown similarities to a deer. His flight response was emphatic. Naruto's indignant stare towards the dastardly wooden sticks was amusing as he gave up his losing fight. Swirling his own chopsticks through the miso broth, Shisui picked up a small grouping of noodles only for a disappointing look to run over the boy's face. He alleviated with a raised hand and dug deeper. He plucked a much more sizable amount of the starch-filled goodness. He gave it a small shake in offering. This time, the pleased smile was unmistakable. All but jumping at the steaming noodles, Shisui pulled them away at the last moment, smirking at the enthusiasm. "You've got to blow on them first. They're still quite hot." To emphasize his point, he gave a light blow of his own. Moving the noodles in front of the child, he gave a soft blow. Ayam giggled as his lips closed and the boy accidentally blew a raspberry. "I think that's good enough. Give it a go." There was no hesitation as the end of the chopsticks were engulfed by the boy's young mouth. None were left wondering about the boy's decision. The threat of noodles spilling was amusing as his grin molded his face. Tucci had no doubts that the boy would love it. She did too. While a relatively silent affair, the group continued for some time. Shisui was shocked to see the sheer amount of ramen the boy could eat. Where did he put it? While he still hadn't spoken a word, it was evident that he had enjoyed himself. "That's all I can do for you, sorry," Tucci interrupted. Knowing who he was, it hurt to see the boy look so distraught, similar to a kicked puppy. But, he continued, holding up his large spoon. "Just know that you're welcome here whenever you want, hungry or not. The shop's always open for you." Unable to answer, he gave a small nod, his eyes buried under his golden hair. It was hiding the hot globs of tears that stung the corners of his eyes, threatening to fall. "Make sure you come back. We've got so many more flavors for you to try." Ayam tried to sound cheery, but the young girl was quite saddened by having to see the 2 boys off. Once again, he nodded, not wanting to show any weakness. Ayam, don't worry. I'm sure your boyfriends will be back soon. Isn't that right, boys? Ignoring the scandalized cries of the brunette, Shisui chuckled and answered the owner's question. I'm sure we will. Kiddo here enjoyed even more than I did. All present could see the warmth creep up the boy's neck until it disappeared underneath his golden hair. Any more and it might dye his hair orange. Anyway, we really should be going our separate ways. Let's go, little one. A reassuring hand stopped the protests. He leaned down to match the younger's height. Wave goodbye, it's polite. Shisui's onyx eyes closed and crinkled with warmth. The blonde only managed to raise his hand before Ayam brought him into another crushing hug. Once again, she reveled in his ridiculous warmth as he in her affection. Promise me you'll come back soon. She felt him nod into her shoulder. Pulling away, she smiled. Good. Now get home safe, all right? We will, Shisui assured. I know you just want to be cuddled by such a beautiful girl, but we really need to go. The owner and young Jonin chuckled at the two luminescent red faces of self-righteous anger. He managed to pluck the boy from the girl's fixed grip with a small amount of coercing. Waving to the pair, Shisui and his young companion trudged away from the modest ramen stand. Let me walk you home, he began. He knew of the child's situation and its familial consequences. Itachi's had been quite passionate about the boy. Apparently, he and his mother knew of the boy's parents' identity. Unsurprisingly, the blue-eyed boy became reluctant at the loss of the company. I know, but I can't stick around forever. But the boy didn't back down. In a flash, he had gripped the bottom hem of the older boy's hold. Wasn't anything that Shisui couldn't shrug off, but it gave more weight to a concerning likelihood. The boy had no one. He couldn't, as a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village, let a child go through what was likely happening now. I'm sorry, Shisui admitted, but I can't stay at your home. He knew he was playing a cruel game, but his intentions were pure. He cursed himself at the blonde's reaction, complete and utter dejection. The once glowing eyes filled only with joy darkened, almost to the point where Shisui swore he had only seen darker orbs amongst his clan. The slow release of his shirt was as much as the young Uchiha could take. But Shisui began, drawing the attention of the stilled boy. I'm sure my parents would love for you to stay over. His mother and father had always stressed the importance of never judging a book by its cover and only to make a decision when the full story has been told. While not as much as a critical thinker as Itachi was at his age, the boy still had learned plenty of common sense. Even if the older boy had been welcoming and treated him to a meal, he would still be entering a stranger's house. This train of thought was quickly stomped on at the possibility of new friends, a broad smile giving his answer. Seeing the boy's inner conflict disappear within seconds made Shisui question his forethought. Though it was unrealistic that anyone would be like Itachi, the younger Uchiha was indeed an anomaly. Wonderful, we will go to your home first. We can collect some clothes for you. His answer wasn't acknowledged as the younger of the pair's smile faltered. It wasn't a long walk to the blonde's apartment. The time was filled with a comfortable silence. The young Jonin amused himself by watching the younger's face filter through a mass of emotions. The way his brow creased and lips pointed when thinking about something that annoyed him, and his ability to count the number of teeth when his grin shone. Studying the apartment complex, Shisui acknowledged it as quite regular. A simple 3-story block was a common residence for orphans or families with less capital. Lucky the village did not divide ninja and civilians' residencies, which only causes a divide between the two populations. Living together showed those with regular working lives that shinobi were human too. The shaggy-haired Uchiha was about to make his way up the flight of stairs when he felt a small tug at the hem of his shirt. Turning around, he saw his companion shake his head, refusing to meet his eyes. Taking the hint, he relented. Okay, I'll be waiting here for you. Better be quick. Like a missile, the boy sped off. Not wanting to waste his new companion's time, he grabbed his backpack, slinging in a pair of clothing as well as his pajamas. He couldn't help the building giggle at the thought of a sleepover. He'd learned that it was an activity friends perform. The following thoughts only led to the building of heat in his chest. Happy with his packing, he zipped up the backpack. Glancing around the apartment, he continued to smile. After only knowing this as his house became quite suffocating, an escape was precisely what he needed. With a click, the door was locked. Sliding the key into his pocket, the whiskered boy bolted back, as fast as his little legs could manage. Sliding to halt, the boy's weight almost made him topple over as he stopped in front of an amused Shisui. "Ready?" he asked. The young blonde's answer was a short, animated nod. "Good," he returned with his own nod. "Let's get going. Even though I'm a jonin, my mother still worries about me." He grumbled, though he loved her more for it. "Well, follow me. It's quite a hike to the Uchiha district." If possible, the boy's excitement grew. He had never been to a clan district. He heard that even though they were part of the same village, the clan district is organized to the clan's preference. A hike was, being twice his height and an already seasoned shinobi, Shisui had no problems. The child and his little legs, on the other hand, were struggling. It appeared that the boy's apartment and the Uchiha district were significantly separated, namely by the entire village. The elder of the pair noticed this when they were passing the Nara compound, located quite centrally in the village. Chuckling at the pink-cheeked and exhausted boy, he looked almost dead on his feet. "How are you doing? You look a little tired down there," he idly commented. The boy simply huffed and slumped his shoulders. It wasn't until further down the road that fatigue completely caught up with the whiskered boy. Becoming second nature, Shisui felt a small hand on his shirt. Glancing over his shoulder, he couldn't stop the small smile from gracing his features. Eyes closed, and a large yawn escaped the younger's mouth. He didn't even think about it. It was just instinct. Stopping, he placed his hand on the boy's golden child's eyes, fought to open only for them to give the shaggy-haired Uchiha a confused squint. Being almost twice his height, Shisui had to kneel to come close to eye level. "Hop on," he spoke, showing his back to the younger boy. As if on autopilot, the boy flopped against him. Too tired to even hold on, he continued to lean against him. An understanding smile flashed across the Sharingan wielder's face. Bringing his arms underneath the boy's short legs, he hoisted him up, backpack and all. Arms limply falling over the older boy's shoulders, the young boy nodded off. If Shisui was feeling the cold beforehand, it vanished as soon as the young boy made contact. The comfort of another person was better than almost anything. Even though asleep, the boy recognized this and nuzzled his cheek into the older boy's back. "Tired," Shisui answered. "After that training at his age, I'm not surprised." Feeling no need to maintain the same pace, he picked up his speed. As he continued to move, the air whipped past the pair. That was until the young Uchiha recognized the familiar gate of his clan's compound. Even in the already dislocated compound, Shisui's house found itself towards the outer region. His mother always enjoyed the ability to step away from the village and relax. She got it from her father, Kagami. Her relations with Shikaku, the Nara clan's head, allowed her to partake in strolls through their forests. It was a simple home, a single-story assortment of traditional Japanese design, white-walled with dark, exposed wooden supports. Tracking through the front garden, Shisui followed the stone path carefully to wake the excitable bundle attached to him. As he approached the front door, he knocked 3 times. After a few seconds passed, he slid the articulate door open. Knocking his sandals off, the shaggy-haired boy made his way to the kitchen. "Welcome home, Shisui," a soft voice cut through the sound of sizzling meat. "Is everything all right?" "Yes, mother, everything's fine," Shisui responded with a grin. "I just picked up a stray while I was out." He shifted the child on his back for emphasis, just enough for Shisui to catch a glimpse of the golden mop now resting over her son's shoulder. "I see," the mother began. "And may I ask why you dragged an unconscious boy into our home?" "Do I need a reason?" he quipped before taking a moment to consider his answer and breathe. Honestly, he needed someone. "Dear God, Shisui, you're such a bleeding heart, you know? Itachi first, now this child. Don't make it a habit." She pointed out amusingly. "You must have got it from me. Now set him down and wake him for dinner." Wordlessly, the young jonin did as his mother asked, laying the new addition to the household down on the couch before entering. "He'll be staying the night too. I've already made sure he has his clothes, so no need to worry about that." Shisui only hummed approvingly as she returned to stirring the pot. "Father," Shisui finally questioned. "Bedroom as usual." His mother huffed out tiredly. He set down his shinobi gear and leather harness before reaching his parents' room. "Father." He seemed to ask no one in particular. The moderately sized room had only a small bedside light on, giving off a subdued setting. "I keep telling you, it's Dad," came the tired but chirpy voice from the other side of the turned chair. "So you brought that boy round, did you? What brought this on?" There was no hiding from his father's sensory abilities. Even as an amputee with declining health, it was still a frightening skill. "I offered him a home for tonight is all." Shisui spoke calmly as he shuffled around to claim the empty mug. "More tea? Milk?" The silent nods were all he got. A minute passed before he returned to the room. Tea made. The floorboards creaking under each step. The voice of his father caused him to stop at the doorway. "Why does he need a home? Does he not have one of his own?" He questioned flippantly, as if numb to the boy's situation. "No, father, you know he does not. Please do not drive him away. I will not be associated with hurting him." Shisui bit out. His father seemed so ignorant, like he didn't care about others. "Mum will bring dinner to you. Don't worry about moving around too much." With that, the only child of the family left his father in silence. "Good work, Shisui." A soft aroma wafted through the room. The young boy's nose twitched, taking in the promise of yakisoba. Eyes fluttered open to see a strange room. As he studied it, all a presence made itself known. Identifying themselves as the older boy, they began reaching out to him. Reflexively, he leapt backwards. He tried to scramble away. Finding no grip on the leather couch, he simply fell off and landed painfully, face first. "Sorry about that. I didn't mean to startle you." Shisui began. Slowly, he peeled his younger companion's face from the wooden floorboards. "I was supposed to wake you for dinner, but it seems there is no need for that now." The whiskered boy's wary gaze was chipped away as the older boy spoke. "If you're wondering where you are in my family's home, and dinner's ready." He had already fallen asleep. What kind of introduction was that? This was terrible. Someone had given him a chance to stay with him, and he'd fallen asleep. As the boy's train of thought continued to sink, his mood visibly souring as his face fell. "Don't worry about anything," the shaggy-haired Uchiha interrupted. He could see the downtrodden expression the boy wore. "My mother's in the kitchen now preparing supper." The boy spoke softly, extended a hand. Nodding, the golden-haired boy took the offered appendage. They wove through the modest home, the youngest taking in the pictures that decorated the walls. "That was when I graduated from the academy." He could see the thoughts that passed through the whiskered child. From the previous training and the admiration evident in his eyes, he could see that the boy wanted to follow his line of work. Sensing the confusion, he offered an answer. "I wasn't much older than you when I graduated. I was only 7 in fact." Expecting that to fan the boy's flames, it only dampened what had grown. He was clearly feeling inadequate. Who wouldn't? Talk of early graduates was a leading reason for many children to leave the academy. When you are shown the staggering dissonances when others' success highlights your weaknesses, it can be quite daunting. "You seem like you want to be a ninja. Is that it?" That reignited a fire in the boy's gut. Hands clenched in front of him, eyes burning with drive. It was impressive that a child that age could hold such intensity. "I see. In that case, don't worry about not graduating early. It only happens in rare cases unless we're at war." He patted the young boy on the head, acting as if ignorant of the indignant pout. "Dinner's ready," came the cheerful voice. Before he could argue, the youngest was plucked and dragged towards the kitchen. "Come on, we don't want it getting cold on us." The boy couldn't bring himself to argue. Shisui took in the concerning image of a young child firmly attached to Shisui's leg. "Hello, you two. It's all served. Take your seats." The young Uchiha, without warning, clutched at the boy attached to him. The young boy made a soft thud as he was plopped down on his seat. With both residents of the house making their way to their seats to begin dinner, they clapped their hands together in prayer. "Thanks for the meal," they quietly chorused, much to the youngest's confusion. He had been conflicted as to whether he should just dive into his food. "That's what you say before a meal. It's a sign of respect." Too abashed to meet Shishui's eyes, he nodded and clasped his hands together. After a silent prayer, they dug in. Shisui and his new friend found themselves readily enjoying the prepared yakisoba buns. Once again, there were multiple attempts to coax a word out of a shy child. Shisui never told me your name. Would you mind telling me? The self-loathing was written all over the older boy's face as he was currently fighting the urge to slam his face through the dining table. It was basic etiquette to ask for someone's name whether you knew it or not. Once again, there was no answer. Shisui yielded with a disappointed sigh. The silence was cut short by a soft tapping of a finger on the maple table. Both sets of trained eyes locked on to what the wickered boy was motioning at. A small slice of fish cake was currently under the boy's index finger. Naruto? That's your name, is it? The sullen nod confirmed the question. Shisui knew this, of course. Overhearing Itachi's murmurings told him as much. Fish cake, huh? The young prodigy joked. It suits you after the way you inhaled that ramen. The glare that he received only fueled his laughing. When the pouting didn't cease, the two Uchiha relented. Sorry, he soothed with pleading hands. Maelstrom, then? The affirmative nod was instantaneous. The late-night dinner passed quickly and in silence, which Naruto appreciated. Many people conversing made him nervous. It wasn't until Shisui had left and his mother was collecting the cutlery that she finally spoke up. I hear you're staying the night. I'll make sure to prepare a futon for you. Does that sound okay? Shisui wished the boy would do more than nod. At least Itachi would answer with words. Go find Shisui. I'll call you when your bed's ready. Sliding off his chair, Naruto started looking for the shaggy-haired boy. The tapping of a child's feet filled the house as Naruto attempted to track down Shisui. Meanwhile, the little blonde was reveling in the size of the home. Never had he felt so small. Out here, a voice cut in from outside of the door. After locating his target, the young boy joined him in enjoying the calm night wind. You were training last night, right? Naruto couldn't hide his surprise at the older boy's deduction. The slack jaw and slow nods provided the young Uchiha with his answer. Don't act so surprised. Your clothes are torn and covered in dirt. You are too. Shisui licked his thumb and proceeded to rub the dirt that had dried on Naruto's cheek. The childish swat of the larger hand failed miserably as the older boy continued to rub his cheek. Well, the academy isn't on tomorrow, so why don't we train together? I can show you some techniques? Shisui needed no answer. It wasn't very long before the mother had finished. A muffled call let them know that much. The scuffle caused by Naruto learning that they would be sharing the room would have been adorable if they didn't have to remake his futon. What is that? They found themselves taking in each other's nightwear. Needless to say, the blonde's nightcap amused the older of the pair. Naruto was by no means embarrassed by his headwear. He loved it. That meant that he would not stand around while someone criticized it. With a huff, he wormed his way into his futon. Good night, Shisui puffed out, diving under his own covers. Sleep seemed to come easy for the older boy, but rest never hit those cobalt orbs. The cool breeze rustled the curtains, unsettling the whiskered boy. Rolling over, he rested his head on his stubby palms as he looked towards the other boy. He's weird, was his educated deduction. This black-haired boy fell into his life, interrupted him while he was enjoying the smell of that ramen stall. He wasn't like anyone he'd met before, not like the old man. He hadn't any reference for what friends were like, no real family. Can't sleep, said the voice that interrupted his thoughts. Rolling his head, he saw the other boy studying the ceiling. Naruto hummed a positive, the most vocal he had been so far. Why's that? Nervous? I can sleep in another room if you'd prefer. A shake of the head made Shisui smile. The blonde couldn't disagree more. He felt secure. He always felt safe. The Hokage made sure of that. How couldn't you when the village leader told you so? But with Shisui, he felt secure in the thought that someone would be there with him when he woke up. Naruto what? When met with a confused stare, he elaborated. What's your surname? You're not just Naruto, are you? Progress continued as an inspired negative met him. What is then? Uzumaki? The bewildered gawk was enough to make Shisui snort to hide his laugh. Don't act so surprised. You are wearing their crest after all. That ceased the young blonde's wonderment and supplied him with realization. That's why Gramps gave it to me. He mentally filled the void of knowledge. You know, the majority of our shinobi wear that crest. Your clan was as strong as mine. All Naruto had was questions, too many for his young mind. The young Jonin saw the inner conflict, the rising pressure, and decided to intervene. Don't stress so much. I'll help you get some answers tomorrow, he alleviated. Now, sleep, your training will be useless if you can't give it your best. Thank God for short attention spans. Like a switch, he had put the questions out of thought. Shisui inwardly chuckled as the whiskered cheeks relaxed. Night, came a soft, meek voice. The older boy couldn't wrap his head around how gentle the boy seemed. He wasn't Itachi, that much was obvious. Both were gentle, but one was stoic and the other subdued. No need to continue comparing those two, Shisui decided. Today he had gotten his first word out of his new friend. Tomorrow he would draw him further out of his shell. There was no good reason to rush. He was still a child, which could be great with a nudge in the right direction. Naruto. Rousing a young Naruto was like trying to wake a rock. It wasn't until he gave the boy a no-so-gentle nudge that he awoke. Even then, it was only because the push was enough to roll him onto the cold wooden floor. Luckily, Shisui had learned his lesson. A new face after waking up could be scary for any young child. Huh? Where? The young Uzumaki couldn't piece together where he was. Looking around, he noticed the familiar clan symbol of the Uchiha. Eyeing the bedroom some more, he saw the ruffled bed next to him. Even he understood the implication. Good morning, Naruto, Shisui spoke, leaning her head through the doorway as she folded a shirt. Sleep well. Piecing together all that had happened last night, the young blonde gave an enigmatic nod. Good. Get your clothes on. Shisui said he's downstairs waiting for you. Something about training. The gentle Uchiha continued to go about her business, humming along. At the prospect of training, a blonde-haired boy ripped through his assorted clothing, plucking what he'd brought to get ready for the day. I need some shuriken, the boy lamented. A loose-fitting orange top, same Uzumaki spiral embroidered on the back, draped itself over his shoulders. The hem of his blue shorts hung around his knees. Slipping his sandals over his feet, he jogged to meet Shisui. You're going to wear those? Clearly referencing his frayed clothing, Shisui halted him. That won't do. An embarrassed Naruto cowered under the disgruntled gaze of the older woman. His stillness reminded her of the boy's situation. Well, then you're in luck. As I refuse to throw any of Shisui's old belongings away, I have some old clothing of his that would fit you perfectly. He wanted to cry, more ever before. Being told that he would never know what it was like to be held by a father and mother that loved him was easier to accept. That was all he'd known until that point. Come on. We don't want to keep that airhead waiting. The gracious woman could feel imaginative bile build in the back of her throat. It was genuinely sickening. A child brought to tears just because he was offered clothing. Leaving the child alone, she rushed to gather what she had promised. Here, unfortunately, Shisui's choice in clothing had never differed. A black, high-collar shirt and gray pants. Shisui removed any chance of refusal from Naruto by leaving before he could protest. The collar ran right up to the bridge of his nose, secreting his whiskered cheeks. Naruto took some comfort in the concealing apparel. Hello, Mini-Me, Shisui said whilst leant up against a nearby tree. It was amusing how well the young blonde filled out his old clothes. Sorry about my mother. She's very attached to my stuff. I'm sure she gave you those, though now that you're wearing my clan symbol people might really think we're brothers. Shisui noted an upwards twitch on the boy's lips before his expression filled itself with horror. Don't worry about it. We're staying right here. No one should see you wearing that. The blonde's rush to leap out of his shirt stopped with those words. Now, I said I would help with your training. That's what we're going to do. The young Jonin began. What kind of training have you done so far? Eager to show proficiency as a future ninja, Naruto slowly rattled through the clone technique's hand signs. His disappointment in his ill-looking attempt lasted only a moment. That was until he fearfully met Shisui's eyes. Expecting the same cold gaze, he reeled at the new glowing red eyes that the boy exhibited. Sherry, what's it? The Hokage told him an old tale about the Uchiha clan's famed visual prowess, the Sharingan. 3 Tomo circled a regular pupil, drowning in the rest of the scarlet orbs. As one of the two founding clans of the Hidden Leaf Village and their dominance during the Warring Clans period, the Uchiha had become renowned for their skill and eyesight. A Kekii Genkai that ran through the hardened clan's blood gave them an uncanny vision that could predict movements and the formation of ninjutsu techniques by reading the minor directions and the buildup of chakra in the body. After viewing any techniques from the three primary shinobi skills, a visual prowess's wielder could mimic down to the most delicate details. On many occasions, it lacked the fair handling that would come with someone who had learnt and practiced the jutsu. You have no idea how much chakra you have available to you, do you? Shisui surprised himself with being able to voice that through his stunned stupor. He's already got more chakra than Itachi, and the amount he just put into a single clone. Wow. That was enough to push the pitiful attempts at the clone technique out of his mind. A cocky smile and fists on his hips left no one questioning what the blonde thought. Your control is what you should focus on when you have time. The best is only the best because they are the best at the basics. Naruto was in tuned enough to learn that he wouldn't be focusing on flashy techniques. Shisui could see the childish deflation. It was always the same. Today we'll focus on shinobi battle techniques. Type 1. Taijutsu, the physical art. That brought the younger boy's hopes back. Even Naruto knew that being a ninja was more than just jutsu. Grandpa Hokage was his main reference point. As an academy student, Taijutsu is the most important of the three ninja pursuits. Ninjutsu can be combated with ninjutsu. A perceptive ninja with adequate control can defuse any genjutsu. The lecture was beginning to drag on. Naruto couldn't help but think that he'd received enough lessons in the academy. But Shisui continued, when you are outmatched in a physical battle, you will always lose. The carrot that the young jonin had just dangled in front of the blonde filled its purpose. The boy's dreamy adoration showed Shisui how captivated Naruto was. Well, before we begin, let's have a light warm-up. One light warm-up later left a red-faced and panting child. Barely short of breath, Shisui chuckled nervously and scratched the back of his head. Sorry. I forgot that my warm-up might be quite demanding for someone without training. It seemed like Naruto had enough energy to muster an irritated glare. A soft growling continued as the whiskered boy dragged himself to his feet. No need to stay down after all. Anyway, let's go to it, Taijutsu. Come at me now. The kind demeanor fell, an impassive wall taking its place. Naruto was too tired to either notice or care. So, with all his junior ferocity, he charged at the young jonin. As expected, Shisui hummed. Training with Itachi when he was Naruto's age was always scary. A 5-year-old already possessing enough power to disable a grown man. The difference in speed was grounding. He could detach himself enough to study his opponent's unhinged attempt to charge. Enough. The tone was stern, but not harsh. Unfortunately for the shinobi hopeful, Shisui had given him enough time to throw a punch. But when your intended target vanishes in a blur of speed and your weight follows the space, it is hard to regain one's balance. When in combat, always keep your eyes on your opponent. Shisui informed as he caught Naruto by his high collar. Within 5 seconds, the older boy had shown the daunting gap between a prodigy with proven skill and some child with an excess of arrogance. Shisui could feel the lifeless boy hanging limply in his grip. You're not giving up, are you? We've barely started. The young boy clearly had some hurdles to leap with his confidence. Anything dissuasive and he'd fall apart. He knew his next move was a reckless one, but he needed to start chipping away at his shell. The fact that he received no answer led him to his choice of words. I see, he began, relinquishing his grip on his short-lived training partner. Collect your clothes. My mother will see you out. His cold tone frightened the younger of the two. With his move made, he robotically trudged towards his family home. Biting his lip, Naruto could only feel an erosive disappointment. The hollow crunch of the grass and leaves under Shisui's feet echoed in his mind. Wait! He finally voiced only for his plea to be lost in the wind. Humoring the boy, the Uchiha halted his movements, but he did not face the quiet child. Wait! This time it left his mouth more forcefully. Please help me. The volume in his voice was gradually rising. Why? And that simply reply tore out all the confidence that Naruto had mustered. By now, Shisui was watching the boy intently. While he was withdrawn, the blonde was visibly contemplating his next words. Because, he breathed out, unable to finish his sentence. Naruto bit his lip, jolting slightly from the pain when he drew blood, running down to his chin. Because, Shisui continued to prod, but he smiled when he glimpsed at the resolve in the boy's cobalt orbs. Luckily for Naruto, the pain had brought him back to his senses. So, with a clear mind and devoid of doubt, Naruto spoke. Because I want to be like you. Shisui had heard everything he needed to. Good. Then back to taijutsu. Itachi. Shisui. The Uchiha heir began. How was he? The elder clansman's eyes shut as he smiled gently. While his love for his brother only outdid Itachi's affection for the village, amongst them all, there were very few in which he invested his thoughts. Quiet, very quiet, the Jonin admitted mournfully, but I won't let that continue. He holds many similarities to you. How so? It was until Sasuke was born that you lacked a goal or purpose. He is the same. Itachi honestly hoped that no one would be like him. When he looked at his reflection, it left a lot to be desired. I do not have his strength, so I could never be like him, Itachi reasoned. But I agree, please continue to look after him. But know that Lord Hokage will monitor you. My mother has told me about his protectiveness over Naruto. It is undoubtedly confusing that Lord Hokage is as involved with him as he is, even with his role dash. It has nothing to do with his burden Shisui. Itachi was always a very respectful person, so for him to interrupt angrily as well made his position on the matter clear. What can you tell me, Itachi? Less than I already have. Itachi answer, no hint of remorse in his words. But a truth is that Naruto should be much more connected than he is. While that only left his elder with more questions, Itachi saw no need to mince words. Both boys had been traveling along the Naka River. It had become a meeting place for the pair. Thank you for the help, Itachi. I feel that my image of our little friend is becoming a little clearer. I did not do this for you, Shisui, Itachi confirmed. Then why? It is not surprising that there are secrets surrounding someone in his position. But what connects you to him? Shisui didn't like the idea of even more secrets hindering his new friend. He didn't know why he suddenly felt a sense of protectiveness towards Naruto. Perhaps his fragility. Even he would admit his soft spot for such things. He didn't do it for praise or to feel like a hero, but certain people drew him in. First, it was Itachi, a boy under the thumb of his clan and family. Now, a boy with no family to speak of, who has had to learn to live alone. I should have been an older brother to him, but idiocy took that from us. The older Uchiha did not need to be reminded of his best friend's distaste for human nature. Regardless, Itachi sighed, as I am more aware of his situation, I have been told not to force a relationship with him. But you want me to introduce him to you? Shisui interjected with no hidden amusement. Sometimes you are not as sneaky as people say, Itachi. As a recently promoted Chunin who was habitually silent unless necessary, the Uchiha heir already had an impressive reputation. But I was going to introduce the two of you anyway. As I said, he is like you. He could feel his friends want to protest that statement. As little as you think of yourself, he could learn a lot from you. He could learn more from you, Itachi proposed. He admired his older brother figure. Perhaps, the Jonin shrugged nonchalantly. But do not disregard yourself. You will be a crucial figure amongst this village. If you don't see the benefit for yourself, see the benefit for him. Benefit? Itachi queried. A prodigious boy who is also the heir of the village's strongest clan. One regarded for his maturity and decision so much that he became a Chunin when most are just graduating from the academy. With his current trajectory, his worst outcome is clan head, his best. Shisui trailed off as he noticed his junior had stopped walking. Well, I'm sure you can answer that. His companion had frozen still, already answering Shisui's suggestion. Hokage, there would be no problem in protecting his younger brother, Sasuke. Him or Naruto. That is very presumptuous of you, Shisui. Many would disagree with an Uchiha in that position, and we are yet to prove whether that is with or without reason. Shisui could only sigh at his friend's less than bleak outlook on life. You call yourself realistic. I call you pessimistic. If you were to work for that position and obtain it, would that not help mend issues surrounding our clan? A smile curved Itachi's lips, sad or hopeful. Shisui would never know. It will never be so simple. While people are often fickle, they are also obstinate. Ever the philosopher, Itachi, Shisui quipped. But you should have more faith in people. I suppose, Itachi relented. He could admit that the shinobi, current and retired, were much more open-minded than civilians. It was only a lack of experience. Maybe he couldn't fault them. Regardless, for what you can do for Naruto now, I would like for you to help with his training. Shisui offered. Specific topics often caused Itachi to lose his head, if not his demeanor. He has immense power, more than me and you together. Your fighting style is centered on control and precision. Even if he can't match you, you might impart some of your meticulous nature. He must be unique. If not, you wouldn't inform me of such occasions. Itachi returned, no less intrigued by the opportunity. He is, Shisui agreed assuredly. He is no genius like you, but his mind is like a steel trap. There is no first attempt success, but it was ridiculous. Progress in taijutsu was scary. Itachi managed to hide his smirk. How so? His physical prowess was astounding. He finished my warm-up, as tired as he was. Every day he completed it, less tired than the day before. Then we ran through taijutsu styles all day. Shisui stressed, his adoration visible to the young Chunin. He has trained with you for 2 weeks now. As soon as he finishes the academy, I've heard he's gone. So, what have you taught him? Sasuke had told him of an odd blonde boy, a quiet boy, who as soon as class was over bolted in the direction of the Uchiha compound. He might not be able to fight back or defend yet, but I doubt that anyone his age could touch him. Maybe he could even dodge some genin. Hands on hips, grin wrapped around his face. Shisui was the image of a proud sibling. While I don't believe you would lie, I find that hard to believe, Itachi said, somewhat humored by his actions. I'll have to see for myself then, wouldn't you? Both Uchiha had identical smirks. Sasuke, the younger brother of the child prodigy, Itachi Uchiha. Even the shadow of expectation in leading the clan was shorter than the one made by his elder brother. Even with that, coupled with his father's constant disappointment in his lack of skill, he couldn't help but love his older brother. Big brother, you're home. Itachi couldn't keep the small smile hidden as he slid their home's front door closed. Always, Sasuke. His younger brother was his world. The fact that Sasuke rejoiced in his company and celebrated his return to the house was the shining light in his gray life. Come now, Sasuke, came the soothing voice of the brother's mother. Your brother returned from his mission today. He can talk to you after he rests. The grip on Itachi's shirt loosened, his brother's downcast features beginning to retreat to his room. I'm fine, mother, he remedied before turning to Sasuke. Go to your room, Sasuke. I'll meet with you after putting my gear away. The young academy student didn't need to be told twice. In a bolt of blue, he vacated the room. What is it, Itachi? The eldest son often cursed how perceptive Mikoto, his mother, was. When he skipped attending the academy to train with Shisui, she'd known. She never brought it up, but the hints weren't so well hidden. Shisui has invited me to train soon. That itself was a more than a regular occurrence, but it wouldn't just be the pair partaking. Oh, I thought you had seen him recently. Why the occasion? Itachi would wish that that sickeningly sweet and knowing smile would just say that she knew. He's introducing me to someone, a new friend of his. He didn't want this to draw out. His mother, while never outright scary, could always worry someone into an early grave. Who would that be? Might I know him? The clan heir's stress built as he let out a tired sigh. Don't make me say it, he thought while holding out little hope. He remained silent for as long as possible before it became awkward. Maybe she would lose interest. Well, Itachi, she prodded, breaking the quiet. What a foolish dream, he thought exasperatedly before facing his mother. Naruto Uzumaki Itachi Mikoto attempted to cut in, sternly. I did not force it or approach him. Therefore, this is a natural progression. You are walking on thin ice, Itachi. Do not let his calm demeanor fool you. Lord Hokage is a fierce man. That and other citizens will be less than thrilled with you barging in. Makoto did not want it to come across as a scolding. She just wanted the best for both boys involved, both of their sons. As I said, mother, I did not force it, the oldest pressed. But that does not mean that I will not let this slip. Itachi, she cried, frightening herself in the process. Taking a deep breath, she realized her growing emotions, which would not help deal with Itachi. Please let sleeping dogs lie. What if something happened to either of you? Do you know what that would do to me, what that might have done to Kudash? Big brother, came the pleading voice of the family's youngest, his head poking around the corner. He did not like the sight. Big brother and mother were fighting. The two best people in his life were fighting. That was just wrong. They were both so kind. Sasuke, I believe our mother was right. I am quite tired. I'll make sure to walk you to the academy tomorrow, but I can't tonight. He usually would refuse to draw his younger brother into a life like his. But on this occasion, he was left with a sour taste in his mouth after disappointing young Sasuke. But big brother, you said you would, you promised. A two-finger prod to the forehead stopped his rant. Ow, that hurt. Forgive me, Sasuke, maybe next time. Sasuke hated that. His brother always shrugged him off, then asked for forgiveness. All that said, there was no one else in the world that Sasuke would let brush him off. Itachi, even with all the faults that he saw, was still his idol, from the skills he'd seen and the constant praise he received from their father. Itachi once questioned him on his adoration. His answer was simple. Because I want to be like you. He never saw the strained smile on his brother's face after he'd said those words. Hiruzen. The aged Hokage reclined into his seat. At his age, stress did him no good. He already had white hair. Was that not enough for his teammates? He studied his council, his old teammates. During the First Great Ninja War, it was a much more militant time, as it was soon after the Warring States period. The second Hokage led Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatain, alongside Hiruzen Sarutobi, as Team Tobirama. During a mission in what is now known as the Land of Hot Springs, they were accompanied by an escort unit. This squad contained Danzo Shimura, Kagami Uchiha, and Torafu Akimichi. When surrounded by multiple shinobi by the opposing village hidden by the clouds, Hiruzen had offered to sacrifice himself for the rest of the team to escape. This had never been Tobirama's goal. He would never let anyone sacrifice themselves for him, not as the Hokage or a Senju. He intended to determine his successor as the third Hokage, and due to his lack of hesitation, the Sarutobi had been chosen. It was no secret that Danzo had been left bitter due to his fear, leading to his failure to become the village leader. Why have we gathered today? The Hokage asked, not taking his eyes off his village. Do not play the fool, Hiruzen. We all know why we are here. The old member of the Shimura clan was quick to interject. He despised that some peace-loving fool had taken what should have been his role. In his eyes, Hiruzen allowed the village not only to appear weak but to weaken. Then enlighten me, Danzo. As far as I am aware, there have been no issues that require your inclusion. The male council member twirled the cane in his hands as he reined in his growing anger. You have allowed our Jinchuriki to become acquainted with an Uchiha. Why has this been allowed to happen? To this, Hamura slid his glasses back onto this bridge of his nose as he looked towards his leader. I must agree, while I do believe it is for the best that he has gained connections within the village, an Uchiha seems unnecessarily worrisome. Indeed, came the word from his final advisor. The increasing suspicion already surrounding their possible involvement in the incident and to now be linked to the product of such. We seem to be stirring the hornet's nest. You are not wrong, the Sarutobi placated. But would it not be good for their image if they help raise Naruto to be a strong ninja for our village? It might solve how the village sees both parties. That isn't the problem here. Hiruzen, the village's leader, often questioned his sanity when he gave such a role to his old friends. Danzo always made him question this. He wasn't ignorant towards the council members' misdeeds. He simply indulged himself as he believed that it was always for the village's best. You question whether we should allow Naruto with the Uchiha clan as you fear that they might curve his loyalty towards them, away from the village. Is it not the least possible situation, is it? Koharu pointed out, still yet to open her eyes. Tobirama-sensei lectured us multiple times about Madara's ability to control the fox. Most of our generation and those after us know of the Sharingan's abilities. I wouldn't put it past the many to think of this as yet another attempt to control it. There was nothing that proved an Uchiha was at fault 5 years ago, Koharu returned Hiruzen sharply. The edge was not lost on his council members. No need to rile yourself up, Hiruzen. I did not say anything of the sort. Do not take me for a fool, Koharu. I might be older than you, but I am no more senile out of my teammates. I am the only one to continue looking after my body and mind. None missed his implications. Even the bandaged eye could see what he meant. We agree with her. We believe that we should limit his contact with the Uchiha. When he is a shinobi, an Uchiha to accompany him won't be stopped. The gravelly voice of Hamura cut in. I see. I don't like that you have been meeting without me, your commanding officer, and making decisions without me. His stern features soften as he gave a welcoming smile. But luckily I'm the one who makes the decisions. I would rather not have to deal with old friends. Danzo did not react, though his 2 fellow advisors visibly recoiled at their teammates' declaration. Do not fret, we have no such intentions. But as your counsel, we advise that you look into this. We cannot have our Jinchuriki influenced by detrimental sources. Hamura continued. I've heard that Shisui intends to introduce him to Itachi. I will talk to the pair of them. I will not need any of you to be present or any representatives. That time Danzo did react, even if it was only a shuffle of the foot. Do not be lenient, Hiruzen. Those 2 are well regarded amongst their clan. That and the village, both are seen as the future of Leaf Shinobi. I am well aware of that, Danzo. I actually have little interest in splitting the group. Despite your worries, aside from Kakashi and Jiraiya, who know Minato's work best, Hiruzen often enjoyed the back and forth with Danzo. They kept his mind sharp. Speaking of Hatake, he will be ending his ANBU duties soon. He already has had an extended spell in the shadows. I believe that an introduction to young Naruto after he returns to work as a jonin would be best for his mental state. I agree. Hamura and Koharu would both admit their shock with their partner's acceptance. Do not think that I'm merely here to disagree with you, Hiruzen. While I understand the importance of civilians and trade, I believe that the strength of the village is shown through their military power. You have constantly refused my offer to train our Jinchuriki. But Kakashi, as a well-recognized shinobi, his influence can certainly be positive. I will support this decision now. That is all. I must leave. Naruto. The academy hadn't changed for Naruto, not at all. The young Uzumaki had taken to the recesses of the back corner of the room. He was yet to talk to anyone, even his Chunin-sensei. While many would think that not responding to your teacher would be problematic, they would be wrong. In fact, it was best. He didn't talk to them. His sensei ignored him in return. 5 months into the academy, Naruto had well and truly learned his standing in the academy. His unofficial sensei, Shisui, had taken to running him through some basic history. And apparently, the shaggy-haired Uchiha had been quite amused in Boy's interest in the late 4th Hokage. In reality, like all young children, he'd taken a liking to legendary ninja and not just those of the leaf. The 2nd Tsuchikage, Mu of the particle style, the 3rd Kazekage, Otome of the magnet style, and finally Hiruzen Sarutobi, just to name a few. While this was the case, Shisui stressed that while they might have been powerful shinobi, they did not always fight for the right reasons. Basic history came easy to him. Recent history outside of the Namikaze was somewhat more complicated. Fortunately for most, ninjutsu grading did not occur until the 2nd year of the academy. That didn't mean that practice was held off until then. The sensei actually encouraged this to speed up the acquiring of skills. He can't say that he enjoyed the academy, and shown the possibility of early graduation intrigued him. When Shisui told him that he would be introduced to a close friend and another early graduate, he steeled himself to talk to the older boy. Currently, Naruto and Shisui found themselves in the Elder's Garden. The Sharingan wielder had halted any training until this Itachi arrived. Being impatient, the blonde had wanted to protest but decided against it. Instead, He sat in a meditative position attempting to stick a leaf to his forehead. Not an exercise that his unofficial sensei had told him. This was textbook academy. He should be here soon, Shisui insisted. He was just collecting his younger brother from the academy. I believe you might know that boy, Sasuke Uchiha. He noticed the frown that marred his friend's features. Naruto didn't like that boy. He knew of the young Uchiha and was less than amused with the boy's nature. The boy, while never outright demanding it, hungered for attention. Well, you'll find that his older brother and he are nothing alike. Itachi can be quite odd, but you should come to like him. Shisui hadn't said that of anyone yet. I will see. To that, the older boy smiled. Naruto had become comfortable speaking around him. At first, it was a few words barely audible. Now it was few words with growing confidence. When Shisui asked him about this, he'd been unable to get a solid answer, just an embarrassed boy. Maybe Shisui expected too much from the poor boy. He is a genius beyond comprehension. While I'm stronger, I believe that is only due to our age difference. Naruto fought to hide his surprise. Shisui was scarily talented. When only using minimal effort, Naruto lost track of the older boy. I know, while he left the academy at 7 like me, most say it was a late graduation. To that, Naruto frowned once more. This friend of Shisui's garnered so much praise. Call him selfish, but he wished that soon he would be the sole source of the young Jonin's pride. Itachi. The oldest seemed to speak into the wind. Shisui, he spoke, sliding out from behind a nearby fence. He turned to the young boy who had ever so slightly slid behind the older Uchiha's leg. Hello, Naruto. Shisui has told me much about you. Blinking, Naruto gave a nod of the head, letting it hang almost undetectably so. Hello. That was all Naruto could force out. Speaking to new people was a tiring exercise. The Chunin returned the nod in silence. Shisui asked me to oversee your training, provide another point of view, Itachi informed. Naruto's image of the older boy was improving steadily. The boy looked at him with no discernible emotions and did not hesitate in talking to him. Exactly as incredible of a teacher as I am, even I am flawed. But Itachi here is not, therefore, a wonderful frame of reference, said the oldest boy, eyes crinkled shut in a smile. Shisui, the younger Uchiha sighed. The Jonin's behavior, often refreshing, could be draining. Ah, don't be like that, Itachi. I did help teach you, after all. If said boy weren't so grateful for the help, he would have retorted with something smart. Nevertheless, that is true. Shisui has helped my growth in the past and now still. I have been told that I can have a very objective, both Shisui and I believe this can apply to your growth too. Shisui coughed. Once he had the young Uzumaki's attention. He motioned to the clan heir. That and we have different strengths. Itachi is best with genjutsu and weapons, mainly shuriken. He's good at ninjutsu too, but he's a fan of more subtle fighting. Afterwards, he prodded his chest with his thumb. I, on the other hand, am best with ninjutsu and taijutsu. My kenjutsu is also quite advanced, and I'm best with short blades. Though I won't lie, I have come across a small niche in genjutsu. The young blonde liked the sound of both styles of fighting but held his tongue. While you might not have a natural affinity towards my style of combat, the best fighters are continually learning, whether that be through training or battling enemies. The impassive face of the Uchiha prodigy held firm as he continued. Naruto could accept that. It wasn't long before the trio had reached Shisui's backyard. As a spectator, the oldest of them sat out of the fray. Well, let's begin. Itachi did not beckon as Shisui did. His arms hung by his side, though not lamely, just relaxed, not nearly as calm. Naruto too remained still but in a readied stance. Patience, Itachi assessed. Good. Faster than Shisui had ever been, the younger Uchiha pressed his opponent. Instinctively, the young Uzumaki leapt backwards. The first rule in evasion, if there isn't any, put distance between you and your opponent. His older friend's words ringing in his head. Unfortunately, Itachi refused to release his pressure and was on him in an instant. The black-haired boy flung a kick at Naruto's knees and much to his surprise, instead of forfeiting movement by leaping in the air, he dropped. blonde hair drag along the grass as the sweeping kick went overhead. Interesting. Itachi redirected his foot to scissor down on the prone boy. Pushing away, Naruto left enough space for the young Chunin advance. Seeing his opportunity, Itachi attempted to keep the Uzumaki off balance by throwing a rapid set of punches finishing in a palm strike to the chest. Not willing to test himself against his elder's strength, Naruto contorted to avoid every hand. Your speed is impressive. All the muscles in Itachi's right side engaged as he took a broad swipe to the left side Naruto's midsection. Narrow cobalt eyes spotted the blatant attack. Using what speed he had, the blonde bolted around the right side of his opponent. Itachi closed his eyes and sighed inwardly. As inventive as the boy was, he still felt for the most obvious of ploys. Like most Uchiha, closing his eyes was his mistake. When he followed his opponent's movements and looked behind himself, Itachi was greeted with vacant space. As he tracked the rest of the circle, his left knee gave out. Itachi's furrowed brow was visible as he gazed over his collapsing form. Naruto's forearm had buried itself in the back of his opponent's knee. Using the foreign momentum, the Uchiha heir gripped Naruto's high collar as he folded backwards. Throwing the black-clad boy, Itachi returned to his feet. "We're done here," came the authoritative voice of the Chunin. Rolling to a stop, Naruto groaned as fought to stand up once again. "Maybe we need to return to your training. He had you on ice for a moment there." A small twitch in the 10-year-old's eye encouraged Shisui. "Shut up, Shisui," muttered out an embarrassed Itachi. "I won't hear the end of this, will I?" He didn't need an answer. Shisui is Shisui after all. Nodding in agreement, the oldest of the trio could only wish for more moments like this. "Well, Itachi, what is your supreme analysis?" exaggerated the young Jonin, bowing deeply. A soft giggle escaped the small blonde's lips, prompting both older boys to smile. "I suppose it can be allowed this time," Itachi reasoned to himself. "You didn't tell me that he could fight back?" the Uchiha heir began, his voice holding a coat of praise. "Would you have believed me?" Shisui pointed an amused and knowing finger towards his fellow clansmen. As the older pair rambled on, Naruto retreated into his collar as he had just one thought. "It's like I'm not even here," he regretfully admitted. "What do you think, Naruto?" Shisui's voice cut through the blonde's thoughts like a hot knife through butter. Flustered and embarrassed that he'd been caught unawares, he muttered a soft, "I don't know. You know, you've really got to talk to us more. We're all here for you, you know." Cursing his emotions, Naruto nodded vigorously. "We'd believed that Shisui could start teaching you the basics of ninjutsu on top of your taijutsu. My specialty is weaponry, so when I'm able, I can help you." Naruto had learnt never to look a gift horse in the mouth. It was a consequence of this being only the third occasion. So instead, he let the excitement control him. "Really?" Once again, the older pair's mouth quirked upwards. Somehow this boy had retained a child's life. That was strength. "Really," Shisui assured. "Now let us return to Itachi being beaten by someone half his age." "I was not being beaten. Now you what it was like for everyone who fought you." "I was not being beaten," the prodigy repeated tiredly. Chapter 2. 11K words. Tailed beasts, enormous chakra constructs, beings of destruction. There are 9 tailed beasts in total, each with differing characteristics, behaviors, and habitats. The prominent and most distinguishing trait is the number of tails each has, ranging from the 1-tailed raccoon to the 9-tailed fox. Generations ago, they were collected by the leader of the Senju clan and founding Kage. The first Hokage and master of his legendary would style mustered 8 of the tailed beasts and ventured to gift them to the newly made villages to attempt peace. As the hidden sand was already in possession of the 1-tailed sand spirit, they requested supplies instead. The first Hokage sold the hidden cloud, the 2-tailed cat, and 8-tailed ox. The 3-tailed turtle and 6-tailed slug were bargained off to the hidden mist village. The 4-tailed monkey and 5-tailed horse were shipped to the hidden stone, and finally, the last remaining highest bidder was a minor nation. The hidden waterfall received the 7-tailed rhinoceros beetle. The 9-tailed fox remained in the hidden leaf. As these monstrous sources of power were almost impossible to contain, a ninja from every village turned to sealing. Fuinjutsu, a rare shinobi art that required intense amounts of patience, but those who've utilized it to greater degrees would wax lyrical about its benefits in everyday life and the battlefield. With the raw power that the tailed beasts contained, they required humans to be the sealing medium. People who contained a tailed beast were called Jinchuriki. It was common knowledge that the hidden leaf possessed the nine-tailed fox, but details of its location and Jinchuriki had been hidden from everyone, including the hidden leaf's residents. This knowledge gap mainly was disregarded as out of sight, out of mind, but that changed after a tragic incident not long after the Third Great Ninja War. The Nine-Tails attack. It was a terrifying experience they had ever been put through for most citizens, when a vulpine that towers over their Hokage monument appears suddenly in a cloud of smoke and begins wreaking havoc upon their homes. A single swipe of one of its 9 tails can raise tsunamis and flatten mountains. That is what most were told about the magnificent beast. Much to the horror of all who were there that day, that statement rang all too true. Minato Namikaze, the fourth and current Hokage, decided to take the tailed beast head-on. Being a master of Fuinjutsu, and after exhausting his abilities to transport the fox away from his village, he resorted to his final option. A small child, born mere moments before the calamity, was chosen to shoulder the burden. Unfortunately, Minato wouldn't survive the encounter and imparted his wishes to his predecessor, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. The boy was to be regarded as a hero, a savior, even more than Minato was. That was what he wanted, for the boy to grow up surrounded by the village. Unfortunately, both Hokage, past and present, did not think of the public's reaction, especially just after a horrifying incident that claimed hundreds of lives. The boy was not treated as a hero as both wished, not even close. As the boy's parents perished that night, he was resigned to living in his own apartment. With the help of Hiruzen, he could afford basic living expenses. He could spend his money on rent, electricity, water, and gas were paid for by the shinobi offices. Life did not come easy for the 5-year-old boy. He wasn't blamed for the incident, but people could no longer trust the word of the higher-ups when they said it would be safe. Simply put, many refused to risk being near the boy when the time eventually came that the fox would break free. The risk was just too high. For most, ignorance was strength, and who could blame them? People fear what they don't understand, and when a raging monster had taken the lives of your fellow villagers is then locked within a child, the citizens found it best to avoid him. Someone as mentally malleable as a child can react to isolation in many ways. Questioning the lack of acknowledgement from the villagers, this boy became meek and latched onto the one person who truly saw him. Hiruzen, despite his poor decision in allowing the secret to become public knowledge, refused to abandon the boy. Now, this boy had found more people to take solace in and someone to respect and aspire to be alike. Shisui was the next in the so far tragic story that was this boy's life. When he found a boy that stopped himself from entering a shop to merely enjoy its aroma, most would come to similar conclusions when sifting through the possibilities. So he offered a hand to the boy, and both now refused to let go. It was no secret who this boy was. His golden shock of hair was a permanent reminder. So were the azure orbs that set their curious gaze upon everything. Finally, the whiskers, the 3 marks on each cheek, for many, only affirmed their misguided beliefs. This boy was Naruto Uzumaki. Hiruzen.
Ah, welcome.
Shisui, Itachi. The pair of clansmen strode into the village leader's office with no air of fear or pensiveness. They knew why they were there. It was only a matter of time. Lord Hokage, they both addressed. Shisui bowed. Itachi did not. I presume you both know why I have for you both, Hiruzen began. His tone did not waver. It still held its grandfatherly warmth. Yes, sir. Shisui spoke for both of them. Smoke wafted from the wooden pipe that the old Sarutobi held in front of him. Then I must ask, what are your plans for young Naruto? To help, much like you, was the stoic Uchiha's response. It was cruel, but he didn't care. The Hokage inwardly recoiled at Itachi's words. He would admit, he was somewhat detached when aiding Naruto. Please elaborate. You must understand, with Naruto, that something like this worries me. Itachi was not heartless enough to presume that Hiruzen didn't care. If he didn't, Naruto would likely be with a very different part of their village by now. Lord Hokage. Shisui had little interest in being restricted from seeing Naruto. While you may worry about the bond that Itachi and I have with Naruto, it is there, and if not for my sake, then for his. I urge you to not separate us from him. True, I cannot deny that, but please understand my concerns. Both Uchiha understood perfectly.
Ido, Lord Hokage, Ido.
After spending the last few weeks with him, I fully understand what you mean, Shisui pressed honestly. But that must also mean you understand my concerns. He is a young boy with nothing. I don't believe he would admit it, but I'm sure that he holds his bonds as the most valuable parts of his life. That is to be expected when people refuse to see him. Itachi's disdain for the civilians' treatment seeped through into his speech. Please do not blame them. They do not know any better. Hiruzen attempted to reason, though he couldn't help to agree. It's not them that I blame, Lord Hokage, Itachi impassively insisted. Then who do you blame? The young mind of Itachi Uchiha was a thing of wonder to many of the village. Being introduced to the horrors of war as a young child, the shinobi world forced him to mature faster than any child should. Those who know about who Naruto truly is and still refuse to look at him, Itachi knew. That was a sobering fact. The fact that he spoke of who Naruto is and not what he is. Those you speak of lost a lot that day too. You must allow them their time to grieve. The old Sarutobi forced himself to be strong enough to look after Naruto, even when he himself was drowning in guilt. They have taken a family away from him, more so than that day did. Shisui was content in allowing Itachi to vent his frustrations towards the Hokage. His younger friend was an introspective person. He lived in his own head. He would likely implode if he remained silent. But if he could help Naruto more by knowing who he was, he would try. I have already gathered that mountains of secrets surround Naruto, and you might not think it's my place to know, and I don't want to impede but gathering his breath. The special Jonin continued before he fell short. For the role I intend to play in his life, I must know. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes at his subordinate. What role do you intend to play in his life? The familial warmth did not smooth over Hiruzen's discontent. A family, Lord Hokage, a family. I met a young boy who couldn't handle someone coming up to speak to him. Do you know he tried to run away when I said hello? I was unaware, the Hokage regretfully admitted while inwardly interrogating himself. Had Naruto recessed that much? He always seemed so cheerful when they talked in his office. Was that because Naruto was comfortable around him, or was it an act? Ever since then, with no lack of pushing, Naruto talks to me when we train. He listens to me. I can still tell he doesn't fully trust me. He still hesitates to respond. That's not how any child should be. Acknowledgement is a foreign idea to him. So I wish to know how and who could strip that from him. I wish to understand that. I wish I could tell every one of these things, but it would put Naruto in an even more precarious position. Neither Uchiha could fathom a position in which Naruto's life can be worsened. He's treated as if his existence is a pox upon the lives of others. His self-worth has been crushed beyond comprehension. Do not think for a second that I am merely sitting here twiddling my thumbs as a young boy is forced into a solitary life. Of course, Lord Hokage, Shisui amended with growing impatience. But you did not say why you could not tell me alone about just who Naruto is. Your ears and mind are as sharp as those eyes of yours, Shisui. Though, before that, Itachi, how have you come across this knowledge? The kindly village leader asked. Aunt Kushina, during pregnancy, often came to our house to ask questions of mother. How could I forget? Hiruzen chuckled, his wonders satiated. Naruto. Training with Shisui and occasionally Itachi had become the high point of his days. Not only could he train a lot, but he could also spend more time with his new friends. Today, though, it sucked, not because he couldn't touch his opponent, he was used to that, but Shisui wasn't even paying attention to him. The unspoken insult to his skills didn't hurt as much as the Uchiha's recent behavior. Had he pushed one of the few people he had away? Was he not good enough? Did Shisui just not like him? As Naruto sunk deeper into his pit of thoughts, the sparring ended wordlessly. Without Naruto as the aggressor, his opponent did not need to evade or counter. It took some moments until the older of the pair realized what had happened. "Why'd you stop?" the Sharingan wielder vocally pondered. "I know you're not tired." The weary smile that Shisui wore only dampened his partner's mood. Golden locks draped of the young Uzumaki's features. Seeing his younger friend state, Shisui took a step forward but was cut off before he could speak. "Did I do something wrong?" His breathing hitched when an answer didn't come quickly enough. Naruto confirmed all of his doubts. He'd screwed up, someone had let him in, and he'd disappointed them. The crushing feeling only deepened. That was until a hand reached out. That hand, not much larger than his own, stretched out from a height above him. Landing on his shaggy blonde hair, it nestled amongst the gold and slowly massaged the top of his head. "Of course not, don't be silly." Shisui continued to ruffle his hair. He knew that Naruto just needed some reassurance. "There is nothing right now that you could do to push me away. You got that." A small bop on the head to emphasize his point. Swiveling the younger boy by his head, he squatted down and looked all over Naruto's black-clad body. Then, Naruto paused, turning his big blue desperate eyes towards Shisui. "This is bad. Big brother isn't like this. What's wrong?" That was the moment in which Shisui decided why he wanted to look after Naruto. This little boy, even after the treatment he'd received, sought to help anyone he could. As wrong as it is, this little boy saw his pain as secondary. Everyone else came first. "Naruto," Shisui spoke softly. He knew it was selfish, but he had just one request. "Never change." The black-haired boy grinned widely, pressing down the spiky locks on the younger boy's head. For a few moments, confusion was written all over Naruto's face. Not before long, though, did it once again match the bright smile Shisui wore. "You got it, Shir," the tiny blonde exclaimed, looking past the hand on his head. Shisui gripped Naruto's head and, with little effort, he flipped the younger boy over himself. Rolling to a halt, the academy student raised his head just enough to see the challenging smirk that always arose whenever they sparred. Time ticked on as Naruto and Shisui exchanged feet and hands. Eventually, they delved into ninjutsu, and the prodigy was reminded that his new friend was still a child even with his moments of maturity. "You know, my superiors won't let me forget my nickname," his chuckle filled with humored sarcasm. "Sorry, moniker." He reminded himself, Kotetsu and Izumo were relentless in their teasing when it was added to his bingo book entries. "Nickname," Naruto parroted curiously with wide eyes. "Shisui of the body flicker? Or Shisui the teleporter?" Said ninja waved off the international recognition with practiced nonchalance. "It's great for our village to have people who are recognized by opposing nations, as it can be a deterrent for attacks and conflict in general. That, as well as they can be very influential in negotiations." Feeling that Naruto's attention was solely on him, the young Uchiha kept reveling. "Just like my superiors, when I was recognized, it became an unspoken responsibility. So while most strive for that fame, it's hard to maintain that respect." It took Shisui a second to realize that Naruto probably couldn't keep up with what he was saying. "But don't worry about that, you're a few years off anything like that." "But Shir," Naruto groaned pleadingly, blue eyes sparkling in desperation. "No, even I wasn't as young as you are now when I graduated. To be a better shinobi and person, patience is essential." It was hard for both to hear, but the Uchiha mentor knew that negative feedback would eventually be necessary. "You only managed what you did against Itachi because he underestimated you. That won't happen when fighting against enemy ninja. They will try to destroy you. They will not stop until they can't move or breathe." It was a chilling truth, and once again, Shisui knew the little blonde needed to hear this. Slightly deflated, the young Uzumaki tried to think about what to say but was halted by a ruffle of his spiky locks. "Sure dash. But don't worry." If the older noticed Naruto's attempt to speak up, he didn't let on. "That's why you've got big brother Shisui." He prodded his chest with his thumb as his teeth shone. "Even if it takes forever, I'll be there." Sure. Naruto muttered in awe. Even Gramps had never told him something like that. It was the best pain he'd ever felt. A new warmth thawed away at the chilled grip in his chest. A toasty heat made him wince, but just like before, when they were at that small ramen stand, This pain was so much easier to bear. Time stood still for the blonde as he watched his older friend's unkempt hair whip against his face. Shisui Uchiha, Naruto's guide, shining light, goal and family. Naruto was no longer getting stronger for himself. No, he needed to get stronger for Shisui to make him proud, to protect him. Don't get too hung up on this pointless comment. Now, why I started talking about this was I wanted to teach you something. This requires a lot of speed, something you are naturally gifted with, so hopefully, this technique should come easily to you. Also, with all that chakra you've got, you might not even need to limit yourself once you've got it down. While the recesses of Naruto's self-declaration were being shed, the prospect of a new technique began racing through his mind. A favorite of mine's signature, you could say. The body flicker technique is a highly versatile skill. You can use this for travel, or like me, it can be a handy tool in battle. Before Naruto could demand anything, the special Jonin held a one-handed ram seal to his chest. Attempting to close in on his older brother figure, the little Uzumaki lunged forward to grip Shisui. But it didn't end in his favor as his self-appointed sensei blurred out of existence. In an impressive show of speed, the Uchiha prodigy reappeared upon a nearby tree branch and watched as his younger brother comically stumbled and tried to regain his balance. Stifling a chuckle, the blonde's head whipped around to glower at Shisui. This action overcame Shisui's defenses, and he could only guffaw at the offended boy. Sure, he hollered with an accusatory finger. Don't do that. It's so annoying. That, along with the constant ruffling of hair, Naruto found immensely irritating, those actions he could do without. You know you love it, he returned effortlessly. He did not. Leaping down to meet. He did not. Naruto growled at his offender. You always do it just to laugh at me. Ah, don't say that. Shisui played as he waved away the charge. I'd never do something like that. Who do you think I am? A mean old brother. Naruto pouted before coming to a realization. But you can repay me by teaching me that awesome jutsu. Shisui raised an eyebrow at the young Uzumaki. Is that all, is it? Not going to ask for a different one. Maybe a more flashy technique, fire style. He tempted. He could imagine Naruto demanding something like that. He'd appeared quite intrigued by their combating pyrotechnics. But Naruto hesitated at his words and began to study the ground. But you said that the flicky thing was your jutsu, he recounted with clenched fists. I did, is that it? You want to be just like Big Brother Shisui? He jested slyly. Nah, I want to be better, and then you'll call me Big Brother. You got that? He proclaimed only for the corners of Shisui's eyes in warmth, then narrowed deviously. Not a chance, the older boy retorted seamlessly, drawing out the silence before finishing. Mini-me. For an unknown period, one would find themselves quite amused if they entered training ground 2. A 5-year-old moving at ridiculous speeds in an attempt to catch a cackling special Jonin. Itachi. The young Chunin had always been wary of other people. People were unknowns. While he was quite skilled in reading body language and facial expressions, he still couldn't see what was going on inside their head. When that is the case, that person is a threat to him. To Sasuke. So when a renowned ANBU operative strolls up to him and not so subtly shows interest in his and Shisui's newest venture, he grew cautious. Kakashi, shogi is a game to improve one's tactical ability, but that is not the game you are playing right now. Unless you are in need of something, I much prefer to train alone. Itachi's impassive voice only added to the evident irritation. Easy. I'm just curious, that's all. Jet Black met a single dark gray eye, the emotionless gaze, one of practiced boredom. Yes, I'm more than aware that you are curious about Naruto. But why? Cracks of almost fatigue crept into his voice. I have my reasons. No, why now? Taking an imperceptible breath to calm himself, Itachi turns from the armor-clad shinobi to his set of targets. He fully understood the need for respect in the chain of command, but he also knew when and where it was necessary. Why are you taking an interest in him now? Why not back then? The last thing any child needs is an unstable influence in their life. I would not put that on any child, let alone Naruto. The silver-haired ninja voiced with gravity. That does not answer the question. Itachi cut in again, patience quickly fading. turning his head to study where his third kunai landed half an inch off. Pitiful. Last I understood, you still feared him, so I want to know why now. Kakashi narrowed his gaze at his subordinate. What could I fear about a child? You shouldn't fear him, that's true. So maybe it's not him that you fear, your duty perhaps. I have nothing to fear. The defensive shinobi spoke mostly to himself. So, Hataki. Why now? Both citizens of the Hidden Leaf's patience had run thin. I'm merely a fellow citizen showing an interest. Kakashi's answer was punctuated by the whistling of a kunai past his singular visible eye. The young ANBU captain leveled a bored gaze, refusing to acknowledge the threat on his life. If that's not good enough for you, though. A restrained sigh escaped the young Uchiha lips as he turned an exasperated look towards his superior. Enjoy attempting to convince Shisui the only times in which they're not attached at the hip is when either Shisui is on a mission, Naruto is at the academy, in which he's having the same issues me and you have experienced thanks to Shisui's training, or when they're training. While Kakashi found the academy to be detestable because he shot through their system quicker than anyone, a child's life was not on the battlefield. What does the training involve? From what I've heard, Naruto isn't the studious type. Itachi let out what very few would recognize as a groan. While his theoretical practices had improved, his physical prowess far outspans any his age. Itachi's voice carried explicit pleasure, but that quickly soured as he continued. Sasuke came home one day asking if I had heard about a boy his age who beat the paste out of the Inuzuka heir. Naruto, unfortunately, still treats every spar as if he is against Shisui. The senior ninja chuckled at the new information. So Tsum's kid bit it did he might do that clan a world of good. Nothing quite like an Inuzuka with wounded pride. Itachi refused to fall into idle chit-chat with the man. His lax demeanor was just too inviting. You asked now, didn't you? Well, my lovely little subordinate, I simply don't want to lose my chance to be involved in his growth. You wish to help train him? Itachi questioned incredulously. I didn't realize that was what people thought of me. Kakashi lamely bemoaned about his degraded reputation. But I'd heard of two Uchiha's recent undertaking in an infamous academy student. I know when I can help, and as good as the pair of you are, there are some things I can teach him, techniques that you and Shisui could never come across. His dash. Out came a small book from the older shinobi's back pocket as Kakashi immediately landed on the right page. I know what I know, you know what you know, and I know what you know. I'll let you figure the rest out. I'll talk to our favorite special jonin. This isn't because of some sense of duty. Collecting himself, he gave his subordinate a tired look. Will you take up Lord Danzo's offer? While not overly thrilled by the prospect of someone joining the corps who was younger than when he was admitted, he found himself intrigued by the enigmatic Uchiha. Not yet. Perhaps soon, but not yet. Any reason? Kakashi probed, still not facing his fellow Sharingan wielder. There are some things I wish to be in order before I make such decisions. Naruto. The onslaught of intrigue had lost its shine and had turned into something more akin to interrogation. And Sasuke, while I feel like one's academy time will be significantly shorter than the other, neither are yet to acclimatize. If one or both cannot adjust, then I simply wish to help them prepare for life outside of our walls. The wind began to lap at Itachi's face, causing strands of hair to cover his eyes. Well, look at you and me, we never adjusted. The silver-haired man's voice held traces of amusement. I won't presume anything about you, but I don't believe it to be wise for people to use me as the stick to measure themselves. Itachi pointed out flatly. True, I wouldn't wish my life on anyone. As a man who was introduced to a life of trained killing at the age of 5, the young veteran had experienced more than most ever would. I concur, and that is why I must prepare them. I'll play whatever role I must to help them. Even if that means being an obstacle for them to overcome, that's what family is. A few questions made their way into Kakashi's mind, but he thought it best to keep them unasked. I'll be seeing you later. The 19-year-old NBU strolled past Itachi, his sandals crunching the grass and leaves underfoot. Stopping, he looked at the kunai that was launched earlier before voicing. Half an inch out, you should really work on that. Chakra seeped into his eyes as the left orb twitched violently. His blood-red Sharingan counted the number of ways he could annihilate the lax Hitaki. "Could I use you as the target?" he suggested semi-seriously. "Sasuke." The raven-haired 5-year-old trudged along the dirt path back to his home. The training grounds near his compound was his usual haunt, if not home or at the academy. Though his older brother had time, it wouldn't matter where they would be. Sasuke was there, by his Itachi's side, though his time with his brother was rapidly shortening. His recent promotion to Chunin, and now there was something else, and whatever it was, it put his mother on edge. He couldn't tell if it affected his father. That man seemed to be fazed by nothing. Sasuke walked past the compound's walls and continued on. As he passed his clansmen, some smiled, others waved, and some ignored him. He had grown up receiving mixed greetings. To some, he was the future of their clan, and many hoped he and his brother would lead the clan out of its current rut. The others saw him as a failure. After all, Itachi was scoring almost perfect in the academy and was rumored to be on the cusp of graduating by his age. Thoughtlessly, he pushed into his front door as he let everyone in the house know, "I'm home." "Welcome home, Sasuke." His mother's soft voice always made him happy. While Itachi was his drive to be better, his mother was his support. It made him happy beyond belief. "Thank you, mother." His doting parent poked her head around the corner from the living room to look at him. As if it was routine, she studied his dirted form before scolding him about training too hard by himself, and then proceeded to lick her thumb and rub the dirt off of his young face. While Sasuke groaned about her excessive parenting, the front door slid open once more to reveal Itachi in his classic black wear. "Hello, Sasuke," he warmly greeted, smiling unconsciously. "Big brother?" Sasuke cheered as he wrapped his arms around the firstborn. While he reveled in the grappling of his younger brother, he schooled his features to look at Mikoto. "Hello, mother." "Itachi." "I'm home." Sasuke had told him to apologize to his mother, but he wouldn't. He refused to when he had done nothing wrong. How are you feeling?" Her smile was there, but it was strained. It hurt to watch her son disregard the dangers of his situation because of his stubbornness. "Tired. Kakashi can be quite assertive." "I didn't realize you and him were close," she couldn't help but say, then mentally recoiled. Conversations with her sons were so easy. Why couldn't there just be no animosity between them? "We aren't. I was approached by him today to ask about Naruto. I believe Lord Third must have informed him of what Shisui and I have been doing." Sasuke's young mind effortlessly recalled hearing that name before. Naruto, who was this person? It always his mother nervous and defensive, but Itachi refused to leave. What Sasuke learnt was a boy, alone. "I see. What did he have to say?" Mikoto questioned amicably. "That he wanted to meet Naruto as well as help his training." Itachi was rather curt in his answers, but his mother understood. "And why does that displease you?" "Because the man had 5 years to approach him and did nothing. People who put in no effort deserved nothing in return. Such is the case here. While I'm still not pleased, it still took you 5 years to approach him." Sasuke continued to watch as the same argument came up once more. Every time there was a new detail. First, that the topic was a boy, then he was someone around his age. "I was told I couldn't approach him, and I doubt that those restrictions would be placed on him, a jonin." Itachi's friend and fellow clan member had decided to take this boy, who wasn't an Uchiha, under his wing. Itachi had been training him too, and now another person. Just who was this kid? "If that is the case, please do not get too involved. I know you're enjoying training him dash." "Big brother," Sasuke exclaimed. This boy was stealing his older brother from him. "But you barely train with me? Now you're helping someone else?" Sasuke would never understand Itachi's reasons for not training him, and that fact brought a sad smile to the elder brother's face. "Do not think that I have replaced you. No one could do that. Shisui only requested that I help." He tried to reason. "But I ask all the time and you're always too busy." The younger brother was more saddened than angry. "Yes, you do, and I'm sorry that I can't tell you why that is." Neither mother nor sibling couldn't tell that Itachi was genuinely apologetic. "Okay, But you've got to make it up to me, some serious training. None of that me watching your stuff. Got it? Of course, I'll make time. Itachi wouldn't lie about that. While it is good you wish to correct your brother's faults, I require your presence in our clan meetings, so you will not have the time needed for that. Their father and clan head, Fugaku Uchiha, had returned from communications with the village and, as per usual, appeared mildly irritated. While Sasuke deflated slightly, Itachi dutifully responded. Of course, father. As you are now a Chunin, there will be even more responsibilities. We will also talk about what you have been doing with Shisui and Kakashi's recent inclusion. Itachi knew his father would much rather say interference but held his tongue. Of course, father. Hidden Leaf Academy. When Sasuke had asked Itachi about a blonde boy who'd stood out in taijutsu spars of a fellow class, all his brother had said was to pay attention. When Daikoku-sensei told his class that there would be a taijutsu exercise with Kyogi-sensei Sasuke, he became very attentive, and his suspicions were proven correct. As they moved outside, the young Uchiha spotted the other class and zeroed in on a golden-haired boy, sitting right in the middle of the group. The boy was clearly excited. He could almost feel how ready the boy was. Daikoku, you're here. Excellent, I was just explaining to my class that we would have small spars, one from my class against one from yours. Daikoku smiled cheerfully at his colleague before giving the class a passing look. Well, I'm looking forward to it. What neither teachers noticed was the two students staring quizzically at each other. While Sasuke managed to not show it much outwardly, he was clearly studying the other boy. The other put in no such effort as his face contorted in thought. He looks like Itachi, but he shuffled it away as them being from the same clan. Let's get started, shall we? Kyogi voiced, looking forward to some of the later fights. Definitely, Sanaka Onakuma from Kyogi-sensei's class, please step forward. Turning his head to his own students, Rinraka Yanagikage, you're up. Represent our class to the best of your abilities. As time passed and students battled to the best of their abilities, Sasuke would steal lingering glances at the golden boy during the fights. He was so caught up in trying to solve the puzzle that he almost didn't hear his homeroom teacher call out. Sasuke, this your turn. Make your family and me proud. As he stripped his eye away from the boy in question filled in what Shisui had told him about Itachi not too long ago. His previous confusion gone. The man turned and raised his gaze over the other class. Naruto, the smile Daikoku flashed made both boys' insides churn. The pair recognized the superficial warmth. Sasuke was shown everywhere he went. No one wanted to antagonize the clan head by insulting his son after all. And well, Naruto didn't need to be told it was fake. Shisui had shown him what a genuine smile looked like. Your turn. So this was the boy that Itachi often spoke about. Adding that to the display he'd been treated to recently, it wasn't hard for Sasuke to piece together that the boy was special. Another clan heir? He thought. It wasn't an illogical guess. You got it, sensei. Deciding to ignore what he felt, he leapt up and jogged over to the ring. Much more collected than his opponent, Sasuke strode over to meet his target, much to the pleasure of the cheering female crowd. More confused than anything, what's so special about him? He'd seen the boy's display in taijutsu previously, and though he wouldn't admit it, he didn't see himself winning. But that didn't justify him taking Itachi away from him. He reasoned that he would be that good if his brother actually trained with him. Now, make the seal of confrontation. It mildly irked Sasuke that his opponent seemed to be disregarding him. Naruto was visibly giddy. He would be sparring with Itachi's brother, a boy his age. He could see where he ranked. If he really was Itachi's brother, this boy had to have trained as much as him. As Naruto raised his right hand, Sasuke raised his left. Coal bored into cobalt as the blonde lowered into his position. At the image of a familiar stance, a small fire ignited itself into his belly. The taijutsu form he'd taken was very similar to a subform of the Uchiha's traditional style. That's not his. He's no Uchiha. Jealousy mixed with injured pride, as Sasuke ignored any fears of Naruto's skill and advanced as quickly as he could manage. Naruto, for his part, saw Sasuke's advance as a decoy and opted to wear the hit. Sasuke's left arm went straight for Naruto's jaw with unbridled fury. only for it to be blocked as the blonde rolled to his left. Naruto's forearms slid down his opponent's arm and gripped him at the shoulder. Wrenching at the limb, Sasuke felt his feet leave the ground as his weight followed his leading hand. Dust accumulated as Sasuke scrambled to not roll out of the sparring ring. Fingers drew lines in the dirt as he fought to stand. Unfortunately for Sasuke, Naruto peeked at his opportunity and darted towards the dark-haired boy. Sasuke expected him to stay low and attack his already failing balance, but instead, the smaller boy leapt over him and, with his right hand, gripped the nape of his blue shirt, just above the Uchiha clan symbol. Naruto landed, crouching, and for the second time, Naruto launched his opponent away. Sasuke had no opportunity to remain in the ring as he landed past the peanut gallery. That was Itachi's move, his enraged mind yelled. But before he could charge at his gleeful opponent, Daikoku-sensei's hand landed firmly on his shoulder. "Wonderful bout, boys," he professed with the same smile. "You both seem to have received some exceptional training. Sasuke, as your sensei, I'm sure your family is very proud of your speed and technique." Naruto continued to beam, but the statement, as well as the apparent gap between him and Naruto, made him spit. "Now, make the unison sign." Obliging, Naruto jogged up but was halted when Sasuke hotly turned on him. "Not a chance, not with him." The remark caught the blonde off guard. What had he done? Now, Sasuke. The signs of confrontation and unison are a tradition for these spars. The unison sign shows that you have finished your spar and come together as comrades of the hidden leaf. Daikoku attempted to remedy the boy's temper. As Itachi's brother, it wouldn't reflect well to have an outburst in front of other students. They would be likely to speak about it. Sasuke attempted to lash out once more, but couldn't move out of his teacher's firm grip. When he tried to glare, all he met was the same smile. This time, though, he could read some not-so-hidden disappointment. "Not good enough. Not like your elder brother." Sasuke could almost hear the words that his sensei was thinking. The Uchiha shot one filthy glare at the Uzumaki as his thoughts cleared. When both boys returned to the group, Sasuke received the usual treatment, praise and reassurance from the girls, but he ignored them routinely. Naruto, on the other hand, noticed a few approving glances from the boys. The pair placed themselves at either side of the group with faces set in frowns. They knew where the bar was set. Shisui, the body flicker expert, had been more than impressed with Naruto's recent training. While his skills had been progressing just like before, his mentality had stood out. Itachi had told him of the interaction between the pair at the academy and the rather sour outcome. After a brief conversation of how to talk to the two boys, Shisui decided that not much needed to be said. He didn't want to distract Naruto from his progress. "Last time I showed you the body flicker, and I'm sure you went and tried it without me." The tiny blonde gave a weak grin and scratched that annoying itch at the back of his head. "But I don't need to ask you to know that you couldn't do it." There was no accusation of low expectations, just a statement of pure fact. "But I don't get it. I did the hand signs perfectly, and everything," Naruto impatiently complained. "Shisui could do it so effortlessly, and he got nothing." "I'm sure you did. Do you think you could show me what you're doing?" Shisui appeased. He had his mother help him with the body flicker, so he knew how helpful someone with the Sharingan could be. "Why?" Naruto groaned. "It's not gonna change anything." "Humor me." Shisui's voice held its patience. "Fine." Closing his eyes, Shisui opened them to reveal blood-red irises. 3 tomo spun in each before slowing to a stop. While the regular body flicker only required the tiger seal, Shisui advised Naruto to add the bird and cat seals. It may shorten the technique range but be easier to perform for those aiming to learn it. Naruto did as he was told. Shisui watched as his student's chakra fluctuated at an astonishing rate. As he finished the seals, he molded as much chakra as he could and pushed it through the entirety of his body. Shisui marveled once more at the pure magnitude the boy held within him. It was so much so that Naruto's body couldn't contain the tidal wave of chakra that escaped him. Almost like blue flames, the external chakra coiled around his body before releasing in one colossal surge. With no small amount of amazement, Shisui ran his hand through his shaggy black hair. "That chakra," he thought, "I don't think I could even handle that amount of power." It'll be a while before you could use this technique. You simply don't have the chakra control necessary for it. The older boy lectured knowingly. Luckily, that is something you can build up over time, and when your control becomes fine enough, you can perform almost any jutsu. Got it. I'm going to make my control perfect dash. His proclamation was cut short but Shisui's. That's going to be hard, especially for you. Huh, what's that mean? Naruto asked, slightly overcome. It means, Shisui stressed, that chakra control exercises will be more difficult for you because of your incredible reserves of chakra. They dwarf even mine. Naruto didn't hesitate. He just looked up and gave his usual cheery grin. Then let's get on to it. If I have to make my control better, then I gotta get started, right? Shisui always found it hard to not smile whenever he looked at Naruto. It was only made so much harder when the boy showed so much happiness. So, with his own toothy smirk, he gave an affirmative nod. Have you ever climbed a tree before? A very flat Naruto gave off a humorless tone. Sure, you're not very funny. It's not a joke. The first exercise in chakra control is sticking a leaf to your forehead, but I think you would just crush it if you tried to do it. Shisui turned to the nearest tree and placed the sole of his foot against it. Luckily, that isn't the only way to improve your control. Tree climbing is a widespread way most ninjas maintain or improve their control. Unfortunately, most of his words were spoken into the air for no one to hear. As he finished, he peeked down towards his student to find the slack-jawed blonde. You'll see it's not that hard once you get it down. Most seasoned ninja does this without thinking. Can you do that, Shisui? Naruto worded as he regained his cognizance. Don't worry about that. All you need to worry about is learning how to tree walk. It only took Naruto a few moments of silent deliberation before he stared up at Shisui, fists balled in front of him as he proclaimed. Of course, I need to be worried about that because I'll climb that tree before you know it. Shisui held a hand to his right eye as he reminisced about his late teammate and best friend. Unfortunately, Naruto didn't have a rival to push him right now, not one like he had. That wouldn't need to change for a while. After all, he was still a long way from becoming a ninja. He still had time to build those bonds. Well, if you're so sure about that, start channeling a small amount of chakra at the base of your feet. Just be careful you have the right amount of chakra. Doing as he was told, Naruto fell into deep concentration. His hands folded into the ram sign as his soles brightened with a luminescent blue. Not enough, Shisui's Sharingan recognized. The amount of chakra was directly proportionate to the weight of the person. Once you feel that you have the right amount of chakra, I want you to run up this tree. Turning around, Shisui drew his tanto and out of habit. It hummed a similar blue as he embedded it in the tree to the hilt. When you can pull this tanto out of the tree, we can move on to the next part of your training. This training is based around how you feel, so I can't help too much, so in the meantime, there is someone that I need to meet. With a small wave and tired bye, Shisui disappeared in a gust of wind. Momentarily lost, the blonde's chakra dissipated, but the surprise didn't last long. He told Shisui that he would do something and Naruto never lied, so just as before, he built up his chakra. Feeling the pulse at his feet, he lined up the tall tree in front of him and charged. 1 step. 2 step. 3 step. Shisui. Floor. Ouch, Kakashi offered amicably. Looked like it hurt. His lone eye traveling up from his book to look at the sprawled-out figure of the pained blonde. It's Naruto, he'll get up, Shisui said, returning to the peaceful nature. Honestly, I don't think he'll complete this today. That drew some attention. Oh, you don't see him climbing the tree, and I'd heard that he had decent control of his chakra. That was true. His use of the replacement and transformation techniques while not genin level was well ahead of his age and only improving. That is correct, but that isn't what I told him to do. The dull gray eye of the intrusive Jonin never left the page, but the man did chuckle. Itachi seems to be rubbing off on you, Naruto too. Possibly, Shisui granted, but as much as he wants to move on, he won't until he's perfected his current step. The Hatake nodded, his silver hair inclining towards their topic. Respectable. The slanted hidden leaf headband glinted in the streaks of sunlight peeking through the trees as Kakashi leveled his gaze at the boy in the distance. As Naruto dusted himself off and charged up the tree once more, the silver-haired Jonin spoke up. I want to help train him, he spoke bluntly. Both knew where this was going, might as well get on with it. The slanted hidden leaf headband glinted in the streaks of sunlight peeking through the trees as Kakashi leveled his gaze at the boy in the distance. As Naruto dusted himself off and charged up the tree once more, the silver-haired Jonin spoke up. I didn't think you'd speak so candidly about it, from what Itachi told me. I didn't think you wanted to be involved. Kakashi's narrowed eye stilled on his junior, but he released it with a sigh when he looked at Shisui's smile. Is that you talking or him? Shisui deigned not to answer. All of his attention was clearly on Naruto. I want to help train him, and I won't lie, my involvement with him is out of our control. That is what I've been told. The special Jonin expected as much. Naruto was the Jinchuriki which set limitations on his life, so much of his life was already out of his control. I'd be lying if I said I was surprised, so I won't. Naruto took to the tree once more. This time, he blew the bark off the tree as he was propelled away. You can help train him. It's not like I can do anything about it. The older of the two smiled behind his mask. Itachi made it out as if you were some indestructible nut that would take me months to crack. And you're making it out as if Naruto is some club, not someone you want to help. The lone gray eye turned icy as Kakashi rounded on his subordinate. I got enough accusations from Itachi, and I was polite enough to overlook them. Itachi is blunt in his nature, and as mature as he is, he doesn't know better. But you Shisui do know better, so take a good hard look at how thin the ice you're standing on is. Neither relented. Shisui held his calm gaze on his protege. You said you had no say in me helping training him, so I will help. Not yet. Not until he has a better grasp on his chakra. Of course, I'd hate to impede. You're very fortunate that this is about Naruto. Otherwise, your rank and pay would be at risk. As a special Jonin, you're closer to Chunin than full Jonin. Shisui didn't like where this was going. So your pay is closer to a Chunin's as well. Don't go playing it so close to the vest. Your family couldn't afford that. While he'd never spoken to his senior before, it didn't surprise Shisui that Kakashi knew of his circumstances. Though he could feel his shoulders tightening to contain his rage, Shisui couldn't believe that Kakashi just threatened his mother and father. Your actions don't just affect you. They affect those close to you too. Your actions are more important than you think. Shisui took in the threats his superior was sending his way, though he was still yet to take his eyes off of his student. I didn't think you'd be so low as to threaten family. Did you think that it was necessary? The young Uchiha couldn't believe his senior would use this direction as a way to get close to Naruto. When it comes to Naruto, if you aren't willing to risk what's important to you, you can't involve yourself. There is no dipping your toe in, either head first or not at all. Shisui wanted to step in but was cut off prematurely. While Naruto may not be part of your family, he sees you as his. You got through, which means that any decision you make now affects him. Only certain people will give you leeway when it comes to him, so choose your battles wisely. That was a reality check for the special Jonin. As the words continued to ring in his head, Shisui ran his fingers along the groove of his headband. As he looked at his hand, he noticed the dust and grime that had been removed from his headband. Had it really been that long since he cleaned it? He used to take such good care of it. What else had slipped? All that said, I really have to thank you. If you didn't get involved with him, I wouldn't have either. Perhaps I felt a little threatened that my chance was being taken away from me. As if he'd been holding that truth in for a while, Kakashi released a slow breath and brushed his hair with his left hand. Shisui took note of the man's headband. I doubt Naruto will be very long in improving his chakra control, and I doubt that I'll need to tell you how he is doing. When he's ready, I'll tell him that you want to meet him. The young NBU captain's eye closed and curved upwards, his masks crinkling from his smile. I do hope he doesn't get a big head from all the attention he's receiving. Loud and often tactless, yes, ungrateful, no. Naruto will never be ungrateful. The gentle Uchiha returned the smile. No, he won't. Thank you for this, but I really must be off. The pair nodded to each other as Kakashi tracked off. Looking from Naruto lying painfully on the ground to the dust on the tips of his fingers, finally, he glanced in the direction his senior had left. That headband was dirtier than his. Fire Capital, Feudal Lord's Palace. Kondakai Madoka, a man of more diminutive stature, small beady eyes and long dark hair. A man who struggled to make his own decisions and is swayed easily, one you wouldn't put in difficult situations, wouldn't make tough decisions. Luckily, he wasn't anyone important, just the feudal lord of one of the most powerful nations in the shinobi world. His lordship was currently resting on a comfortable wooden chair overlooking the southern districts of the capital. With all his mental fortitude, he consistently delegated most of his decisions to those around him. Unfortunately, that was most commonly Asuma Kazuma. For these first, working under the most powerful person in the land, was rapidly losing its shine. Kazuma was a patriotic member of the Guardian Shinobi 12, who sought to maintain the Land of Fire's strength. Couldn't tell you, sir, I haven't worked with any of them. What about you, Saru? The oldest Guardian ninja bumped his junior's shoulder with his own. Kazuma was facing the feudal lord, his back and elbows leaning against the railing. Asuma joined his lordship in enjoying the view. He wasn't just protecting Kondakai. He watched everyone in the capital. Tisich, Asuma grunted and rolled his arm away from his dark-haired senior. Maybe you haven't, but I've worked some missions with a few of them. Gloomy bunch, the lot of them. No fun to be around. Asuma Sarutobi, a gruff man, heralded from the Hidden Leaf Village, son of their current Hokage. A true shame, Hiruzen was very forward in recommending these two. Two young Uchihas both appear to be as skilled as Jonin or seasoned Chunin. His lordship seemed truly devastated at the news. How old are they, sir? Kazuma leaned in. Young could mean many things. To his 32, he considered Asuma to be young, and his junior was 20. 10 and 13. I told you they were young, didn't I? Asuma ground his teeth. Memories of a silver-haired Hitaki were pushed back into his mind. Children in this world were to be protected, not put out there to kill for the village. What the hell was his father thinking? Noting the tenseness in his partner's features, Kazuma bumped Asuma once more. Chill. I'm sure the Hokage knows what he's doing. Luckily, Asuma's smoking habit had long since been accepted by his colleagues and the feudal lord himself. Pushing himself up by his elbows, Asuma bumped out a cigarette and set his lighter. The soothing feel of the familiar warmth helped the ticked Sarutobi relax. I'd hope so. He's got all those years of experience after all. The smoke expelled pushed past Kazuma as he rested his arms on the rail of the balcony. I do hope that you Sarutobis will make up. When your stint here ends, I would hate for your relationship to continue as it is now. Asuma never enjoyed this topic. He and his father didn't get along, that was that. When he was promoted to Jonin, Asuma childishly believed that his father would finally treat him like an adult. That belief had been quickly washed down the drain when he realized that he was being babied, still not breaching past B-rank protection details. He could understand if he was still too inexperienced to lead A-rank missions as a green Jonin, but not that. Please, sir, my domestic situation is hardly essential for this decision. Kazuma and his lordship sighed, one more dramatic than the other. As always, you are correct. Thank you, Asuma, but I truly wish that you two could tell me what you think now that you have read their files and recommendations. Kazuma straightened to attention before speaking. Two supposed prodigies, one being the heir to one of the most powerful clans in our world. The other is already widely regarded as a talent far exceeding the very same clan, Itachi Uchiha and Shisui of the Body Flicker. My only reservations lie in their age and lack of experience, sir. Nodding along with approving high-pitched hums, Kondakai rounded out. Do not worry. It will be 2 more years before we need to make a decision. Shiryo and Wajirita have already told me that they wish to return home once they are no longer contracted. A shame, they made the best tea. Kazuma ran a rough hand through his charcoal hair, and with a harmless tone, returned. Please, sir, do not make decisions about your safety based on who makes the best tea. You have others for that. Your safety is paramount and should be the primary concern when deciding on such matters. But the green tea, Kondakai whined. Please, sir, Kazuma pleaded. He often found himself tired when conversing with the feudal lord, but he would not refrain from performing his duties. To serve him was an honor. Yes, yes. His lordship waved off the concerns inattentively. These moments always worried his guards. Asuma, Do think they could be meaningful inclusions. Honestly, I don't think they should be anywhere near this group. But it couldn't hurt to have the two. It would also reflect very well on you, sir, as well as the land itself. Having the big name of Shisui the teleporter. Really? You think so? I agree with Saru, sir. It would indeed be an impressive show of strength to have even one Uchiha amongst our ranks. Drawing his hand from the opposite sleeve, fan in hand, Kandakai opened it and began to cool himself. In a cheery voice, he gleefully informed them. Then we have some winners, how wonderful. Please tell the messengers to send word to Hiruzen. He will decide when to inform them of our decision. Rubbing out what was left of his cigarette, Asuma turned to face Kandakai, saluting. With haste, sir. To. Vanishing in a small gust of wing, enough to ruffle Kazuma's hair, Asuma disappeared. As a direct replacement, a woman of similar age appeared when small arcs or electricity slowly fizzled out. At attention, sir, she voiced, her tomboyish voice and stature shining through. Thank you, To. Given her reprieve, she slumped against the railing, yawning crudely, she complained. God, that guy is such a sourpuss, and he talks about how that clan are a bunch of downers, what a hypocrite. You're so tactless. Even in his lordship's presence, you act like a brute. Kazuma bit his cheek, had they no respect. Go suck eggs, Kazu. You're no fun either, you act all fun. But you're so righteous too. Tiredly, her senior sighed. Of course I am, we must set a good example. As guardian shinobi dash. It's our duty. We know already, you tell us every time. So do it. Kazuma's aggravation peaked for a moment, breaking his decor. It's only because of that chick from the hidden leaf, because he won't go out with you, right? I just don't get it. My womanly charm should have worked by now. She childishly stomped her foot, grinding the fallen cigarette into dust. Kazuma gripped the wooden beam tightly enough to lightly crack the timber. The action went unnoticed by the other two present. Womanly charm, right? He drew out the last syllable provocatively, a playful grin on his stony features. I get she's nifty with those illusions, but that's it. The way he talks about it's as if she needs to be cradled like a child. If I didn't use lightning ninjutsu and he didn't use wind ninjutsu, I'd probably have him beat. To dramatized everything. Often it would be pretty humorous, endearing even. Yes, it almost as if that is a vital difference when in a fight. For someone who had disciplined themselves to ensure their accumulation of strength, she really should be more knowledgeable. His lordship had tired from their squabbling. To grab their attention, he tapped his hand fan on the arm of his wooden chair. That is enough. My nephew Ikkyu will be here soon. I would hope you two are on your best behavior. We will be discussing certain topics. When he arrives, please remain outside. Sir. Hokage's office. Fugaku stood in front of his village leader. The man was as stoic as ever, his eyes not leaving those of Hiruzen's. He knew the older man. He knew he was no slouch, not someone who had gone soft and declined with age. But he didn't enjoy such games. He preferred the direct approach. Why did you summon me, Lord Hokage? The deceivingly warm brown eyes of his leader studied his face. He had no guilt, nothing to be ashamed of, as the Uchiha clan's head. No less was acceptable. Why so stiff, Fugaku? I have only called you to inform you of some developments. The chilling gaze deepened. Fugaku decided to play along. I didn't realize such meetings were happening without me. Is there a reason I hadn't been informed prior? It was insulting to be told that he hadn't been included in talks that would improve his clan's standing amongst the village. Only that I didn't want to give you false hope beforehand. Hiruzen returned eye contact for a second. That was until he turned back to his window, his village. I believe that I found a start to our problem. A small crack that can open with some pressure. More pressure could lead to a volatile outcome that would only worsen things. True, but couldn't it hurt? The Uchiha clan's head had exhausted many avenues to help his clan appear better to the villagers. He had been more in control of the Uchiha police force, more demanding. Any disobedience was not tolerated and punished severely. Not liking the answer he'd prefer to say, Fugaku remained silent. Perhaps you're right, but I would like for you to at least hear what I have to say. It wasn't as if Fugaku could say no. His position left him very well informed on the chain of command. Of course. Thank you, I have sent recommendations for 2 of your clan to our feudal lord. 2 young members. They will perform their duties as guardian shinobi and will train under the senior members. Fugaku had not expected a solution that came from outside of the village. Perhaps he underestimated Hiruzen. That was a critical condition. Shisui and Itachi dash. No. His heir was not some shogi piece on Hiruzen's board. While he has refused the police force, Itachi will be joining your ANBU forces soon. I will not have my son out of the village. Our clan has trained him so far. He does not need outside help. That would be a very public blow to their clan's pride. The reaction would most likely be adverse from those in the clan, but if managed well. But you are aware of that, aren't you, Lord Hokage? Do not worry. I am more than aware of your clan skills. There are reasons the Sarutobis refrained from joining battles against your clan. Only the Senju could ever match you. One would be a fool to not see your strengths. I see the honey, Lord Hokage. The Uchiha are a prideful clan that was talked about almost as much as their power in the village, often more in recent times. But your clan has heard enough of that, and so has the village. Hiruzen sourly admitted to the clan head, his eyes flicking to the taller buildings surrounding the village's southern district. By claiming that we can accept help, it can begin to remove some of the discrimination. This will not be widely accepted. Few will bow to the village. Unless it guaranteed success, Fugaku wouldn't either. They will not need to bow. It will only be for appearances. As such, we will admit some of the other clans and even civilian families to your police force. This was dangerous territory. The village's safety was vital. They will not be permitted unless you deem them fit to serve, but you will be forced to remove some of your officers to train them. You will work in conjunction with the Yamanaka clan. As they front the barrier core, it is obvious. It was no longer a hand the Hokage was offering. These were orders. He wouldn't disobey, not risk worsening relationships further. Which clans will put their children forward? Some already have their opinions set about his clan. I will push for all clans, but don't expect more than the Naras or Inuzuka. I understand your concerns. Both clans can be quite hard to manage, but if they can serve, it can only help support the village. Sum and Shikaku, he could deal with them. Once you got past their idiosyncrasies, their ideals were respectable. And the Hyuga? The only other clan in the village with visual prowess, it always led to a dispute between the 2 families. We would be naive to hope that Hayashi won't say something, and I can only request that you do not retaliate. I am not a child, neither is he. Passing comments are nothing. Fugaku could take some prodding for the survival of his clan. Hiruzen stripped his eyes away from the village to look at the man in front of him. As I said, it is all that I request of you. Enough said on that matter. Shisui and Itachi, how long will they be at the capital? Too long, and it might lose worth in the trade-off. Shisui will be there for 3 years, Itachi too. That is acceptable, Fugaku begrudgingly admitted. How much time do we have until then? They will be required to make their decision in 2 years. Sacrifices were necessary. Hopefully, Mikoto wouldn't be too upset. Why the difference? Would it not be best for them to go and leave together? Maybe, but it might show that they would be open to the offered company. That's weak, Lord Hokage. Wars have started over less. Plus, Itachi will be almost a teen when he returns, meaning a direct involvement in clan matters. Shisui has no such responsibilities. Hiruzen was still looking after his clan. I would like to be the one to inform them. Is that acceptable? I see no issue with that. Shisui. Being invited to the clan head's household for dinner didn't happen without reason. It just didn't. Even though he was close friends with Itachi, this instance was new territory. Fugaku did not command through fear, but through respect. That didn't stop the clan and villagers from shying away from the man whenever he was present. So here he was, knelt at his friend's table with the main family of the Uchiha clan. As always, your food is lovely, la dash. An irritated glare made Shisui cough. Mikoto, Both boys were much more mature than most would expect of their age. So his way of addressing the lady of the house was quite mature, not to the surprise of Itachi's parents, though. That's very nice of you to say. It's good to know someone appreciates my cooking, the beautiful Uchiha theatrically wailed. Itachi and Fugaku sighed, the child slouching slightly. I love your cooking, Mum, Sasuke quietly admitted. And you have no idea how happy that makes me. His mother reassured him. Her genial smile helped the youngest three relax. After the brief exchange, dinner passed silently. It was interesting for Shisui to learn that his clan head preferred to retire to his modest family household. Harsh, yes, commanding, yes, but he is still a family man at heart. It was more complicated than expected and risky, but Shisui was focused heavily on Fugaku. He noticed the raised eyebrow from Mikoto, implying her surprise when her husband reached for another strip of barbecue salmon. That paired with what Shisui wondered was a regular occurrence or not, his hesitation to meet his wife's eyes. Judging by no discernible emotions on his features and the son's lack of surprise, he jotted that down to regularity. It wasn't until Sasuke was excused from the table that Shisui noticed the change in mood. I wonder if Naruto's gone to sleep yet. Likely so, his mother was rigorous on those kinds of things. That thought alone helped him hold his nerve when Fugaku spoke. Lord Hokage has a proposition for our clan that includes you both. As it involved her son, Mikoto leaned in. You have already been referred to the feudal lord. You will be assigned to his guard. Itachi's eyes only left the table to study his friend, as if he didn't know how he should react. He found no help as his senior had frozen stiff, so he turned to face his mother. You didn't think that I should know this? Know something like this about my son? For the first time that night, Fugaku looked directly at his wife, his eyes calm and confident. These will be concise assignments. We will not lose our boy for long. He loved Itachi, and not only because the boy stood head and shoulders above the rest. He loved him because he was his son. He loved both of his boys. The clan head's words did somewhat help the matriarch of the Uchiha clan, if only outwardly. How long? Mikoto dragged her eyes away from her husband to stare at her empty plate. Her head hung slightly as she dreaded the answer. Itachi and Shisui will be gone for 2 and 3 years, respectfully. While that helped soothe the worries of Mikoto, the visitor's mind was rocking. 3 years. How would Naruto react? Would he be sad? There was no chance this could end well, no matter how you looked at it. Naruto wouldn't understand. He would try to put on a happy face and promise to stay strong, but he still wouldn't understand. I assume this is an order, sir. The Jonin spoke firmly, recognizing him now as his superior, not his host. Correct, but I will not lie to either of you. From the moment this idea was proposed, Itachi was always going to be involved. Lord Hokage then believed that Shisui would be a positive influence and would ensure that Itachi did not isolate himself amongst the other shinobi. That statement riled up Itachi. He wasn't reliant on anyone, and he felt disappointed that his father saw no issue with the implications. He would admit that he struggled to get along with his peers because when Itachi didn't feel like talking, he wouldn't. I believe you are too harsh on your son, but I won't disagree that having a familiar face will help him. The adults in the room were far from blind. The boy was clearly apprehensive about the situation. Are you worried about leaving your family? Last I was aware, you are the primary source of income. I can ensure that your parents will not struggle. I could not do that to someone who is fulfilling their duties to the clan. While that did appease some worries, he knew that would likely be the case, so his problems were elsewhere. I do not think that his concerns are with his parents, but with his other family. The Uchiha clan head had been unaware so far of his clansmen's activities. The pair considered each other family. Shisui looked after Naruto like a second son, but few in the village acknowledged the relationship. Mikoto, fortunately, caught on immediately. Naruto, she softly voiced, you're worried about what will happen with Naruto while you're gone. Thank you for caring for him. Fugaku traced a memory of learning his son had been in contact with the Jinchuriki. Yes, thank you. Nothing would have made them happier. Shisui nodded dutifully but held his tongue. He didn't do it for them. Even though that is the case, I'm unsure if we can help him. Though if you were to raise the issue with Hiruzen, I doubt he wouldn't leave it untouched. I would hope so. I'll make sure to talk to Lord Hokage about it when I return from my next mission. Mikoto nodded with a warm smile while Shisui regarded his junior. While I'm away, could you please collect him from the academy? Maybe even properly introduce him to Sasuke. I would appreciate it if you would. All the eyes of those present once more returned to Itachi's father. I believe they could make good rivals. Itachi and Shisui smiled gingerly while Mikoto massaged her temples. Why must it always be rivals with you? She groaned tiredly as the boys' faces took on different levels of amusement. Seeing as he was the butt of the joke, Fugaku defended himself. Rivals are an excellent base for improving one's skills, and I'm sure no one here wants anything but the best for the two of them. Shisui was grateful for the release of pressure as it helped take his mind off the news he'd just received. I can't disagree, so please Itachi, if you could, I would appreciate that too. Consider it done. The Jonin was thankful for that. One could never have enough assurances. We have already talked on this. Try and be more focused. I doubt he would be too happy to see you so out of it. His senior couldn't deny that. So with some embarrassment, Shisui found the itch at the back of his head. So, Fugaku began once more. If you have any concerns with your parents, please bring them to Itachi or me. Of course, sir, thank you. And please teach the boy some tact. Next time I meet him, I would prefer to be known for more than just being Itachi's father. A bark of laughter from Mikoto and wide eyes from Itachi only fed Shisui's embarrassment. Oh God, I'm sorry about that. I'll make sure to do just that. Good. Then I wish you luck on your mission. Do our village and clan proud. Of course, thank you for the meal. Naruto. Naruto had just finished class. The poor boy had just been forced to sit through 4 hours of torture thanks to Kyoto-sensei. Naruto wasn't interested in the current standing of the hidden leaf amongst the other nations. He wanted to learn ninjutsu training because he could surprise Shisui with his skills if he did. Then he'd be taken out to Ichiraka Ramen. Then they'd go train some more and finally, he could eat with Shisui and Shisui. That sounded great. While he dreamed of possibilities, he walked from his homeroom to the academy gate. That was until he saw a familiar face at the top of the stairs. You, Sasuke started angrily. Even the thought of the boy made him furious. Uzumaki, right? Yup. That same cheery tone, was he putting it on? And you're Sasuke. Sure and Itachi told me heaps about you. Who was this boy? Sure? He has to mean Shisui. How was this boy more deserving of training? Of course they did. I'm Itachi's brother. This new boy was encroaching on his boundaries and needed to remind him of where he stood. That's so cool. Itachi's got to be an amazing older brother. I mean, I can't quite do what he can with Shuriken, but I'm really close with the kunai. Sasuke furrowed his brow as his emotions continued to rise. The more Naruto spoke, the more betrayed he felt. Itachi could already do what he did know when he was your age. He should have graduated back then. He actually had talent. The blonde refused to see that as an insult. Sasuke just appeared to love his older brother. I know you've got to be really strong too. Especially with weapons, it must run in the family. Naruto threw praise around without concern until he protruded his bottom lip. You're so lucky. It's no luck. Uchiha are strong, the strongest in the village. When Naruto went to respond, he felt a familiar presence near the bottom of the stairs. Itachi! Sasuke whirled around, though it took him a few seconds to hear the footsteps from the bottom of the stairs. Leaning over the rail, Sasuke couldn't do anything but smile when he set his eyes on that black hair. It's good to see that you're getting sharper, Naruto. He pleasantly celebrated. Rounding the handrail, he analyzed the situation. I will be collecting you today as Shisui's mission will last 1 fortnight. Shisui or Izumi will be collecting you. You'll be introduced to her before that happens. Shisui has given you a strict order. Only leave with them, and if you are worried, tell Sasuke here or find Lord Hokage. A huge grin and nod from Naruto let the Chunin know he'd been heard. Got it. I'll only tell Big Brother because he said so don't go thinking we're friends. The Uchiha symbol on Sasuke's back tightened when he crossed his arms. His pout morphed to a show of pain as he rubbed the sudden pain at the top of his head. Looking around, he saw his brother giving him an exhausted look as he lowered his hand. Shinobi are at their weakest when they stand alone. That includes the Uchiha. There are some missions that I wouldn't have returned from if it weren't for my squadmates. He sagely informed his younger brother. He couldn't let him grow arrogant because of his status. But we're the strongest. If had it only been us, there would be no issue. Both Naruto and Itachi frowned. It was worrying that a child could say that so candidly. Strongest clan, maybe? Itachi internally acknowledged that the Uchiha clan of now would never compare to those of the past dating back through time. The Tsuchigumo clan, the Senju clan, led by Hashirama Senju, and the Uchiha clan led by Madara Uchiha. Even the late Uzumakis would have little trouble in besting them.
Strongest ninja. No.
Our ancestors often fell at the hands of other clans. Even now, it is not uncommon for clansmen to not return from a mission. Sasuke had just finished classes, and Itachi doubted that he wanted yet another history lesson, especially one that soiled his view of his own clan. Don't think that because we are Uchiha, life will come easy. Hard work will always beat talent when talent doesn't work hard. You two must never forget that. Naruto tried his best to ponder on what Itachi just said and ultimately agreed. He now understood Shisui's praise of the clan heir. Though that raised some questions for the young Uzumaki, had Itachi set the bar for what Shisui expected of people he looked after? Wait! Sasuke paused, looking at Naruto scrupulously. Does that mean that we're walking him home? Sasuke hadn't spent his time with Itachi as Naruto had with Shisui, so his mind returned to the initial engagement. Yes, it does. That also means that I cannot train with you today, Naruto. I'll be training with Sasuke. Naruto whined, and it made the oldest smile. Naruto wanted to improve, not for himself but for Shisui, for the village. Sasuke, on the other hand, offered a victorious smirk. As it should be, his thoughts were slightly more vulnerable. That's fine, I guess. The blonde sulked, head hung dramatically. Shishir said I should do more studying anyway. Itachi could sympathize. He did not miss any aspect of the academy. You shouldn't need to be told that. You barely pass anyway. The immature fury was palpable, and Itachi could see Naruto was trying to keep himself from attacking his younger brother. With Sasuke being unable to keep up, he decided to step in to calm the pair. If you can do some work to improve your grades, I'll tell Shisui and make sure he takes you out for some ramen. Ichiraku? Of course, you wouldn't settle for less. He wouldn't, not since he first caught a whiff of the legendary noodles. Naruto refused to buy ramen from any other store if they would even sell to him. That was apart from the ramen in a cup, and that was only because it was cheaper and he could eat it at home. Naruto drabbled on senselessly as the trio continued on their way to his apartment. Itachi would respond, jarringly curt as always. His response would be the only noise Sasuke paid attention to and would take Naruto a few moments to understand correctly. With clenched teeth and tight fists, Sasuke learnt how far behind he genuinely was. Naruto was already molding chakra to a level unknown to academy students and some genin. Sasuke never knew that someone could climb trees with chakra or could use it to enhance specific movements. Hell, the blonde could already perform the basic academy techniques. They weren't even a year into the academy. We're here. That was quick. The youngest Uchiha looked around and noticed the still very civilian-like residential area. No clan compound, that was for sure. Sasuke, you can wait here. I'll walk Naruto to the door. You don't have to. I think I know how to get to my front door. The Uzumaki sarcastically challenged. I'm sure you do, but I promised Shisui that I would see you home every time. That means I will make sure that you enter your apartment, and when someone else takes you home, I will make sure they do the same. His genial smile did nothing to settle the blonde's growing irritation. Tapping his toes on every step, Naruto dragged himself to his front door. I'm not that helpless, Naruto grumbled. He understood that he was young, but this babying was ridiculous. I know that you have trained, and you have progressed incredibly. Even still, most ninja in this village will not have any trouble in disposing of you. Itachi was blunt as always, and Naruto appeared to accept that kind of response. You may have an astounding physical aptitude for speed, but as soon as the direct approach fails, you will lose. Naruto fumbled in his pocket for the key. The pockets in his black pants weren't as deep as his old cargo shorts, so he found the little piece of metal quicker than he thought. When he did find it, he turned to wave the older boy off. Naruto found himself trapped by a leveled stare. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained, you will also suffer a defeat. If you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. Itachi turned his sight to the nearby rock face, the previous Hokage's visages timelessly etched into it. You have skills, Shisui, and I have made sure of that. What we cannot teach you is your style. You need to decide on how you fight. You gonna help me train so that I can know myself? The Uzumaki clarified, not skipping a beat with his question. That is why I am here. When the time comes, we can talk. But for now, my younger brother is likely quite agitated, and I promised him that we would train together. What am I supposed to do? Study. Train the mind while the body rests. With the flattest features possible, Naruto eyed up his senior. Please don't make homework sound so spirity. Spiritual Itachi mentally corrected. I wouldn't if you didn't need it. You sound like your brother, so bye. I have some important stuff to do. The Uchiha smiled and gave a parting wave as he left. As he tracked down the stairs, he thought about what Sasuke could stand to improve on. When he reached the bottom of the apartment block, he noticed his brother's eagerness. The answer came to him. Fitness. Kakashi. I'm aware of the lack of progress you've had. Hiruzen began, his red and white robes bunched at the base of his chair. Even with this, there has been a time limit placed on you. Shisui has been offered the chance to represent the village and, more importantly, the Uchiha clan amongst the Guardian Shinobi 12. While internally Kakashi was rocked, he held his apathetic exterior. Fugaku's boy, Itachi, will be joining him. As such, in 18 months, the pair will be assigned to the protection detail of our feudal lord. Kakashi knew many things of the pair, two prodigies of the Uchiha clan who managed to ascend their pride to put the village first. Two boys who knew of the current standing of their clan and were willing to go to extreme lengths to ensure both could coexist. But one thing about them nagged at him. So they went to join Asuma, did they? Shisui agreed. He couldn't see his junior abandoning Naruto. It was intriguing to see how much the Jonin's life had begun to revolve around the blonde child. Shisui is a shinobi whom I'm very proud of. His dedication to the village is reminiscent of his grandfather. His actions are a testament to what the village can be. Thus, he will always give his all to look after his village and clan. Even if it means leaving people behind. Kakashi cut in. He could never do such a thing, all or none. Self-sacrifice is not only commendable but a part of their job. But sacrificing others, he wouldn't stand by it. Shisui hasn't agreed, not yet. So far, he has only been told that he will be joining Itachi at the capital. Fugaku has assured me that his parents will be financially secure for the time that he is away. Cold-hearted politics. Everyone is a piece to be moved, whether they are a pawn or a golden general. If you were around earlier, I'm sure Naruto would understand how much you care, but I did not call you here for a lecture. I trust that you're doing the best you can. So why did you call me Lord Hokage? Kakashi drawled, his motivation to remain in the room rapidly draining. How disrespectful. You're talking to your commanding officer, you know? Red marks from his dog mask peeked into sight when the Hatake shrugged his shoulders. Tired, maybe, bored, most definitely, but disrespectful. I would never dream of it. No one felt the slight flare of irritation in Hiruzen's chakra. Sir, a more extensive reaction this time as the Hokage rubbed his forehead to alleviate the incoming headache. Kakashi had this talent that made everyone want to kick his teeth in, right through the mask. Regardless, when you begin helping train Naruto, you will wait until he has a respectable control of his element before anything else. Understandable basics first. With the fox, if he had such destructive jutsu, I don't believe he could control himself. Ah yes, baseless confidence. When Kakashi created his own technique derived from his sensei's arsenal, he'd become quite overconfident. And if not for that very same sensei, it would have got him killed. That, as well as a technique that could reform terrain with ease in the hands of a child, they would not be rushing Naruto's progress. Anything else? Hiruzen pondered on that for a moment. What would be the best way for him to go about this? Please try and build a genuine relationship with him. It is in both of your interests. Naruto wasn't his father. In Kakashi's eyes, the boy should have as little connection to him as possible. He may have joked about it with Itachi, but the issue of how he would manage his past around Naruto had been causing him stress. How will I balance him and my duties? Tenzo will lead Team Ro when you cannot. I respect your desire to remain amongst the core, so you will still complete your duties with your team as well as solo missions. More time reading his books and he could continue working. Yugao won't be happy with that call. She is my second in command after all. The aged Sarutobi accepted that, and it was a risky move, taking a deadly shinobi out of the ranks of a squad that in continually dangerous situations. Good. If she still shows that hunger when you retire, I have no doubt she will succeed you. Also, it is your turn for Junior's duty. Oh, that great ball of fun when you lead a fresh genin around by the hand until they learn basic tracking. Well, he'd do the same as last time, arrive so late that the kid had already left. Shiokure Aburame. Oh, you hate me, don't you? While it was an amusing situation, it was all luck. Maybe Kakashi was taking after his student. At least he wasn't going to leave the village. Take this as practice for Naruto. You have a boy who will respond to blunt observations. You can learn how to talk to someone like they're not your subordinate. Kakashi raised an unimpressed eyebrow. I'm not that detached. I just like my time. I try to keep to myself, but I swear he's got a Kakashi radar. Yes, that infamous green tracksuit. You're not as private as you think. You'd do a better job of avoiding him if you didn't walk right past their favorite shop. The silver hair shook carelessly. It's the fastest way home. You love it. No, he didn't. But on top of that, you should also tell Genma. He was very invested and was one of the few who knew of Naruto before he was born. The Hatake gave no response, but Hiruzen knew he wanted an answer. To him, Naruto is the future of the village, and it might cause a rift. I can't have that in this village. So why don't you tell him? Because your relationship with him is not my problem to fix. Hiruzen's face returned to one of serenity. His subordinate's face looked to him. What should I tell him? The truth, answered his Hokage instantly. Inform him that you were hesitant to initiate contact with him, and you saw this as your best opportunity. You want to ensure him that you will teach him what he needs to know, nothing less. He'll see through that. The only reason he's not a full jonin now is that he's lazier than I am. You may be correct, but I wouldn't recommend throwing a relationship away all because you refuse to try. Danzo, Kakashi catalogued, because of their differing views, he'd seen the animosity between them. I will endeavor to remain friends with whomever I can. The Hokage wondered why his subordinate couldn't at least attempt to be genuine in his assertions. As a second passed, Kakashi returned to the point of the meeting. I want to ask. I presume that I will have 18 months to train him. Why? Why not longer? I cannot tell you that now as I do not know for certain yet, but you will be told when a decision is made. God, Kakashi despised politics above all else. At that moment, he promised himself he would jump off the Hokage monument headfirst before going anywhere near Hiruzen's job. Naruto. Another day of the academy, and today Itachi had promised to train with him. Since the first period, he'd been ready to leave his class. All day he was thinking about when Itachi met him that morning. A promise of ninjutsu training, something about his element. When he asked Kyoto-sensei about it, the man blew it off as a form of training ninja commenciers into their careers. Not something that should be clouding his focus now. But that only made him giddier. He was doing this already. The sky was his limit. It was pretty amusing for Itachi to see someone who is about to start in elemental training ask, "What's an element?" Though inwardly, he was startled to hear that the academy didn't cover something as basic as a ninja's elemental affinity as soon as possible. There are the 5 elements, and each ninja has a natural aptitude or affinity for one of them. The 5 elements are fire, wind, lightning, earth and water. Uchiha typically has an affinity for fire, And as someone from the land of fire, most leaf ninja do too. Naruto was enthralled and, at this moment, had nothing else on his mind as Itachi recounted everything that he thought Naruto needed to know about the elements. Each element's advantages and disadvantages were against the others and the other villages' populations and aptitudes. Today, we learn your affinity. Sasuke is already far ahead of you in this regard. He is on his way to mastering our clan's rite of passage, the fire style, fireball jutsu, whereas today you are only beginning. His plan was simple: employ what his father recommended, a rivalry. Itachi was surprised by the blonde's reaction. First, Naruto looked defeated, then proud, then determined. That's so cool. If he's already that far ahead, what are we waiting for? That was too easy, even when it was based off of a white lie. Sasuke was still only learning to control the fire element as it is. Here, the older Uchiha offered a small piece of paper, one that sat right in the middle of his palm. Huh? What's that? No one ever faulted Naruto for not asking questions. This, the Sharingan user emphasized by grabbing the paper with his other hand, is chakra paper. It helps identify what a ninja's affinity is. It is cut from trees that are specially grown with help from chakra. When someone channels chakra into it, it will react in a certain way. For example, as I have a fire affinity, when I push chakra into it, it dash in a flash. Itachi's palm was on fire, but it was gone just as quickly. When Naruto peered down, all he saw was a small pile of ashes on his palm. It ignites, and each element has its reaction. Today, we find yours. When Naruto plucked the sheet from Itachi's grip, he placed it in his right palm and slowly began channeling his chakra. Without a breeze, the piece of paper began tussling in his hand. That was until it split in half. It was as if someone had sliced it with a blade, so much so that Naruto recoiled in surprise. Wind. Naruto wasn't sure about that. What could wind do? Itachi chuckled at his senior's soon-to-be problems. Kakashi Hatake, a man famed for his control of a foreign visual prowess and an arsenal of 1,000 jutsu, but not a single wind-style technique. You're an interesting child, Naruto. What are you on about? Why is wind so interesting? It was a 1 in 5 chance. It's not like other people wouldn't have the exact nature. Because neither Kakashi nor I have any affinity towards wind. Naruto wrinkled his nose in confusion. New people just seemed to keep popping out of the woodwork. Kakashi. My senior and seasoned jonin. Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja. He knew the man would probably get a kick out of this. He always found others' reactions to his reputation amusing. Copy ninja? I think it best you ask him when you meet him. For now, your focus should be on developing this affinity. Words like always kind of hurt Naruto's head. Itachi was a genius, that much he could tell. But did he have to talk like this the entire time? But didn't you say you couldn't do it? Itachi nodded. He noticed that he and his junior were wearing matching clothes. Shisui had a template, didn't he? Correct. But there is a man in this village who is a master of the 5 elements. Really? Naruto couldn't comprehend putting that much time into doing something like that. Who? The eagerness in his eyes and body language reminded Itachi that he was still very much a boy. You know him well, a wise man, our Lord Hokage. Naruto's eyes became unfocused as he thought about the old man. He's that cool? Not a chance, not Gramps. I can understand why you would underestimate Lord Hokage. Red lined Naruto's cheeks as Naruto internally questioned whether Itachi could see straight through him. But he's so old, Naruto reasoned. He just couldn't see his Gramps being so important. And with age comes experience. No one in this village doubts that Lord Hokage is the fiercest shinobi our village has. But he's so old. Naruto would need to see it to believe it. As Shisui has a grasp on wind-style ninjutsu, you will not need help on improving your collection of techniques. But Dash, the larger hand of the older boy, squeezed the ash in his hand, then dropped it to the floor. Naruto focused on the blackened palm of his sensei, and his ears twitched when Itachi paused. I will never propose you rush yourself, but to not use all options ready for you to help you progress, that would be foolish. Listening to the differences in how Itachi spoke to him compared to the sensei at the academy always made him think. Unconsciously, Naruto filled in the blanks. So ask the old man. Whenever he asked for anything at the academy, it was like he was transparent. Almost no one took the time to look at him, and when they did, they looked at him as if he had done something wrong. So ask Lord Hokage. Itachi's confirmation only affirmed Naruto's respect for him. When Itachi spoke to him, it was with expectations and direct eye contact. Itachi saw him. You said he'd got all 5. I thought you told me people have only one affinity. He was enthralled. Questions came as often as Itachi could answer. I did, and excusing extreme situations, all ninja only have one. Why was Itachi so confusing? Often he was so blunt but also very contradictory. But that does not restrict any person to their one affinity, just like our Hokage. So I can do that fireball stuff like Sasuke. Yes, if you train, you could use fire-style ninjutsu. With the way Naruto was bubbling in excitement, Itachi saw himself losing the conversation and, therefore, the training, so he chose to reel in the blonde. But learning a separate nature will be much more challenging, as your chakra will be learning something foreign. That was a poorly chosen piece and was ineffective considering. More training. I can't wait. Naruto loved that prospect, and he always had the energy to burn, and running around failed in tiring him out. Then let's begin. Standing around talking will help neither of us. Nodding rapidly, Naruto asked what his first point of call was. My memories of Shisui's learning of his wind style was with the help of leaves. He would hold a leaf in between his 2 hands and attempt to cut it in half. The blonde couldn't understand why that would be the case. What use would they have? The different natures of chakra all have separate properties. In this case, wind chakra, its main draw is its slicing capabilities. And you practice this by learning how to cut the leaf. It wasn't long with the leaf's training grounds until the pair found themselves next to each, with Naruto holding the little greenery. Naruto looked determined to complete this first time with no difficulty and would be on to the next step. That was until he came across a sobering realization. How do I do this? Good question. The specifics of the wind style were unknown to Itachi. You can do one of 2 things: imagine and practice what you just saw. Try and slice it like a blade, or we can work on a different jutsu now, and you can ask Lord Hokage about wind chakra when you see him next. Naruto pondered that for a moment, but he knew he would be getting some ninjutsu today. I'll go ask the old man as soon as we finish. Itachi liked that the young Uzumaki was decisive, and once he'd made that decision, he stuck with his choice. Good, now this technique is another clone jutsu. This technique has 3 significant differences to that of the regular clone. He was quickly losing Naruto's attention, unpredictable as it wasn't the most eye-catching technique. 1, they are tangible, corporeal, and 2, they also have the ability to use chakra. Finally, as they are physical, they have significantly more uses than regular clones. Itachi could almost hear Naruto asking him to finish. Once a clone disperses, their memories transfer to you. They are often used for scouting or decoys. More of him, he could do so many more things with this, he could even SK. When I was in the academy, I used this jutsu to appear as if I was attending. It worked as my clone would still study, and I could train with Shisui during the day. That's what you were thinking, weren't you? Naruto tried to defend himself but fell short. Itachi read him perfectly again. I can't blame you, as it might be wise, but when I was doing just that, I also encountered 2 major flaws of this technique. There were flaws? Naruto knew of his own struggles with the clone technique. Shisui had informed him of what would be his permanent struggle with chakra control. The first one should cause you no stress. As clones are created, it splits your chakra evenly between them. Meaning, if you form 1 clone, you only have access to half of your chakra. If you make 2, you can only use a third of your chakra. Luckily, when the clone is dispersed, you regain any and all remaining chakra from it. Naruto enjoyed this, being taught, not learning from a textbook or scroll. God, that would have sucked. What's the second one? When a clone is hit with significant enough impact, it disperses. After using this jutsu for too long, I became lax when my clone was on the wrong end of a punch one day. My father and the academy only saw the positives of this situation, and I was given the graduation exam. The Raven's features steeled as he said his following words. That is why I would prefer you not use it in the way I did. I will condone your clone's training while you are in class, but I ask you yourself to remain. Naruto saw what Itachi was telling him, but he still couldn't understand. Itachi was upset that he graduated when he did. It seemed as if the older boy would have been content in graduating at 12 instead of his 7. Another thing, if that was the case, why did he then go and get promoted to Chunin? Shisui even said that Itachi had been offered a role in the ANBU forces. All this only helped affirm that this is what he needed to train in. He needed to do as much as possible to make Shisui happy. And if that meant following in Itachi's steps, that's precisely what he would do. Shisui. The recently promoted Jonin and his team were resting near the border of the Land of Fire. They'd been sent reports of hidden mist tracking ninja hunting after a deserter of their village who'd been attempting to cross into fire territory. Their mission was to drive both parties away, forcefully if necessary. Shisui had Fukushu Hyuga on watch. They had come near to contact the mist ninja when Fukushu informed him that they were retreating. What had him on edge was the description of the man supposedly leading them. A tall man wearing the regular green uniform worn by the corpse processing team with tall blue hair and an eye patch. Byakugan Kilir, Ao. A man famed for his feat against the hidden leaf, he supposedly took down an entire squad of Hyuga. His name came from that eye patch. He'd come out injured from that encounter, missing his right eye. As a trophy of war, he cut out an eye of one of his opponents and implanted it into his right eye socket. The Byakugan, a visual prowess carried by the blood of the Hyuga clan of the Leaf. Eyes without pupils that could see everything, depending on the shinobi, they could see miles into the distance as if they were right there. Looking to Fukushu, he could tell the man knew who it was too. The concentration and twitches whenever he noticed something worried him. The bared teeth and scowl added to the bulging veins surrounding his eyes caused by his Byakugan told only of a burning hatred for the man. Hoaru Yonoko. Check the perimeter and remain on patrol until I send replacements. Hoaru Inuzuka and Yonoko Yamanaka, the two others assigned to him to help locate the mist ninja. Fukushu, have a break. Good work. His eyes remained focused, and the veins did not disappear. With all due respect, Captain Shisui, I would prefer to keep an eye out. Shisui put down his rations, collecting his subordinates and placing them on the ground in front of him. Periodic checks will be required, but for now, rest, eat. Calm and composed, Shisui was born to be a leader. I apologize, Captain, Fukushu bit out. I would like to Kodash. Rest, Fukushu. Shisui knew the reasons for the man's anger. He could understand why he felt that way, but his decisions from now on would be clouded, and he'd make mistakes. Captain, I recommend you take a break. The steely tone of their leader stressed his current discomfort. You have been given a direct order. Follow it. Most of the squad realized very early into the mission that their captain was more tense than usual. But that could have easily been down to the fact they would likely be encountering foreign shinobi. Strong ones at that. Knowing their opposition was a branch of Mist ANBU, Shisui needed his squad ready at all times. Especially this group, a merciless collection of ninja, nicknamed the Undertaker Squad. I'm fully aware of your hate for that man, and I can't fault you for feeling that way. But you must put that aside for now. Trust in your squad and leader. The Uchiha teen saw his subordinate taking one more scan of their surroundings and couldn't blame him. Fukushu took Shisui's advice and grabbed his food from the ground. A tussle of leaves and another chunin with black hair walked out of the shrubbery. Dango, the Hyuga offered, much to the irritation of his peer. You're hilarious, the man returned humorlessly. Mitsuki. He stressed, gods above, he cursed his parents for his name. You too, Shisui followed up. Hoaru and Yonoko are on perimeter. Eat. Dango looked down at the rations on offer inside. Stretching his shoulders, he walked past the group. I heard there was some dango, and now I've been left severely disappointed. So now, I'll take my hard candy and enjoy the view. The all-seeing Hyuga whipped his head down to look at his now hard candy-lacking rations. Fucking sugar boy, Fukushu growled, glaring at the careless man walking away. Unraveling the orange candy, Mitsuki popped the sugar ball in his mouth and flicked the wrapper with a spark over his shoulder. Before it hit the ground, it burnt to ash. As the others in the squad came and sat around the camp, Shisui focused on what was left of the wrapper. He hummed as he came up with his plan for when he returned from his mission. He had a solution to come up with and a year and a half to do it. Whichever way we looked at it, he'd never have enough time to come to a decision. These last 6 months, Shisui has felt like he's found something that had been missing. Something that he couldn't quite receive from Itachi. Something that made him feel complete whenever he returned to the village. He looked at Itachi as Naruto as brothers. He'd already admitted such to the older of the pair. But Itachi could never quite fit the role. Maybe that was because he already had the talent. On very few occasions had the clan heir come to him for advice. They trained very often, and Shisui wondered if he'd done enough for Itachi to think that way. That thought only fueled his drive to ensure that Naruto saw him that way. He needed Naruto to know that he would be there for him in a way no one has before. Shisui cared little for the praise he received from the people who cared about Naruto. He cared little for potential righteousness. Naruto was a boy who had been given a hand no one should ever have. A hand that only a few ever lived through, and even less came out smiling. That smile. The tiny grin that would bend the whisker marks, that would force those glowing blue eyes shut. That smile was so valuable, so pure, so honest. But it took so little for him to smile. A bowl of ramen. Someone there to pick him up from the academy. Someone to say, "Good job." Perhaps misguidedly, he distanced himself from the few who'd raised their concerns about his decision to look after Naruto. And without fail, most of those were academy senseis. He remembered what they told him. That boy was a troublemaker, and the best way for troublemakers to learn was to ignore them, to show them that they weren't the center of attention. He agreed to a point. People, ninjas especially, needed to understand that they were rarely the most important. But when you deprive a person, a child, of attention, and they see their best option is to have outbursts, force people to look at them, then you support them. You don't tend to every need of theirs, but you tell them that you're there for them, that you hear them, that you see them. He'd given Naruto that assurance and watched him bloom. While the progress was not on the level of others, it far superseded any of the current crop of academy students. Naruto had the drive, the desire to improve. All Shisui had done was give him a direction to run in. Shisui rolled the chakra pill in his palm before he chucked it into his mouth. God, it was disgusting. The lack of flavor and powdery texture almost made him regret putting it in his mouth. He turned to look at Fukushu, a chunin his age, another boy who had been given support because of his clan. Shisui graduated 2 years ahead of his now subordinate, a chunin who embodied the values of his village while being a pure Hyuga, a proud, white-eyed young man who was a master of his clan's techniques. He is stubborn, a firm believer in the strength of his bloodline, the Byakugan, the power of the Hyuga amongst the other noble clans. His belief in the village, this young man in front of him, deserved all his praise. Maybe not as stoic, but Shisui wanted the same for Naruto. To be shown the love of a group of people who he could lean on when he fell. The blueprint was there. The village valued the young generation above all else. Whenever Shisui talked with Hiruzen, he was constantly reminded of how much the Hokage loved everything within those walls. He spoke of his love for the moments he spent with the little ball of sunshine, with every child who came up to talk to him about how they could become a ninja like him or how they could help their village. While Shisui criticized the old Sarutobi's way of dealing with Naruto and other matters like the Uchiha clan, he could not deny that the man always did what he thought best for the village. Time passed as Shisui continued contemplating his options. Enough time for him to feel a sudden connection. Captain Shisui, Yanoko's voice rung in his head. The Yamanaka's clan jutsu are invaluable, especially in reconnaissance situations. Their knowledge of the mind and abilities to use it in tandem with their techniques always astounded Shisui. Hoaru is returning with the Mist Ninja, conscious, requesting assistance on the perimeter. Questioning himself, he returned. "What's your assessment of their skill? Were there any problems?" Genin, though that is based on his speed. He surrendered after Hoaru attacked. "He's mentally unstable," he broke down. "If you do approach him, remain ready." Shisui hummed a positive and nodded to himself. "Interesting. Did he have anything on him? Supplies?" Yanoko took a split second to answer. "Aside from basic rations and AP, no." "Thank you. Please alert Hoaru to remain focused. Shinobu will be joining you shortly." The leader turned to Shinobu Mibu. informed him to join Yonoko and told the team to wait for Hoaru. Shinobu was in a similar situation to Fukushu. He'd previously encountered the hidden mist. They were sent to hunt down the Mist Cipher Division, and ever since he'd seen the lengths Kisame Hashigaki, renowned Mist Ninja, went to killing his own comrades to prevent the information from being lost. Ever since then, Shinobu has had a vile distaste for the ninja from that village. He knew better than any of them how their squads operated. The recon squad by now had finished their meal, and while they had expected to be going home now, Shisui had seen a chance to destabilize one of the most formidable groups of a threatening and encroaching village. Hoaru strode into the campsite with his canine partner, Hidakuchi, a large black dog with a brown underside. The dog's shoulders stood well above Hoaru's hip. He was indeed an impressive partner. Shisui noticed his squad member emerge from the greenery hauling a teen dressed in turquoise clothing with lime green hair wrapped up being dragged by his collar. The kid, who was actually older than Shisui, looked empty. The only noise was the moving of gravel as the Leaf Ninja watched as Hoaru hauled the teen along on his behind. When the Mist Ninja carelessly flopped on the ground, Shisui looked to his subordinate curiously. "Hey!" the Uchiha began. "Sorry about that. Hoaru here can be a little excessive." In his greeting, he quickly noted just how excessive Hoaru was when capturing the teen. Moments ticked by as the Mist Shinobi looked at Shisui, soullessly dragging his eyes over what he must have considered the most important features. All of them noted just how the boy's eyes widened slightly when he saw the headband tighten to Shisui's forehead. As the group lowered their hands to their weapon pouches, Shisui just smiled. "We are hidden Leaf Ninja, yes. So, yes, that does mean you are currently in the land of fire." Once again, there was a distinct lack of reaction, and once again, Shisui saw that while the man's eyes continued to look him over, they still lacked life. Ninja was the first word he spoke. This time, his silence was a clear indicator of deep thought. Shisui saw the Mist Ninja look up with interest. "Who are ninja?" Hoaru scoffed as he began patting his partner, throwing Mitakuchi a dog treat. "This one's another nut job. God, Mist is a factory for his kind." He gave the teen one more neglectful glance before sighing. "Well, at least this one isn't a psycho-killing machine. He's actually pretty useless." "Thank you, Hoaru," Shisui said. Hearing all that he needed, Hoaru joined the circle of squadmates and began eating, not interested in the Inuzuka voicing much more of his opinion. Shisui turned to face their captive. "Let's not worry about that right now. Right now, we should focus on you. Do you think you could tell me your name?" As if he'd finally heard him, the teen pierced his charcoal orbs with his own dark blue eyes. "Kiriru." Kiriru. Life was strange. Comrades killed his family for no reason. Life was very strange. He had just run away from the village that saw his family as a threat. He was hungry. How long had he been running? He was sure he didn't know. His parents were innocent people. His younger brother had done nothing wrong. So why were they deemed a threat? Why did they need to die? Yagura. The Mizukage decided that they needed to die. Because they disagreed with him, he had Kiriru's comrades kill them. He was very hungry. Food pills. They were awful. Yagura. He really didn't like Yagura. That man was confused. He got it wrong. His parents were peaceful. His brother was 6. Yagura. That man killed them. Why did he? Kiriru was a loyal supporter. His family was just worried. So why did they die? Because Yagura said so. Because Yagura told his ninja to do it. Ninja. He was a ninja. He had been for 5 years now. Those food pills tasted awful. So chalky. Ninja. He was a good ninja. Who are ninja? Who was he? He wasn't important. He wasn't necessary. He was a ninja. If he was a ninja and he wasn't necessary, why were ninja necessary? What was their purpose? Thirsty. Kiriru was very thirsty. Ninja served no purpose. Kiriru was sure of that. Kiriru had returned home from his mission where there had recently been an interfering group of rebels in a nearby town where he and his team were assigned to remove the danger. The mission went off without a hitch. His team disposed of the bandits. His reward? When he returned home, Mist Ninja informed him that they removed his family because they were suspected of being doubters, skeptics. His father was his moral guide. He was a man who, whenever Kiriru felt as if he'd matured, his father's thoughts and actions reminded him how much further he had to grow. A man who never feared speaking against what he thought wrong, always with reason and always stood by what he believed in. His mother always stood by him. She felt that as long as Kiriru learnt from his mistakes, he didn't need much discipline. Never short of love and care to give. His brother was someone he thanked every day. A younger brother had allowed him to see life in a completely new way. He'd been able to put another life above his. The second child helped break Kiriru out of the funk he'd spent his life in. That boy gave him a reason to be better because when his younger brother smiled at him, the world remained colorful. Now it was as bland as those food pills. He'd walked at first while he was still coming to terms with the loss of his family. Then he'd run when he couldn't find a reason. He just knew that he needed to get away from the village. The village that had got it wrong, that had done wrong by him. But Yagura was right. Kiriru used to believe so, at least. He'd sworn by Yagura when his leader denounced those with cursed blood. Those with bloodlines who were more capable because they had unique gifts. Gifts? Not for the village. They wouldn't serve the village after the fighting. No, they would rule it with their tainted power. Once they realized how strong they were, it would be certain death and toil for the rest of the village. Their murky blood would leave a permanent stain on the beautiful nation, one which they couldn't remove if they didn't cleanse it as early as possible. He'd sworn by Yagura when his Mizukage had professed such to his people. Now he'd seen that his leader had lied to him. Yagura had his comrades kill his family, and he still didn't understand why. Through all of his confusion, he did learn something. Ninja were liars. His entire village had tricked him. They all told of the horrors of those with Kekkei Genkai, but in truth it was them. Now he knew that ninja fought for no one other than themselves. They didn't fight for a village, a people, a code of honor. They didn't fight for anything but their benefit. And his village had decided that his family needed to die for their benefit. So why did they leave him? To suffer? To show him the depth of their hatred? As a way to scare him into following them? To send him into hysteria before they came for him? After looking upon the cold bodies of his parents and brother, he wouldn't put it past those vile ninja. It had been 5 days now since he ran away from what was no longer his village. Kiriru didn't know where he was, but he traveled west by the forestry and rising temperature, likely moving towards or in the land of fire. Seeing that he'd passed multiple valleys and waterways to now worm through dense woodland only confirmed that he'd moved through the land of hot springs and had reached the land of fire. Kiriru knew this would only bring on more problems, mist ninja, leaf ninja, more of the same, more tricksters. Now there would be another group of people after him, and these people would likely ask fewer questions when they caught him. By this time, he couldn't remember how far he traveled with how long he'd spent thinking. Thinking about the last 2 weeks and his life before that had stolen so much of his cognizance that he didn't realize he strolled right into 2 patrolling leaf shinobi. His first sign that they had spotted him was a charging canine, which was not much smaller than him. The recent horrors of his life still clouded his mind, so while he managed to dodge the large incisors and the swiping paw, he quickly felt a spine-shattering pain as a silver, drill-like twister attempted to tear through the back of his torso. He could only cough blood as he felt his organs rupture from the impact. While he hated pain and the metallic taste, he still couldn't bring himself to care about the fact that he'd been caught. He knew it would happen eventually. The fact that a genin had managed to avoid superior ninja for longer than a week was a miracle in itself. Kiriru quickly felt how outmatched he was. As it turned out, the initial attack was just a glancing blow. He rocketed into the ground, ricocheting off the hard surface as the front of his torso caught even more damage. He finally stopped rolling when he came to a stop not 30 meters away. Kiriru stood up and surveyed his injuries. The back of his shirt had a massive gouge missing, which exposed the torn and bleeding muscles. His front had been shredded with an innumerable amount of cuts. Trying to dust himself off, he winced and fell to a knee as his back flared in screaming pain. Mentally, he paid no mind to the torrent of signals that were being sent to his brain. Physically, though, my body's not coping. He was once again reminded of his company and the fate he was deemed to follow. "Hey, kid!" a deep voice called out. Kiriru lazily looked up to see a man standing atop one of the highest branches. He quickly noted the navy long-sleeve shirt underneath a mossy green vest and the same navy pants. The man had shaggy brown hair, red, fang-like markings covered his cheeks, and from what Kiriru could make out, weird slitted, just like his mutt, black pupils. Come quietly, or you'll see more of the same. As if to emphasize his point, a guttural bark came from behind him. Turning around, he saw that same dog perched upon a branch just as high. Kiriru rolled his head to look at his attacker before looking once more, studying his wounds. He was caught. Slowly he raised his hands before placing them behind his head, then dropping his other knee. "Thank you," came a much more serene voice, interesting Kiriru since until then he felt no other presence in the forest. "I'm glad that we do not have to fight." When the Miss Teen looked up once more, he was greeted with both ninja. The man who looked early in his 20s and a woman who stood at his shoulder. A woman of remarkable beauty, a very light blonde that carried down to the small of her back, and lovely sea-green eyes, something that she'd inherited from her mother. She even made the regular chunin wear appear more alluring. Neither wore their headbands, but they were still identifiable as Leaf Ninja. She turned to her partner, giving him a tired look. "I'll remain here and alert Captain Shisui of your arrival. You can take him and explain to the captain why he's like that." Hoaru snorted before boring holes into their captive with his predatorial eyes. Can't see Shisui having too much of a problem. Looking down his highly attuned nose, he finished. "All those mist reptiles deserve it. They're disgusting." Yonoko was surprised to hear that but managed to keep it to a small question. "Oh? And why is that?" The gaze of the Inuzuka became more serious with that question. "That lingering stench of dried blood. It's on all of them." Kiriru stiffened noticeably as flashes of his red-stained home flickered through his tortured mind. He knew precisely what smell the brutish man meant, that potent smell of iron, reminiscent of rust. The memory clogged Kiriru's through as he visibly fought the urge to regurgitate whatever was left of the food pills. While Hoaru stared on in disgust, Yonoko quickly identified what their captor was experiencing. Kneeling to meet him at eye level, as equals, she notices the glossy look in his eyes. "You do not see that," she speaks softly, and he looks towards the source of the noise. She can tell that he's still not truly looking at her. "You do not see that," she repeats just as soothingly. "They're just photos in a book. You do not see them. See the pages. See the spine. See the cover." Hoaru couldn't understand the Yamanaka. If it were up to him, he'd let the freak stew in his horrors. It's what they deserve. What he didn't know was that the clan of Mindwalkers had a duty that breached borders. Even still, he marveled at the fact that the boy's breathing returned to normal. "Now you see that photo book, don't see the photos, just flick to the end. Don't focus on the images. Just make your way to the end as fast as you can." Focus returned to Kiriru's eyes as he leveled another look towards Yonoko. She really was stunningly beautiful. Once he calmed down further, he was tied up and dragged away. He liked the blonde lady, she was nice, but the man who hauled him to a group of more leaf ninjas, he did not like this man. The ropes continued to rub against his wounds, and coupled with his ever-increasing fatigue. He could not claim he was perfectly sane when he was approached by what he assumed was the squad leader. He noted the leader looked younger than him, even amongst clearly older subordinates. But the way the boy smiled confused him. Real ninja struggle to smile with what their villages forced them to endure. No one should be able to smile that way. This only added to his confusion, and he returned to his thoughts. He could hear vague noises, so he assumed that the kid was trying to talk to him. After his first experience with those features in the Chunin examinations, those familiar pitch-black eyes and midnight locks appeared were impossible to forget about. The embarrassment was horrendous. Having to explain to his sensei that a team of 16-year-olds were dismantled by a single boy who was half their age. Their strict sensei, while being just as disappointed as expected, was not surprised. He continued to inform them that the boy they encountered was a 10-year-old, Itachi Uchiha. At the time, Kiriru remembers that name causing his blood to boil. He'd been beaten so easily by a child with that same tainted blood, and he couldn't remember ever glimpsing into a set of crimson orbs. Some cursed child had humiliated him without being pushed to the edges of their talent. Never had he felt so pathetic. But now, when he gazed upon what he was sure were familial characteristics, he couldn't bring himself to care about it. Then, for the first time since he left his village, Kiriru set his eyes upon a headband. He knew they were ninja. It wasn't as if they could be anything else, but seeing that silver glint against the light of the moon reminded him of how bleak his situation is. It's the sign of those who steal, cheat, lie and kill for their own gain, the symbol of those who took away what he held close. Ninja. Maybe those of a different nation could answer his questions. Perhaps those who've seen a different side of being ninja could see where he'd gone wrong. Who are ninja? Once again, he heard the mumbling of others, but this time he focused solely on the leader's eyes. He could see that his junior was wise beyond his years, the way his eyes registered the question only to be forced shut when he smiled. Let's not worry about that right now. Right now, we should focus on you. Do you think you could tell me your name? He'd waited for some time now for his answer. He could wait a little longer. Kiriru. Shisui. Hours had passed, and night had fallen. Shisui and Dango were the only ones awake. Shisui glanced to his right to see his sleeping captor. He could see through the greasy and tired locks of green to the heavily bagged eyes of Kiriru. His bindings had been decreased to wraps on his wrists and ankles. Looking at how deeply the boy was sleeping, Shisui could only imagine what Kiriru had gone through. So, what are you going to tell him? The Uchiha dragged himself out of his thoughts as he eyed his lookout partner curiously. You're not an idiot, Shisui. You wouldn't have beat me to a promotion if you were. Shisui looked at his palm before laying on his head and ruffling his hair. With a relaxed chuckle, he answered. Is that so? You're the measure for Jonin now, are you, Genma wannabe? Turning his attention away from the moon, the ever-present squint focused itself on the Uchiha. I wear this bandana because it's comfortable, so I don't think about it when I fight. He wears it so no one can see how bad his haircuts are. Humming approvingly, Shisui watched Mitsuki's features slowly tighten. Regardless, are you going to answer his question? Are you going to tell him who ninja are? I'm not sure, Shisui answered honestly. I want to tell him, but I'm afraid I don't have the answer. And with our mission situation, I'm worried I won't be able to give him one before we need to go home. Nodding in acceptance, Dango couldn't disagree. That's fair. I know I couldn't answer. Following the Sharingan wielder's previous gaze, he studied the bound teen within the tent. Not that I'd give him one. You too? I didn't think that you would have anything against the mist. Dango crossed his arms behind his head before lying back and gazing at the moon once more. Nah, it's nothing like that. It's just a lot of thinking. Too much effort for me. Snorting amusedly, Shisui was interrupted before he could comment. Though I'm surprised. At what? The raven-haired captain returned. That you don't have a solution for his question. With what has happened recently, I thought you would have found your answer. The sharpened eyes of Shisui ran over the Chunin next to him. Sometimes I wonder about you. You're quite perceptive. Shrugging carelessly, Mitsuki shuffled himself down into a more comfortable position. I simply pay attention. That and your recent tutoring of our village's Jinchuriki isn't exactly a secret. Is that so? A favorable grunt told him such. That's good to know. He smiles when he's out in public now. That's good to know. You smile more too. His superior was never overly expressive, but even this was lackluster. Dango was close to questioning his junior's earnestness in looking after the boy until he saw the warm smile and crinkled eyes. Minutes passed as thoughts of the mission once again hardened the captain's features. He studied his hand, this time, though as he channeled chakra to his eyes, he began to see an erratic force cycling through his appendage at an almost imperceptible pace. His eyes burned a fluorescent ruby in the pitch black. The three tomo spun as he waved his arm, tracking the movement. Closing his eyes, dimming the light, he focused more of that force into his. A familiar ebbing pain made itself known. Holding his face, he looked at his fingers. Instead of the usual 3 tomo, his eyes took on an irregular shape. This power is what our village needs. With that, Shisui woke other members of his squad and retired for the night. Morning came, and the rest of the team awoke. Fukushu and another on the perimeter had replaced Yunoko and Hoaru. This left the other Chunin and Jonin leader to pack up and prepare for moving. Shinobu and Dango had finished earlier than the rest, and the former was sitting by his belongings with a whetstone sharpening his blade. Dango had decided to take this as yet another opportunity to rest. His back was against his squadmates with his head laid back on his shoulder. Is moon gazing all you do? It's not even out during the day. The accused fished through his pocket, picking out another candy before plopping it in his mouth. That's actually a common misconception. We only think that because the moon is more visible at night. The moon's orbit is centered around our Earth and not its rotation, meaning that there is no direct correlation with nighttime and the moon. Scoffing at the small lecture, Shinobu bumped his teammate. You know, your eyesight's really impressive. If only you looked in front of you instead of upwards. Closing his squinted eyes, Dango lifted his head to tie his bandana forehead protector on tightly. If you lot were more interesting, maybe I would. With another high-pitched squeal, he ran the stone down the sword. In that case, what do you think of the captain? He's not himself, and it's got the rest of us on edge. Showing the same lack of interest, Dango shrugged, raising his arms. He's clearly not telling us something, but I'm not sure about if it's to do with the mission or not, seeing it's been like this from the very beginning. How about you? I don't like that he's not transparent. I'd hope for at least that much from my squad leader.
Butte.
He drew out the one-syllable word as he scraped down his blade once more. But there is a reason he is a Jonin, so whatever it is might give him more to ponder on. I believe he won't let it get in the way of the mission. Smirking to himself, the moon gazer prompted. That's some faith you've got there. I'm sure you'll keep the higher-ups happy with that top-notch brown nosing. A pulsing red vein popped from Shinobu's forehead at the remark. You want to talk about where our noses have been? I'm just surprised you're not bouncing off the walls. He screeched with bare teeth. Alongside the Yamanaka and Inuzuka, Shisui recoiled at the childish behavior of his squad. And they call us animals, Hoaru voiced to the more contained leaf ninja. They are indeed quite immature. It makes you question their age. Agreeing silently, coughing loudly enough to catching everyone's attention, Shisui began listing his ideas. As you know, we'll be moving towards the border. This means we'll increase our chance of coming into contact with the Mist Ninja, so we won't have squadmates manning the perimeter. We'll continue as 3 groups. A round of nods let him know they understood. Yonoko, what can you tell us of his mental state? Would a genjutsu be detrimental? She ran her analytical gaze over the unconscious Kuriru. There was another episode late last night. He'd woken the squad up after experiencing a nightmare. Yonoko once more had to calm him down. Afterwards, she'd seen the look in his eye and reported her suspicions to Shisui. There would be no physical effects, but there is a likely chance his current state could only worsen from genjutsu. Of course, he accepted. Moving to roll up his tent, he continued. As soon as we notice the Mist Ninja, I will place him under a genjutsu with my Sharingan dash. Why not as soon as he's conscious? Taking it in, Shisui informed them. This particular genjutsu, while strong as it doesn't require a line of sight, is broken once the person affected knows they are under control. The team quickly realized that such a genjutsu could only be used once in the same confrontation, as all enemies will be on high alert. Then, Fukushu will flank from east of their squad with Yonoko behind him. Shinobu with Dango behind him will do the same from the southwest. I understand that we want them out of our country, but why this formation? Hoaru questioned, slightly confused as to why he wasn't on the flank. Both teams have a Byakugan. The information rattled those unaware. Feeling the rapid increase of chakra throughout his squadmates told him of their surprise, frustration, and anger. This means we are up against AO and many other powerful ninja. Undoubtedly, he will inform his men of our movements. As the team listened to Shisui's orders, they finished packing their equipment and left for the border. The confident charges and blatant focus calmed many of the Leaf Ninja's nerves. Mist Squad. AO and the Corps had been ruthless in maintaining their covert profile whilst in enemy territory. One member of the unit had been sent after the rogue until they were told of Leaf learning of their involvement. With the possibility of combat, it was believed they would need a well-sized force to match the strongest village in the Shinobi Nations. Ao himself was sent as a means for emotional instability, and judging by the fact he saw that distinctive long brown hair and white eyes, it had been the right idea. A child Hyuga partnered with a bandana-wearing man were scoping out their vicinity. Scouting, he asserted. And judging by the chakra in the brain, that one's talking to a mindwalker, they're definitely not alone. One of the many drawbacks of being the most potent ninja force was that most nations knew many details on those ninja. Relaying the information to his team, he noted the very high possibility that they would encounter many more Leaf Ninja. Seeing the opposing squad strengths, he knew that his shinobi worked best when the combatant is least expecting it. But the Byakugan that the Hyuga owned removed any chance of catching them off guard. That would usually be the case if their nation's fighting styles weren't centered primarily around stealth. Experiencing himself the flaws of his implanted Byakugan, their infamous widespread technique filtered chakra into the air. As the Hyuga's Kekkei Genkai saw chakra, it would be rendered useless by the hidden mist jutsu. Ao eventually learnt that his mastery of the Byakugan outdid that of the Hyuga's, as while he could see him, he noticed the lack of reaction from his counterpart. He learned this and more over the days that passed, days of following the resident shinobi force. The Undertaker squad allowed the Leaf Ninja to move past them and follow their zigzagging pattern towards the border. He concluded that the team would only start moving towards the border once they had captured Kuriru, meaning that they would follow those of the Leaf to maximize chances of mission success. His previous suspicions were confirmed when another ninja paired with the Hyuga, and from the look, it was the Yamanaka from before. As they were northern of their soon-to-be opponents, he could make out the pair clearly and noted that there were two other groups, the southwesterly group containing fewer shinobi, though he couldn't make out who manned them. It was knowing that no matter who they attacked first, the other groups would likely know about it instantly and come to their aid, which caused the notorious Mist Ninja the most significant headache. As Shisui had, he began detailing his plan. During his strategy, he scanned once more and saw something that only confirmed his decision. The deserter has just started making his way to the border, and I expect he's been used as a ploy. Judging from his movements, he's branched off from the larger main group. I'll lead 7 of you and we'll target that lead group. The other 6 will split up into 2 squads. One will confront the eastern pair, and the other will hold the southwesterly team. Reaching into his pack, he gripped the white porcelain, pulling it to his face. The mask features were masculine, with red lips and a blue beard. Ao enjoyed the strength he felt whenever he put on the Gomen mask. The morbid truth behind his choice only strengthened his identity, and he embodied the mask. Once you've eaten your rations, you'll move to your designated stations. The squad targeting the Hyuga will remain positioned between them and the main team, delay their attack, prevent them from regrouping with the other details. The masked Mist Ninja followed suit, setting their masks in place. The multiple designs with fine slitted eye holes were fearsome to even those of their home nation. "We think not of death," Ao spoke firmly, his cold blue eye appreciating the dedication of his men. With sharp movements, the other ANBU operatives stood at attention before chanting back. "For we fly the 0. Ow!" A thick line of trees stood between the larger Leaf and Mist squads, greenery so dense that Ao had to resort to his implanted Kekkei Genkai to assess his opposition, and what he saw set him on edge. At the same time, his name commanded international fear, especially amongst the squad that stood before him. Another shinobi whose name was spoken, even more often than his when discussing threats, stood across the thick tree line. "It seems that the parameters of our mission have changed," his voice carrying out from behind the cold, porcelain mask. "Shisui the teleporter lies beyond these trees, and while we have a considerable advantage in our numbers, I doubt that we would survive the encounter. So now, we ensure the death of the deserter and retreat. Some will remain to delay the Leaf Ninja." Wordlessly, the Mist Umbu agreed, moving into their positions while Kuriru sluggishly continued onwards. 300 feet. A woman wearing a mask with a yellow side separating the left ear to the right cheek, her hands firmly grasped in the ram symbol. His chakras unusual, most likely under a genjutsu. Coming to a similar assessment, Ao extended his range and looked towards the squad in front of him. The world read black and white, but not too long after seeing the waves of a glowing blue flowing off each Leaf Ninja, and he zeroed in on the squad leader. And what he saw only confirmed his hypothesis. He could see the raw chakra flowing into the Jonin's eyes. But it wasn't that same blue, not like all others standing ready. No, it was a startling and piercing emerald, yet more proof of the sheer gap in skill between them. Standing on the forest floor, with his eyes trained on Shisui, it truly felt as if this boy was stood atop a mountain just ahead of him, one he could never climb. But I am not required to defeat him. We must only ensure the death of the deserter. His decision changed once more, returning his vision to those close, signaling to another man. He watched as the other masked operative ran through a set of hand signs. Ninja art. Hidden mist jutsu, he muttered, as instantly, the air began to thicken with his subordinate's chakra. Even in the dark of night, the dark gray of the invading mist stole what remained of everyone's vision. Thicker, Ao commanded, while detrimental to him. The same could be said of those opposing him with any visual prowess. His shinobi did as commanded and forced the mist to become even more intense. Ao could now only see one of his squad, the ninja currently holding the concealing technique with the ram sign. Hearing the shifting of the ninja's mask, he glanced over to meet the patient gaze of the umbu. Not yet, remain ready. Shisui. Seeing the fog roll into the soon-to-be battleground, with a look, Shisui alerted his squad to be alert. Looking to Hoaru, who he was quickly losing sight of, he requested locations. He would have asked Yonoko through their telepathic link, but she was currently focused on maintaining contact between the three groups. So while he couldn't see anything with this mist, he looked towards a man who had a point-point control of a separate sense. A trait of the Inuzuka clan gained after spending generations with their canine partners, and after so long, both parties acquired new abilities. The dogs learned how to communicate with the rowdy clan, whilst those who now donned the red Inuzuka marks took on many improvements in their five senses. The most prominent was not sight but smell. Both Hoaru and Mitakuchi raised their snouts, closed their eyes, and focused on locating the mist ninja. A soft bark from the partner agreed with what he told Shisui. They're sticking to one group, but there are similar scents near Yonoko, Tanto, and Mitsuki and Shinobu. Fukushu and Yonoko are further away from the approaching ninja. Mitsuki and Shinobu are almost on top of their opposition. While the Uchiha marveled at the precision of his teammate's nose, he continued with his plan. It's likely that we have the upper hand in skill and power, but they outmatch us 7-4. Hoaru, use your nose, you and Mitakuchi, when you feel we're in position, move. The terrain is ours, but this mist is difficult. There'll be no more communication from now on, as they will use the sound against us. It no longer mattered if his squad could hear him or not, so without taking his trained vision off of the direction of the mist ninja, raising his hand to his chest, he formed a half-ram sign and disappeared in a blur of speed. Land of fire. Forest. Shisui's Sharingan flared to life as he raced behind the Undertakers. He quickly noted that while he could see his chakra, anything beyond 10 meters was lost in the fog. Then, hearing his squadmates move around the collection of trees, he began to act. Flashing through a set of hand seals, he finished with the tiger sign. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. He took a deep breath, inhaling large amounts of oxygen as he filtered the chakra into his lungs. Just before releasing it, he sparked the chakra before breathing out. What followed was an immense comet-like fire that spewed from Shisui's mouth. The searing heat singed trees as it made its way towards the mist ninja's approximate location. As expected, the masked operatives had dispersed, Shisui noted through the clearer mist. But as he heard the other two squadmates tunneling disappear, his world became eerily quiet. Dropping into a readied stance, Shisui closed his eyes to focus on his other senses. Moments passed as he felt for other presences, and as fast he could react, a hand, gripping a senbon with the precision of a trained elite, attempted to strike his neck directly. Half unsheathing the tanto strapped to his back, Shisui managed to deflect the surgeon's needle. The momentum of the ninja's attack allowed for the operative to roll forward and shoot past. Shisui's mind now was racing, and now that he'd seen one of them, he wouldn't let them escape. Quickly finding that he was quicker than the masked ninja, Shisui was behind what appeared to be a girl within seconds. Then, flashing in front of his combatant, Shisui forced the green-clad umbu to hold in her tracks. We only want to execute the deserter. Let us do that, and we would be on our way. Then, With a deep calming breath, Shisui formed another set of hand signs. That might be the case, but you have entered our borders. Our mission is to eliminate any threats to our nation. Currently, you are that threat. Appearing as if they came into focus, 6 clones of Shisui began to encompass the masked ninja. It wasn't until Shisui bolted towards her that she reacted. Shisui aimed a kick at the masked ninja's chest, which she blocked with crossed arms. The Umbu operative winced behind her mask. Time stood still for a moment as the OK slits of the cold, porcelain mask met the blazing red of Shisui's Sharingan, the 3 tomo spinning hypnotically. Before she could react, a scorching heat made itself known. Glancing backward, another Shisui had just spewed a second fireball. Managing to roll out of the way, the masked ninja avoided both fireball and attack from another of Shisui's clones. Losing track of which Shisui was real, the masked ninja's eyes carefully assessed the body language of each clone. That lasted only a second when she counted only 6 of them, and with the opening, Shisui made a darting attempt from behind. Flame coated his tanto as Shisui dove for the exposed back of the Umbu operative. Helplessly, the victim glanced backwards to see what appeared to be impending death. Before Shisui could reach his target, a volley of needles punctured his forearm. Slowing himself down, Shisui came to a stop before his now opponent. Byakugan kilir, ow. Your skill with these needles is as good as they say. The sharp pain in Shisui's had rapidly reduced, and the limb was now numb. Not only did you intercept my attack, but you also managed to strike nerves that inhibit movement. Careful not to do any more damage, Shisui plucked the senbon from his forearm. As I have trained for decades, I expect my skill to meet the standards I have placed upon myself. Though I am lucky, had this mist been any thinner, I'm sure your eyes would have spotted them. It appeared as if both sides knew of their opposition, meaning they also had plans in place to counter their strengths. Now, as my subordinate just informed you, please allow my team to rid us all of our deserter. We wouldn't want any of our secrets in the hands of our enemies, the other nations. Shisui had respect for ninja of other nations, and he admired all who served their village. However, Shisui also held little space in his heart for those who abandoned their responsibilities and people. So knowing that their team was protecting some who had defected from his village admittedly didn't sit very well with him. The Leaf has little interest in the secrets Kiriru might know. Our mission is to remove you from our nation, so it would also be easy for you to leave and avoid any conflict. And I doubt so many of you would be here without the intent of conflict. Knowing the importance of secrets, the Mist Squad could not allow Kiriru to continue to live while refusing to return to their village. Then it appears that we must fight, and I'll admit, I'm quite thrilled to do battle against a skilled Sharingan. I've bored myself of white eyes. Now I'd like to test those that are red. Shisui decided to humor him, and he activated his Kekkei Genkai. Tracking the way Ao raised his right hand into a half-ram seal, the way he filtered chakra into the gray eye patch, and the way Ao's veins bulged around his right eye. It fascinated Shisui just how masterful Ao's control of his implant was, and it far outshone many Hyuga he'd come across. With our village's relationship in mind, I pray that you retreat before this situation worsens. Scoffing from behind his mask, Ao couldn't believe the gall of this boy threatening him. Such a child. Only fools pray, and if you are to survive our battle, I sincerely hope that you learn from this. Infants who've been gifted power should learn just how cold this world can be. With his tanto now firmly gripped in his left hand, Shisui's eyes noticed the female Umbu's figure waver into nothing. Genjutsu, Shisui mentally screamed in frustration. While not focused, he'd let someone let slip out of his sight. Shisui scanned his surroundings as quickly as possible, and while he couldn't see anyone's chakra, he did catch a glint from an incoming senbon. Glancing at Ao one more time, Shisui flipped backwards. Molding chakra in the soles of his feet, he clung to the trunk of the tree. Lobbing the tanto up in front of him, he fought through a set of signs. After, his chest swelled with searing hot chakra as he sucked in a deep breath. Fire style, fierce dragon flame jutsu. Shisui's household. Izumi. He sounded out, Izumi. He repeated once more, focusing on the name of the girl in front of him. Naruto was doing his best not to look her in the eyes as he pondered on what Shisui was doing on his mission. Returning to the here and now, he reevaluated his circumstances. He was currently in Shisui's home. Recently, he'd been returning to his apartment less and less. Shisui was currently preparing dinner for him. Itachi had told her that he would be staying the night. Itachi had invited a girl, with Shisui's permission, as he wanted to introduce her. Then Itachi had to leave, and he did, saying he needed to talk to Shisui quickly. Now, the pair were sitting awkwardly at the dining table while Izumi passionately introduced herself.
I'm Naruto Uzumaki.
Slowly, he remembered what Shisui had told him when talking to new people. You are a little blonde boy, a child, and, more importantly, one that my Shisui chose to be important to him. So when you talk to someone, know that he and I think you are someone amazing. So whenever you meet someone you don't know, treat them the way you've treated all of us so far. You're Naruto Uzumaki, so let everyone know about it. With his sudden outburst, Izumi unexpectedly squirmed in happiness, clasping her hands in front of her chest. A stupid grin plastered all over her face. You're so much more adorable than Sasuke. He doesn't even give me the time of day, always saying that I'm stealing Itachi from him. It's not my fault he's so perfectly helpless. I mean, he's always so clueless. A firm sisterly grip around his shoulders kept Naruto in place as Izumi spun around with blonde ragdoll in her arms. A very confused Naruto wasn't focused on anything as he just couldn't wrap his head around what Izumi had just said. Itachi? Helpless? It was unfathomable. Itachi was as close as you could come to perfection, only behind Shisui, that is. Yeah, I mean, he never knows what's going on, and he gets defensive over the strangest of things. Still tightly pressed to her chest, Naruto didn't even think of breaking out of her grip. He's nice though, always thinking of others, sometimes to the point of hurting himself for them. So Itachi's actions hurt others. Even though he was just being nice, this was just too much for Naruto right now. How do you know Itachi so well? The tiny blonde questioned from her chest, and she spoke of the raven-haired boy as if they were family. Then, changing her grip, Izumi held him at arm's length and pinned him with a curious graze. He really didn't tell you? Naruto could only shake his head, guiltily as when her expression saddened. Sometimes, it's really hard to believe he even thinks about me. I've known him for years, and he couldn't even introduce me to you. He hadn't ever seen Shisui mess up, and Naruto couldn't imagine what that would feel like. So, knowing Sasuke, he wanted to make sure he could always see Itachi the way he sees Shisui. You gotta tell him, Naruto vehemently insisted, his large blue eyes conveying just how young he is. But, giving his idea the respect it deserved, Izumi treated it seriously. I wouldn't want him to change because I'm selfish. It's unfair to make him look at me when he's always looking at Sasuke. Then, putting himself in Sasuke's position, he admitted he wouldn't ever want Shisui to stop looking at him. But Naruto could never live with himself if Shisui lost his chance for a better life because he was focused on him. Be selfish, Naruto protested. I don't really know much about Itachi. He's super smart and really cool, but that's about it. With his shoulders hunched from being held and his face scrunched in thought, his whiskers made Izumi briefly think she was holding an adorable little fox. Itachi's hard to talk to, and it takes me forever to figure out what he says. Sure says it makes heaps of people not want to spend time with him. His sapphire, blue eyes lit up, and his golden hair seemed to stand on end as if having a world-shattering epiphany. So if you want to talk to him, tell him. Izumi almost laughed at her situation, being taught how to live by a child half her age. It can't hurt, she accepted, putting him down. Letting out a chuckle, Izumi's dark brown eyes squinted in warmth. Itachi and I were in the same class in the academy, she informed him, tucking a strand of her long brown hair behind her ear. But he graduated early, so until recently, he and I haven't had much time to see each other. Naruto could see that fact affected her, the way her eyes burned with passion. That doesn't mean anything, though. Her preachings were emphasized with a clenched fist. I'll be graduating this year, so I'll be one step closer to him. Naruto seemed to resonate with her feelings, a desire to be acknowledged. Then I'll graduate too, and I'll get better than both of you. Sure too, patting his head, annoyingly similar to the way Shisui did. You're so cute, thinking you can be as strong as us. Nostrils flaring in righteous anger, Naruto refused to take this from her. Don't underestimate me. Gimme some time, and you won't stand a chance. Of course. She drew him into a one-armed hug, this one much warmer than the glomp before. Naruto ducked underneath her arm and quickly noted that she didn't wear the Uchiha crest, feeling his resolve slip away into the contact. Just you wait. When I'm stronger than you, I'll never let you forget about it. The young Uzumaki also noted that her eyes had a light brown tinge, nothing like the bottomless inky black of Shisui, Shisui, and Itachi. I'm looking forward to it, but in some ways she was the exact same. Naruto, came a third voice, drawing the attention of both academy students. We have yet to perfect your technique, and we're losing daylight. Both boys glanced over to Izumi, giving her questioning glances. She responded to Itachi with a short nod, then looked to Naruto. What are you waiting for? If you really want to surpass us, your time's running out. Land of Fire, Forest. Hoaru was lying still in the dirt, breathing imperceptibly lightly. His body was covered in needles protruding from all of his bloodied limbs. He cursed the fact that he was currently useless, barely able to move his head. He glimpsed at Mitakuchi still fighting on and only felt more pathetic. Shisui, unlike his teammate, was relatively unharmed. As it appeared to him, they seemed to be trying to increase the gap in numbers between the squads. Shisui and Mitakuchi stood side by side as they faced down the 8 Umbu operatives. Mitakuchi, go see if the others are still alive. If they are, protect them. Leave them to me. The Uchiha could see that the ninja hound was worried about his partner, and he needed any teammates out of the way. The large black dog bowed its head, silently thanking him. Shisui reached down to rustle the short hair of his squad mate's canine partner. Go look after your partner. Make sure my squad's all right for me. Mitakuchi bowed further before turning away from the mist ninja and leaving. Standing slowly, Shisui noted how many more of them there were. This might be tough, but you have hurt, potentially killed some of my squad. His cold, jet-black eyes stared mercilessly at the mist ninja. You did this even when you could have turned back. Shisui's eyes turned a sickening vermilion, his trained eyes studying his opponents. So now, decide which of you will explain to your families why the others haven't returned. The black Tomo spun hypnotically, and for a moment, Ao swore all he could see were a murderous set of Sharingan shrouded in an endless abyss. If you don't decide, I will choose for you. Kakashi. The one-eyed Jonin and Itachi's clone were meeting while Itachi instructed the 4 Narutos on more effective taijutsu styles when using clones. You'll meet him after Shisui returns from his mission, Itachi insisted. Ever since the first meeting with his silver-haired superior, he'd become increasingly tired of the older Hitaki. You can promise that? Kakashi pressed his bored eye meeting Itachi's pair. While Shisui would prefer to wait until he's perfectly confident in Naruto's skills, I believe that time will never come. Although Kakashi studied the movements of both ravens, the clone's face held an impressed smile when 2 golden-haired boys threw a third into the air. Why's that? As a boy who learned a technique as dangerous as shadow clones at the same age as you, do you believe his growth will fall short? Itachi's eyes raised away from his blonde student to Kakashi, masking the insult he felt at the accusation. My faith in the new generation will never waver, for it is their fate to surpass those of the past. A never-ending cycle that will ensure the strength of our village. Kakashi pleasantly found himself agreeing with his subordinate's statement, though he expected little else who had drawn as much praise as he did from his Hokage. So then, why is it that you think that we should meet sooner than Shisui?
Shrugging non committedly, Itachi answered honestly.
Best to rip the plaster off earlier, Itachi reasoned carelessly. If you are to meet Naruto for his benefit, I think you can have more impact on his learnings if you are to meet him now. Setting an impressed gaze of his own on the small Uzumaki, he rounded on his blank-faced junior, draping his arm languidly over the raven's shoulder. His right eye closed happily. I knew I could count on you, my adorable little junior. Sliding off the black-clad boy, He raised a two-finger salute. I patiently wait for Shisui's arrival. While Kakashi vanished into the wind, Itachi let out a deep sigh before dispersing in a cloud of smoke. The silver-haired Jonin didn't enjoy the feeling he was currently experiencing. It wasn't painful, but the chill that had settled in his gut stilled him momentarily. Calming himself, he recited his father, Tsukumo's words, "Life as a shinobi is short, so while you harvest the yield of your dedication, sow the seeds for the life of those to come." He couldn't help but feel that he was betraying the words his father had once told him. Land of fire, forest. Shisui danced, his eyes alight with a fury readily becoming known to the Mist Ninja. Ducking beneath one of Ao's slashes with a kunai, Shisui disappeared once more in a flicker of speed, and before any Umbu could react, he and two clones of him had struck three masked shinobi from behind. They slammed into the ground, bouncing up as if made of rubber, their masks splitting from the impact. The other Umbu gathered themselves, sending handfuls of sunbon needles at Shisui at a tremendous pace. The middle Shisui vanished in yet another show of breakneck speed, whereas the others were dispelled into smoke as soon as the needles impacted them. Seeing the burst of pace and rush of chakra, Ao's Byakugan searched for where Shisui would stop. Keeping his focus outwards, he noticed a flicker behind him. A diving Shisui stretched out, Tanto ready to drive through his vertebrae. Leaping upwards to avoid the Uchiha strike, Ao's right eye registered the attack. Unfortunately, his squadmate hadn't moved and instead was sending a confused look towards him. To Ao's horror, the accusatory look in the man's eyes didn't waver even as his opponent's short blade pierced through his chest. The sound of his sternum splitting as steel broke cartilage. The Tanto vanished with Shisui's clone before Ao could hurl an attack in its direction. Still in the air, Ao's Byakugan studied Shisui's movements from above the tree's canopy, poised just like the clone. Ao quickly realized his Byakugan could see straight through Shisui, stilling himself as he waited for the Uchiha to close in. As Shisui passed, Ao drew a kunai from his long sleeve and swiped through the Uchiha's midsection. With no surprise to Ao, the Sharingan user didn't react, at least not until Ao watched pitch-black feathers peel off Shisui. Crows began to fly away from his form no later as Shisui, who stood atop a high branch, narrowed his deadly scarlet eyes. That spoil of yours is well trained, and I have no recollection of a main house member not returning from a mission. Ao formed the familiar ram sign before expending a rush of chakra through his body, calming the irregular flow of energy. Shisui's body vanished like ripples in water, the illusion losing its hold on Ao. This I saw little love, little for those who sealed him and even less for us of another nation. Ao's rough voice told of no emotion as his hands lowered to the pouch at his hip. I felt no happiness when I removed his eye, but knowing that I could use this power against his very own village always brings a smile to my face. He remembered just how vile he felt when he carefully severed the eye from the valiant Hyuga's skull. Looking to his squadmate, he gave a short nod once again as they molded their chakra. Mist formed in the forests of the Land of Fire. You, Shisui's adolescent voice decided and spoke to Ao amongst his two remaining subordinates. I want you to explain to the families that because of your baseless confidence, I was forced to end their lives. Don't think that we of the hidden mist fall so easily. Your will of fire may burn brightly, but no matter how large your flames, they can always be doused. The calm running of water has never feared the fire's destruction. Sharingan meeting a concealed Byakugan, his eye of insight peering into the recesses of the older man's mind. It does not surprise me that a man of your time resorts to age-old sayings in an attempt to instill fear. Is it to hide your weaknesses? Your doubts, perhaps? The mist continued to thicken as both with visual prowess noted the growing amount of chakra. Hidden jutsu, Kirisame, the mist became so dense that it began to precipitate. An artificial rain began tapping at the forest floor. The technique's user flapped his kimono open, revealing the weapon stores in his possession and covering the other two. Ao and the other ducked beneath the clothing of the technique's user to avoid the falling drops. Shisui, from his perch, stared at water pooling in his palm and the chakra that was being siphoned into the thickening liquid. It wasn't fast enough to be considered deadly, but this fight would become exponentially harder if he wasted any more time. His Sharingan went from his limb to the last known location of his enemy. He found it amusing that he'd be using a technique he'd stolen from a shinobi of the hidden mist. This time he flooded his tanto with lightning natured chakra. He stabbed the short blade into the large branch of the tree. Lightning style. Thunder gate, lightning surged towards the sky, standing out against the deep black of midnight. The charge being held quickly became too much for the clouds to grasp before a bolt shot down with an ear-piercing crack, not too far away from Ao's team. Then another like a whip made purely of static electricity, both leaving scorching craters, though, as Shisui drew his tanto from the tree, he and his enemy knew what was yet to come. The kimono was drawn to the side, still protecting the two from the rain. The gray mist stopped the stench of singed wood reaching them as the smoke melded with the chakra-laced moisture. Seconds passed by as the three looked skywards, and time almost stood still. The rain seemed to hold in the air as Ao watched in stark fear as the mist above glowed white. Then a fork of lightning, 10 times the size of the previous, shot through into vision before impacting the ground. His world turned white, quite like his eye, as the sheer force of the lightning bolt blew him hundreds of feet away. The shockwave and arcs of energy chased the singed, flying Ao, the circular crater expanding with every second that passed. His ragdoll body bounced off the ground, unable to steady himself before his back slammed into a tree. Ao coughed up blood and bile as the wood splintered radially with his head hanging as he slid down till he found himself involuntarily seated. Red ran down his face and dripped from his brow onto his tattered uniform, his face and torso covered in cuts. He coughed once more, blood sprayed onto his lap. Then, regaining consciousness after the devastating attack, his tired navy eye looked upon his broken body. He fought to raise his right arm, and more pain surged through every cell of his body. Ao knew that it wouldn't be longer than a few minutes before Shisui found him, so he needed to be ready. Shisui. That technique always left him incredibly drained. His tanto didn't have the same properties as the blades that created that technique. Because of this, he was required to pump a significant amount of his chakra to make the jutsu work. So, as Shisui set his eyes on the crater in front of him, he failed to spot Ao and his squad amongst the carnage. Instead, he yanked his tanto from the branch and set out to find what remained of his enemy. As Shisui ran, he noticed the forest's air clearing once more, the sky reddening as the sun rose into sight. Shisui leapt off one tree branch to another, pushing himself along with every chakra-enhanced step. His rhythmic movements continued until he felt a familiar and relieving connection, halting him in his search. Captain Shisui, Yonoko's strained voice echoed. He couldn't stop the slight grin that formed at her still calm communication. The mist squads that separated have been neutralized. Shinobu and Dango are resting from their encounter. I'm on my way to treat them. Fukushu knows your and the enemy's location and is making his way to them now. Nodding to himself, he accepted the information. Shisui knew he made the right choice when selecting his squad. With no fatalities and mission success in sight, Shisui began moving again. He quickly noted a trail of shattered wood, torn up soil, only a shinobi who'd trained from as long as Ao could survive his attack. It took Shisui no longer than a few minutes to reach Ao, and what he saw made his blood run cold. Ao lay there, still, his eye trained on the scene that occurred in front of him. Fukushu stood there, his eyes wide and unfocused. Kuriru stood behind him, and as he backed away, Shisui saw two kunai firmly wedged in his back. One in the lower back and one just below the nape of the neck, the C2 and L3 vertebrae precisely. Kuriru. He always went unnoticed, still being a genin at his age didn't help. The mist was supposed to be recovering from the Third Ninja War, and with them having to rid their country of those bloodline users, they had an even more significant need for more powerful ninja. Not some kid who'd happily progress as he ages, but someone who was chasing power no matter the means. But even now, he knew he was the bait, but he was quickly forgotten just so these two groups of ninja could prove who was stronger. The forest had been littered with ninja tools, a tale of just how filthy and careless ninja were. Kuriru couldn't believe how immature they were. Both talked of peace and how the other should act to ensure it remained, but they still fought. He'd seen how powerful his leaf captor was. Every time Kuriru blinked, the Uchiha was in a different part of the forest, dismantling another mist umbu. his fire style, the way he burnt through the mist. And he'd heard tell of a swordsman with a pair of legendary blades that could channel lightning. Unfortunately, he couldn't remember her name. But Kuriru couldn't believe that any ninja had a technique like that lightning style he'd just seen. The size and devastation rocked him, especially when he'd seen the younger boy up close. He'd seen Ao flung backwards as he rocketed through the forest floor, and he knew that the Uchiha would follow. Finally, he'd reached Ao, presumably before Shisui, and found the Hyuga from before, stood in front of the mangled Ao, his white eyes alight with fury. Ao, Byakugan killer. Ao's smile showed bloodied teeth. A wound above his right eye drained down his face. Yes, boy, you've got me. Happy? He questioned mockingly. As a once shinobi of the hidden mist, he knew never to show fear in front of the enemy. Do you wish to take my eye? Or maybe both? Whatever helps you take revenge. Whatever helps you feel strongest. From the tight cheeks and bared teeth, Kuriru couldn't imagine the rage the Hyuga currently felt. Instead, he could see how tired the long brown-haired boy was, covered in dirt, cuts and bruises, and breathing heavily. The two seemed so worn that neither of their Byakugans was active. At least, that was all he could tell from the lack of bulging veins. That boy. The Uchiha thinks favorably of him. He'd seen the way the Leaf Squad leader studied his subordinates and the way that Liar had looked at the Hyuga. Kuriru had thought that he'd finally received his answer. And with the way the Uchiha acted, Kuriru was surprised to have never gotten a response. An eye for an eye? Fukushu ground out, his eyes narrowing. To torture you would stain the nations longer than necessary. But be sure that I will tear it from your still warm, dead body. Silently, Kuriru stalked around behind the Hyuga and looked around the forest. The Mist Teen had decided that this time he'd be seen, and not just by one nation, but two. And not just that, he could punish that Uchiha for not giving him an answer. It took him no time to find some weapons, 2 kunai, and could either leave long-lasting damage or kill quickly if used correctly. He watched as another second passed, as the Hyuga's resolve strengthened with every step. Then, having no doubts, Kuriru shot forward, intending on making this boy into a living reminder to that lying Uchiha that he failed. Ao had seen him the second he came from behind the trunk of the tree, perfect. Kuriru needed only a few steps before stabbing the 2 blades into the Hyuga's back with only a few feet to cover. Both aimed at the top and bottom of the spine. He reveled in the fact that this kid, probably the same age as him, could never move again, a fitting punishment for being a ninja. Land of fire. Forest. The now crippled Fukushu fell to the ground with a sickening thud that made Shisui's insides churn. His subordinate looked lifeless, unable to move but wanting to writhe in pain. It makes you think, doesn't it? Kuriru's juvenile voice told him. To see those you're supposed to protect like this. His mind, shrouded in shock, couldn't think as Shisui watched Kuriru let the 2 kunai fall to the ground. I didn't have to do this, but you drove me to it. Kuriru turned his back to Ao to look at the Uchiha, the dark blue eyes covered by his hair. It's your fault, he accused, his fists tightly scrunched by his sides before he seemed to take a deep breath. All I wanted was a response to a simple question. Then, confusing Shisui and Ao, he chose to sit down. But, even without talking, you gave me your answer. A ninja fights for themselves. What kind of person is that? Despite his current situation, Ao fought to respond. Don't speak like you have any legs to stand on. You who has no loyalty. Shisui's trained shinobi mind struggled to not slip into anger, spotting that neither Ao nor Kuriru were in any position to stop him. So as fast as he could, he stood in front of his downed teammate. Why? Shisui questioned as he slowly and carefully laid him in a comfortable position. No one could be this spiteful over one question. Kuriru neglectfully blinked at the Uchiha, not threatened by knowing that he would not be alive to see the sunrise. Then, crossing his legs into the lotus position as if prepared for a lesson, he raised his eyes, the presence of life falling into place once more. To prove to myself how fragile your concept of peace is, when one heartbeat stops, everybody descends into chaos. You want to know why, don't you? Closing his eyes, seemingly tired of the subject. Because in this world, most can do something about it, and when you can't, you bring others who can. Those people fight under the pitifully thin banner of friendship. They build bonds and continue to fight for this peace. They kill and kill and kill, ignorant of those they fight against. Some desire the same ending for our nations, and others want nothing more than to be left alone. This belief is what fuels the flame for every war. Do you dash? That's why you did this? To Fukushu? So you could give some long-winded lecture on how you know what's best. So you think that because you have experienced loss, that you know what you're talking about. Shisui's pained outburst surprised the eerily calm Kuriru. Have you ever weighed your loss against those of your village? Of others? Still firm in his belief, the deserter saw no need to respond and kept listening. Then here's your answer. As a ninja, I will eliminate any threat to my village and clan and die to protect those precious to me. Brandishing his blood-stained tanto, Shisui refused to activate his Sharingan as he saw with perfect clarity how he dashed and sliced along Kuriru's neck. Blood sprayed from the wound, adding to the grime that coated his clothing. Shisui watched his body rock backwards as the lifeless form crushed the dirt and grass beneath him. All those words of avoiding conflict only for you to kill him like that. Ao mocked before spitting out more blood. You blame us and the mist for this, but it was you who decided to draw this out. It was you who forced this conflict. So regardless of my thanks for ending that deserter's life, I will forever hold you responsible for this. Even if my men and I die today, that white eye will blame you too. Shisui rounded on Ao. Sharingan flared to life. His right eye spun as it changed its form, shaping into a four-pointed pinwheel. Ao, being too tired to activate his Byakugan, broke eye contact. Not needing to see Ao's eyes, Shisui's Sharingan began flooding his mind with memories of his subordinate as the clone drove his blade through their chest. The way the eyes blamed him, the way his men saw him as a failure. He relived every moment and watched as Shisui hacked his squadmates down, one at a time. He watched as every time he dodged the Uchiha, one of his team wasn't quick enough and was efficiently slaughtered. He couldn't breathe as he continued to experience his horrors. So why didn't he fight back? Why couldn't he do anything about it? He was supposed to be an experienced leader, one who should never fail like this. So why did he have to see this? Shisui had put him under a genjutsu, and these were nothing but illusions. Suddenly the focus returned to his eye and his airways unclogged, the effects of the genjutsu dissipating. I wished that you could have seen more, for you to know that we are both at fault for your team. And if you do survive, tell your Mizukage that if any of your ninjas stand on our land unannounced, the same fate awaits them. Giving the disheveled Ao one more pitying look, Shisui slowly walked over to still Fukushu. I've seen that seal, the one on your eye and earrings. Unfortunately, I don't have the time or patience to deal with it now, so consider this mercy from the hidden leaf. Kneeling, he placed a soft hand against the boy's back and raised the other into a ram sign. Pray I never see you again. Then, Shisui and his teammate disappeared into the wind, leaving Ao to the forest silence. Itachi. The prodigious member Uchiha clan stood atop a roof's peak, the raven hair billowing in the wind. He smiled as he watched Sasuke sitting under a tree in the academy ground. He knew that his younger brother wasn't very social, being that Itachi himself was the only other child who had ever been around him before he entered the academy. He saw Shisui's surrogate brother exhibiting similar behavior, the only difference being the broad smile plastered over his face as he unpacked his lunch. He remembered the green cloth that wrapped itself around the bento from the countless days of training with Shisui when he should have been attending this academy. It was undoubtedly made by Shisui, a lovely lady, almost a decade older than his mother, and someone who had decided that Naruto was deserving of care. The slight grin on his own brother's features meant just as much, even if he was less expressive. Itachi enjoyed watching over the pair in the academy, safe knowing that they would have more use for the system that failed him. Tracing his line of sight back to the blonde, Itachi recalled that Shisui had yet to return from his mission. Still, Kakashi informed him that Lord Hokage had received word from Shisui that they were returning after a complete assignment. What worried Itachi more was that one squad member was severely injured, and he knew that it would be affecting Shisui. Whatever affected Shisui would affect Naruto, though it worked the other way too. He hoped that he would return soon. As a ninja who had lost teammates on a mission, the time spent returning to the village is torture. You are rarely surrounded by those dear to you, and added to the fact that you are miles from home, you isolate yourself and sink into dangerous thoughts. A shadow flickered across Itachi's face and ran down the wooden roof. Looking skywards, he saw the hawks circling above him. Naruto. Naruto had been walked from his apartment to Shisui's home. Izumi had collected him and told him that Itachi thought he should be with Shisui at this time. First, Izumi carefully explained that Shisui would likely be prone to erratic behavior, confusing the boy with her words. Then, wording it differently, she told him that he needed to be careful because no one could know how he'd react. Finally, when Naruto asked what happened, she said what Itachi had told her. Shisui's mission didn't end well, and someone under his command is in hospital. Seeing the Uzumaki prepare to ask, Izumi answered him. Shisui's physically fine, but as I've told you, he's not very happy now. Wrapping his young mind around what had supposedly happened was a tiring exercise for Naruto, so he just focused on thoughts of his training. What stuck out in his mind was how slow he still was. Whenever Itachi sparred with him, he was no longer surprised by his pace and outdid Naruto effortlessly. Eventually, Naruto stood in front of the gate, waved Izumi goodbye and followed the path to the front door. The paper and wooden latticework glowed gold from the lights indoors, but before he could knock, the door was opened by Shisui. Confused that she knew he was there, Naruto tilted his head. The corners of her eyes crinkled as a sad smile was written on her face. For a little boy, you sure have heavy footsteps. Naruto tested his balance by rocking side to side only to notice the floorboards groaned and creaked under his weight. Giving her the biggest smile he could muster, he jested. I'll be quieter next time. Shisui's features saddened, worrying Naruto as he'd only ever seen this household smiling. He'd never met Shisui's father, but that never stopped the happy feeling the others had while at home. Keeping her thoughts to herself, the mother moved to the side, allowing Naruto in. Thank you for coming to see him, and I'll set your futon out for tonight. He's in his room. Naruto noticed that she didn't let him say anything before retreating into the home. Suddenly more conscious of the noise he made, the tiny blonde counted every step up the stairs. Finally, he snuck along the floor until he reached the ajar door of Shisui's room. Peeking in, he saw that same mop of unruly black hair, without the headband, was almost long enough to cover Shisui's eyes. Naruto knew that Shisui had sensed him. The Uchiha always seems to know where he was. He knocked lightly this time, getting no response. He announced himself as he slid the door open. Sure, I'm coming in. Shisui. Shisui felt ill. A dull, throbbing pain in his stomach had settled there ever since he'd left Ao to die. He'd lashed out and inflicted him with the worst images he could imagine. At the time, his seething rage had justified that the threat was necessary. A threat strong enough to stop another village from thinking they could make a move on them. Shisui replayed the image of Fukushu falling to the ground, in too much pain to scream. He recounted the blood that sprayed from Kiriru's neck as he saw his blade cut through the teen's neck. What he did to Ao, the anger he felt was not directed at the man who lay sprawled before him. He had devised an ineffective plan that led to a member of his squad fighting for his life. The anger he felt was directed at himself. He lay here searching for answers for why he hadn't planned further ahead, why Fukushu was in hospital right now, fighting for his life as a shinobi. Fukushu was his age, slightly older if he could recall his ninja ID correctly, and still, Shisui had been given a higher rank and led that mission. A near 14-year-old was leading a squad of adults and another boy, and he wondered who got it wrong. He would need to check on Fukushu for both his sake and Shisui's own. But that would need to wait. With the injuries he sustained, he wouldn't be out today. Maybe tomorrow. Whether justified or not, his inability to answer a question had left his subordinate in his current state. Shisui berated himself for his short-sightedness. Kiriru was unstable, and as soon as he was left alone, he'd struck. Why had he overlooked that possibility? He still searched for an answer. Shisui felt the fourth chakra, guided by a fifth, make its way through the gate as silent as he was. It was so bright, so warm, and there was only one person like that. Shisui was happy. That boy reminded him of what he was fighting for, the future of the village. His immense potential aside, Naruto was someone who could save this village from its own darkness because his light will run amok. No matter where he stands in the Hidden Leaf Village, those around him will be better and brighter because of it. Naruto moved past his mother, and as soon as he pushed through the door, Shisui's father's chakra ebbed, searching for something to latch onto. Caring little about anything else, Shisui focused solely on the small bundle that was Naruto Uzumaki. He listened acutely as the light footsteps made their way to his bedroom and knocked 3 times. Sure, I'm coming in. Holding his breath, Shisui counted the moments before turning his head and pushing himself up. Hello, Naruto. It's good to be back in the village and see you again. He truly felt joy now that he'd lain eyes on the small blonde, a comforting sight. But at this moment, even the happiness he felt was drowned out by the thoughts of his mission. All this couldn't allow him to smile as usual. Thank you for coming to see me. I've been a little off. He watched as Naruto's brows drew together, obviously worried about him. Shisui cursed himself, knowing that he needed to be that pillar of strength. The Uchiha straightened himself. You're gonna be okay, right? He pushed his conflicted thoughts of the last few days out of his mind before answering Naruto. Without a doubt, but look at it this way, now that I'm back in the village, we can focus on your training. Shisui watched as Naruto sparked into life. He knew the boy was just happy that he was back, and they were both glad to spend some time together. Naruto dampened once more before informing him. Itachi taught me a new jutsu. Thankful for the change of topic, Shisui leaned in eagerly. Oh, has he? What has that boy taught you now? He had complete faith that Itachi would do him and, more importantly, Naruto no wrong. So whatever technique it was, he was sure Itachi could justify his decision. The Shadow Clone Jutsu. I'm not good at it yet, the most I can make is 3. But just you wait, soon you and Itachi won't stand a chance. The passionate answer and unwavering belief only ever endeared him more to the Uchiha. A boy who was glad that Naruto hadn't changed. Shadow Clone. He could already see where Itachi was going. Teaching Naruto a technique like this was a message to multiple across the village. Naruto was growing, it was expected, but it told Shisui that maybe dipping his toes in would no longer be enough. Naruto needed direction, and Shisui could not do it himself. This weekend, mark it in your calendar. You need to meet someone. He was sure that Itachi would tell him the same thing. Half an hour of silence passed where Shisui focused solely on the little blonde in front of him. Eventually, his mother brought in the tousled futon, duvet and pillow. They thanked her, and she told them dinner time was nearing. When they got the call, Naruto leapt up only for Shisui to send him off before him. Naruto. A few seconds after he closed the door behind him, he looked towards the bedroom at the end of the hall. Uzumaki, please come see me for a moment. The voice came from the bedroom, Shisui's father's bedroom. Naruto felt quite nervous because he'd finally be meeting the man after spending almost half a year living in and out of the same home. Feeling stiff, Naruto reached the door and remained outside only to hear a loud scoff. Come in. The voice ordered and Naruto, not wanting to be rude, did so. Show some spine, boy. Don't disrespect those who believe in you by acting like that. Immediately, Naruto straightened on command as if receiving an order from a superior. The small Uzumaki flicked his eyes over, too sacred to turn his body or head, and studied the man. His skin was pale and he lacked the healthy head of hair that most Uchiha had. In addition, his right leg ended before the knee with a bandaged end. This man, who had to be in his mid-30s, looked more frail than most men twice his age. So this is what you look like. I expected more. Naruto couldn't stop the pang of righteous anger at the man's dismissal of him or the surprise considering his family. You look up to Shisui, don't you? So watch him. He's not the pillar of strength that the village portrays him to be. What you've seen today is much more true to his being. Naruto couldn't understand why he was saying this, why was he being told this? And he listened on for a little while longer, long enough for Shisui to walk in. Well, Uzumaki, I seem to have spoken long enough. If we talk again, my name is Tanmei Uchiha. Shisui strode in and placed his hand on Naruto's golden locks, eyeing his father suspiciously. We're having dinner. Do you wish to join us? Tanmei tapped the hilt of his leg as if Shisui had never seen it before. While it is an enticing offer, I'll wait for your mother to bring my meal. Shisui didn't react before glancing down at Naruto. It's just us 3 again. Come on, you need to eat, and it's getting cold. He looked at his father once more, seeing that the man was no longer interested. He tapped Naruto's shoulder hard enough to turn him slightly, giving a clear message that they were leaving. When the door was closed behind them, Tanmei's jet-black eyes peered from behind his discoloring hair, boring into the closed door. Shisui. The night had come and gone, and not being in the mood to talk about his father, he hadn't quizzed Naruto on their conversation. Regardless, the boy hadn't been remarkably eager to talk about it either. I told him not to scare Naruto off. Then he goes and does this. Did his father live to make his life difficult? He pushed those thoughts to the back of his mind, scolding himself for even considering that. His father was once a proud leaf shinobi and member of the Uchiha clan and police force. The man was always harsh, demanding the most from others with little patience. But ever since the last great ninja war, the harshness turned to bitterness and contempt. There were no alliances in this war. Every nation sought domination over the other. It was a time when no one was spared, even those of civilian lives lost someone close to them. It was defending an outpost of their border with the land of hot water from the invading Hidden Cloud shinobi. The Leaf squads were holding secure, and the Hidden Cloud wasn't making any progress. Tanmei, in a moment of lunacy, decided to relax into his trench only for a lightning-style technique to cave in his area of the channel, crushing his leg. He severed his leg, getting it treated by one of the few medical ninja. They deemed him no longer fit to fight in his state, and he was sent back to the village. Once he returned, he refused any more medical service and retreated to his family home. He continued to hear tales of heroics and how one man, who was predicted to take on the role of fourth Hokage, forced the other nations by demolishing an entire platoon of hidden stone shinobi into a peace treaty, only ever speaking to his wife or giving cynical remarks to Shisui. Realizing he'd lost himself in his memories, Shisui found he and Naruto, who still wore his old black ninja wear, in one of the many training grounds connected to the Uchiha compound. The Uchiha left as Naruto was instructed to begin his warm-up. Shisui was glad to find Kakashi not too far away. As he walked to greet him, Kakashi seemed to know already what he wanted. So Naruto's ready? That's good. I was beginning to question some things. Not interested in the silver-haired man's thoughts, Shisui ignored his statement and declared, "If you are not there by the time he is ready, you will never meet him." Kakashi looked towards the direction Shisui had come from and closed his eye. "I should already be there." His infuriating senior disappeared in a cloud of smoke, making Shisui bite his lip to force the irritation down before he vanished too. The teen found that Kakashi was, in fact, already there leant against a tree, studying Naruto, his masked face unreadable as ever. "You've done well. If he had grown up with us, he'd be out there fighting right now." Regretfully, Shisui found himself agreeing with Kakashi. The village is fortunate that that is no longer the case. We lost so much back then, though I need not tell you that. Then, humming his agreement, Kakashi informed Shisui. "I saw just how far along he's come. Itachi had him practicing with some shadow clones. He was right, Itachi had taught that technique for a reason. He needed to hear what his fellow clansmen honestly thought." "Let's go." Wordlessly, Kakashi followed. The pair appeared before a slightly winded Naruto, Shisui holding his same smile and Kakashi becoming more focused on the little boy. Sure, Naruto exclaimed, the fatigue leaving him instantly. He took a few steps before finally noticing the taller man to the Uchiha's right. Then, looking slightly anxious in the presence of the taller, silver-haired man, he halted himself between the two. "No hello for me. How hurtful." Kakashi's visible eye closed and wrinkled in good humor, scaring Naruto into almost bowing for forgiveness. "Kakashi," Shisui sighed, knowing he should have expected this from the man. "If you introduce yourself first, maybe Naruto will greet you." Then, visibly disappointed that Shisui needed to stand up for him, Naruto forced himself to look at the masked man. "Perhaps you're right. You are his senior, act like it." The Hataki's features dulled as he looked at his peer. "Just because I don't care about my reputation doesn't mean I don't want at least some respect from others." Shisui hummed knowingly without responding to the miffed Hataki. The black-clad Uzumaki seemed amused by their bickering and couldn't help but smile, alleviating the two in the tense exchange situation. The tall, silver-haired man squatted to see Naruto eye to eye. The younger pulled away slightly, which didn't go unnoticed. I'll let him off this time. So, Naruto, it's very nice to meet you. My name is Kakashi Hitaki, and I'm a Jonin, just like Shisui but a little older. Naruto had introduced himself to Izumi, but this was entirely different. Izumi was his upperclassman, someone who Shisui and Itachi had voiced their complete belief in. Shisui only ever spoke well of her. The Uchiha had never told of this Kakashi until now, and Shisui recognized how short-handed he had left Naruto. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, remember it? Kakashi's eyes curved upwards into a bow-like arc. He pushed himself up by pressing on his knee. I do hope you give me a reason to. The outburst from Naruto fell on deaf ears as Shisui watched his superior. The man challenged him just like Itachi had. Itachi rarely spoke of the Hitaki, but he had yet to say a bad word of the man. Naruto, the raven-haired Jonin began, turning his head to look at the Uzumaki. Kakashi will spar with you today. Use everything you must to win. Hold nothing back. Kakashi was regarded as amongst the strongest in the village, regularly compared to even their Hokage. As a man who had already spent near to 7 years in the Hokage's private ranks, the Umbu, he'd personally seen the darknesses of their village. Shisui wasn't blind to why the man had forced his way in, and the village officials did little to hide their movements, shifting the Hitaki like this. Should I worry? Kakashi wondered sarcastically, holding little back from the humor he felt. Only if you don't pay attention, Shisui voiced blandly, leaving the intrigued Hitaki to interpret. Kakashi turned his back to the pair as he put some distance between them. I'll keep that in mind. Shisui vanished, deciding to watch from a distance. Naruto quickly noted that Shisui had left. Seeing that the match had begun, he rounded on Kakashi. Attacking first, how bold of you. He was surprised to see that he couldn't reach for his pouch in time. Naruto was fast. Don't think you got me, you might be a Jonin, but I'll still mop the floor with you. Naruto lunged. Flicking his wrist, he drew 3 kunai in between his fingers. Then, with a swipe of his arm, he launched 2 before moving the last into a reverse grip in his palm. Naruto fought the urge to stop when the silver-haired man yelled in pain as the kunai struck his shoulder blade. Slashing in the opposite direction, Naruto finally recoiled when his opponent swapped places with a wooden log, now cut cleanly in half. Substitution. Naruto wondered in surprise. He'd thought for sure he connected, even if that was only a ploy from Kakashi. Now he had his next problem. Where was his opponent? Turning around, Naruto spotted the relaxed man strolling out from behind the tree line. Barreling in head first, knowing nothing of your opponent, while I know everything about you. Training or not, that is a flawed decision. Do not make that mistake again. Who was this guy? They had only spoken for a few minutes, and he was already lecturing him. If I had done nothing and waited, I'd never react in time. So, you came into this drill knowing you would lose. That's a disappointing mentality for a shinobi. Naruto drew a sharp breath in as his eyes widened. Had he really given up that early? Even after promising himself and Shisui that he would do his best. Victorious warriors win first and then go to war, while defeated warriors got to war first and then seek to win. Remember this whenever you're worried. You must first win the fight in your mind before you take on any enemy. As if spellbound, the words Kakashi muttered then imprinted themselves on Naruto's mind. Shisui continued to watch, his opinion of the nonchalant Jonin rising by the moment. But it seemed that Kakashi had seen enough, waving the pair in. The fact that you were thinking like this before tells me everything I need to know. But you said I was wrong, that I made a mistake. Naruto pointed out, still reeling slightly from Kakashi's wisdom. I did, and you did make a mistake. But what you did showed you made a decision, which is more than can be said of a lot of shinobi. The blonde was more than happy to take the praise, only offering a smile in return. He's right on both accounts, Shisui prompted, wandering to stand by the pair. Have you ever sparred Itachi and seen him attack first? Naruto hadn't and shook his head inquisitively. Neither have I. That is because he waits analyses, then he acts. Shisui emphasized, stressing the importance of patience. Then, remembering his promise to himself, Shisui stood up and created a shadow clone. I have somewhere to be. It will not be too long, so he is here for the meantime. Naruto had had enough experiences with clones to accept Shisui's decision, and Kakashi wouldn't argue considering what was likely on his junior's mind. I suppose you know what I'll be teaching him. His statement intrigued the eager Naruto, though Shisui nodded sharply. That is why I am only leaving you with a clone. Acceptable. Kakashi could understand that trusting others was a complex exercise, and it took time. Then, my little student, let us begin. Naruto watched as yet another person decided that they wanted to train him. He couldn't wrap his head around it, but that didn't matter because he was meeting people. He was meeting people who saw him. So, with renewed vigor, Naruto bounced up, fighting to know. With what? With what? Kakashi's smile showed through the mask, his cheeks rising as he led his pointer finger. Chakra control. Naruto failed to keep his balance, the ridiculous answer almost making his eyes pop out of their sockets. I've done that, genius. Tell him Shisui. Shisui met his expectant look with one of apology and a shrug. Naruto saw his hopes dashed away as Shisui vanished. Kakashi. Naruto turned to the clone, dramatic tears brimming in his eyes. This Shisui only sighed before agreeing. He's right, and you may have learned basic chakra control techniques, but for you to properly understand what he can teach you, your control must be much better than what it is now. The rise and fall of his emotions played over Naruto's face as he deflated accordingly. Shisui told me that you have learnt how to climb trees with just your chakra. Impressive considering your age. Of course I can. I told you, didn't I, that you'd better remember me. But now I want you to walk on water. His statement left Naruto bewildered, the boy clearly in disbelief. His whisker marks bent as his face scrunched up in suspicion with his eyes scrutinizing the infamous Jonin. You're a little thick, aren't you? Kakashi tutored the skeptical boy, wagging the finger still held up. Now, that's not very nice, and if you don't believe me, I can show you. Nodding to his peer, Kakashi held Naruto's shoulder and pointed him to the nearby river. Walking to the edge of the flowing water, Naruto watched as the man slowed his breathing, formed the ram sign, and slowly stepped onto the water's surface. The amazement on Naruto's face was visible, so when he rounded on Shisui, his features were full of wonderment. Not only is this technique an excellent exercise for learning control over one's chakra, but it also gives a ninja the ability to fight on all surfaces. Shisui's words were shuffled to the back of his mind for the moment as he watched the Uchiha meet Kakashi upon the river. Me too. I'll be there in a second, Naruto called out, sprinting over to the edge of the water. He formed the same sign and went to step onto the river, falling through immediately. You're too eager, Naruto. Kakashi spoke evenly, his tone relaxed. You may not have learnt this when climbing trees, but if you rush things and are not calm, you'll never understand it. The red-faced Naruto glared up at the cool Jonin, bursting in a fury. That's easy to say when you can already do it, he accused while dragging himself out of the cold water. Kakashi sighed impatiently. He held firm in his belief that people should only become a ninja when they graduate from the academy at the age of 11 or older. But that does not mean they should be grossly underprepared for what that life will hold. As a boy who was a genin at Naruto's age, he questioned the teaching of the current academy. We can say this because we've been doing this for longer than you have been alive. We can say this because we've done the training. We've fought to remain calm. You are well beyond your classmates, but don't think that means you compare to real shinobi just yet. You are moving at a pace many couldn't manage. If you maintain this, walking on water will quickly become part of your arsenal. Begrudgingly, the small blonde admitted defeat. What do I need to do? Itachi. The clan heir stood in front of his village's elders. He had changed into his mission gear when he was summoned. A shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village must always be presentable. The distrust of the village and the Uchiha is continuing to drive a wedge between the two. But you already know you are at the heart of both, an exemplary member of my forces and your father's son. Itachi's head did not raise when Hiruzen spoke to him. The Hokage was right. Both parties had distanced themselves, and in that space, suspicion and distaste was festering. Ultimately, Danzo offered, you are in the best and worst position, to be placed between the two, when both are asking you to go against yourself. Empty words. That was all that came out of Danzo's twisted mouth. Thank you for your sympathy, but I will do whatever I must, as a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. If Itachi had to work behind such a man to ensure peace in the village remained, he would do it. Then I propose Itachi's promotion to Jonin. All the other eyes looked towards Danzo, intrigued. Why? He only earned the rank of Chunin not too long ago. Itachi would admit that he too was interested in Danzo's plan. What would he being a Jonin achieve? Without turning to his village's leader, he answered the question. Do you not believe he is ready? Even when we offered him a role in the Umbu. The one-eyed elder continued to probe, his bandages creasing. A member of the Black Ops must have the maturity and ability to lead a squad, team leader or not. Correct? So, if not one, why not the other? I personally would be more comfortable if someone like Itachi were fulfilling those duties. Itachi knew how little Danzo cared for what he did outside of the village. No, he was much more invested in his goings-on within these walls. Speaking of, you seem to have abandoned the idea of him amongst the Umbu, Hiruzen recalled, questioning the thinking behind Danzo's movements. He will be in the village for less than 2 years before he leaves for the capital. It will reflect well upon us if he arrives with a strong reputation. But we did not come to Itachi to speak to him of this. The Hokage chewed on his cheek. He'd bitten Danzo's bait and had been dragged down. Itachi watched on as the two stared at each other before relenting. If this was how the village's higher-ups acted, it was doomed to end in failure. You're right, and I apologize, Itachi, Hiruzen genuinely accepted. I despise the fact that I must ask this of you, but are the Uchiha against the village? Whether or not Hiruzen would act on it, he honestly cared for all of those in the leaf. No, the clan are not against the village. They are angered by decisions made, but they will not act as of now. Hiruzen was relieved to hear that he had time to fix this. If that is the case, continue as you were. Do not overextend yourself for me or the village. Standing up to leave, Itachi was halted by Hiruzen's subsequent request. Do not tell Fugaku of your promotion. Rest assured, this will be dealt with before you leave with Shisui. Nodding, the Uchiha left. He was needed at home. To have patience is to hope. To hope is to give up. Hospital room. Shisui ground his teeth as he counted the bandages on Fukushue's body. Not only had he been crippled, but the wounds from his previous encounter still marred his tattered body. He lay deathly still, and Shisui cursed himself once again. Captain Shisui, Fukushu tiredly addressed him. His eyes with dark bags underneath them looked for his superior. The boy was fighting to stay awake. While we're in the village, it's just Shisui, the Uchiha amended, and his concern grew as the eyes of his subordinate fell from sight. How are you? Tired, very tired. His pride as a member of the Hyuga clan held firm as he forced the words out. Fukushue's eyes closed, and his brow tightened. The doctor says movement in my upper body and arms will return back to normal if I'm lucky. It'll be some months, but the doctors are already planning my rehabilitation. Shisui released a breath he didn't know he was holding, one that had been there since that awful moment in the forest. Your legs. I disgraced the clan and village by putting my hatred above the mission. This is my punishment. Shisui felt stuck. He'd condemned someone to a life spent in a wheelchair because he took on something he wasn't ready for. Opening his mouth to speak, he found no words. So instead, Fukushu broke the silence. Do not apologize. I decided to come to you and in turn, risked mission failure. Do not dwell on this, for I will not either. You're looking after the Jinchuriki, are you not? Yes, but dash. Nothing escapes our eyes. The Uchiha might patrol our streets, but us Hyuga are also protecting the village. That boy amongst others will need you, and as a ninja, I expect you to be there for them. Shisui's breathing was the only noise that filled the room for some moments. I will come to check in on you again. Please keep me up to date with your condition. Make sure to return to routine, Shisui. As a jonin, you must lead from the front, 6 a.m., wake up then and begin training unless you have a mission. Be disciplined, be regulated. As a shinobi of the hidden leaf, it is the least you can do. It wasn't an order from a superior but a request of a friend.